All right. It is Wednesday, 18 June 2025. We are setting up, and I am setting up for, that's right, the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. But that is one of three, that's right, three shows that I have tonight. We will have Jack Carey coming in after that with Paranormal Intelligence Agency to give you the news about paranormal and conspiracy. Then to finish it out tonight, we'll have also Nancy Planetta and the Wiccan Vixen. Hopefully she'll be back, and I'm pretty sure that she will be. Got all sorts of great shows and stuff planned for the stream tonight. Hope each and every one of you had a great week and past weekend. It's hump day, so there's more to come for this week, but only another day or two. We'll get this going to you in no time. Censorship will be along with us shortly. I'm still trying to get everything set up here on my end so that we can go out to all the platforms and the stations that carry our radio shows. What is going on with Nemo? Let me give Nemo a minute. And I'm sure we'll get that up and going to you very soon. There it is. Welcome over on Nemo TV as well. I finally got you up. We're going to be getting the rest of the programs and that going here in no time. If you missed it, it is, that's right, 18 June 2025. You're in for a treat tonight because it's a 3-show stream. 3 radio shows combined into one stream. As soon as I'm sure that we're all connected and all is fine, I will get us connected to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. All the platforms, sometimes it takes a minute with my system. Be starting up here real soon. Hey, DK in the D Live chat, appreciate you. Yeah, it'd be great having you come in later on tonight with Nance and the crew there. Look forward to you coming in and the rest of them. I'm setting up right now for Censorship Sucks. If you want to restream, go ahead and restream, folks. We're going to be up and out here in no time. Let me take down this opening banner and put you on the standby for the call so that I can get John and the guys up. Peoples. John. That Barry guy. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing pretty good here.
Okay. I can totally see your face when you're leaning forward like that, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine. But I really want to, show the studio more than me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's different when I do like the DJ thing and that. I'm like getting into it and all that other crap, and I can wear a mask or something. And have people walk in and out. Oh, Dad, you're on the air, right? Yeah, how about that? No kidding. I don't know if David Hogg changed his avatar again, so like.
Oh gosh.
I don't know if he's coming in tonight or not. If he's well enough for changing his avatar, we'll find out. There we go. Now we're streaming out.
Okay, we're streaming out, folks.
Yeah.
We're streaming out.
No Barry right now. I don't know what happened to Barry. Barry dropped off.
Yeah, so I noticed he was online earlier.
Oh, okay. We'll be fine.
Or at least he had a green dot.
The green dot. Yeah, green dot.
Yeah.
King Bushcamp in the house over in the Kick Chat. Hope you and Queen are doing really good over in the UK. I hope things are going well for you over there. Streaming great. When we're done here, for tonight, if you guys are still up, I'll come over and check and hang out with y'all too. Appreciate it. Yeah. We always love it when you guys come in and support. We support you as well. Let's see here. Let me try to get a hold of Barry once again. Remind me later to, if you can, to give.
You there?
Yeah, give King Bush Camp and Queen Bush Camp the OG symbol for in chat too, since they're always in there.
You want me to remind you to do
just
that? That was like a foreign language.
Right now,
that was
I'm
a foreign language
busy,
to me, man.
messing around with everything, as you can see.
Yeah.
Bouncing around, checking our levels, making sure everything's good to go. Yeah, and still no Barry. Yeah.
Oh, he'll be here.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried yet.
DK, they had a baby. So congrats over there. Baby is doing well. So everybody over there on D Live and also on Kick Chat, appreciate them. Yeah. Great Conspiracy also restreams us 90% of the time. And I believe DK will be also restreaming us.
Cool. No, I mean, sorry. Cool. That's awesome. I don't mean to. I'm just reading a bunch of headlines here as I pull up all these, figure out what I'm putting into the feed. There's the man himself, the legend.
Oh no! Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Or is it curtain climbers and crumb bakers this time? Hey, it's Barry.
Barry. Why not Larry?
I don't know. I think we'd have to talk to Willie about that connection. Or are you sure you want to go there?
Just making sure it's all set up right, man. Can you guys hear me, Wood?
Oh, yeah.
How's it going?
All right, good, man. How about you?
Good. How was Father's Day?
It was all right,
pretty
man.
good. You know, pretty peaceful. We worked through it. Censorship and I did a great show with Nancy. It was awesome.
Oh, really? Nancy joined, huh? She's feeling better?
Yeah. Yeah, she was good.
That's good, man. Yeah.
Anytime you need someone to come in and help you out with current events and stuff like that, she's a good go-to, all right? She can't come in all the time, but she's a good go-to if you need someone.
Yeah.
And she knows how the brakes and all that work, so.
Yeah.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
Israel's bombing Iran again.
Bomb, 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 Iran. I couldn't resist.
Bullhorn McCain. That's your new name.
Yeah, Bullhorn McCain.
That's their theme song, right? You gotta love it, man.
I thought their t-shirt said, "Make war, not love."
Exactly. Looks like he may be pulling back, though, Trump, which is good. Good. I don't want it.
You don't want to bomb Iran?
Oh, I think that's probably not a good idea. You know. I mean, it's a nuanced situation. There's no question about it. Trump is definitely making interesting maneuvers, and I mean, I guess there's some people that think that he's being somewhat maybe manipulated by neoconservatives and globalists, but maybe he does kind of know what he's doing. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It really is. It's these days are, we used to think that the shamdemic was blurry, like, trying to make heads or tails of things. This time, this new phase of the storm, it's complicated, it's nuanced, it's hard to figure out what's really happening. But I never felt, and I still don't feel, alarmed about this situation. Like, I think there's greater threats than this. And that's against the grain of what everybody thinks, it's World War III and all that stuff. And I'm not saying that's not a real threat. I'm just saying I just don't feel it. And I always trust my gut instinct, even over what I can see, on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping I'm right. And then all of a sudden, right at the last minute, Trump saying, I think we're going to have a meeting with Iran at the I guess I might be with Zoom call. I'm in the Situation Room or the War Room, whatever you call it.
Yeah, I found it pretty interesting that he said, "Don't worry, we control the air and everything over Iran." I'm like, okay, but we're not going to war with them. Like, okay, that means what? He's knocking out their all of their internet capabilities and things like that, right. and communications.
Yeah,
which would
Israel is.
And I forget who it was. They made a pretty neat little comment that, boy, wouldn't that be neat if it was they had like the Epstein files over there, and if somehow they released it, wouldn't.
Iran?
I was like, oh my God. Yeah, and I'm thinking, Trump would probably do that 5D chess game move. I'm like,
well, the thing, look, I understand Trump is a chess player. I get that totally. I believe he is. But at the same time, you have these kind of Q people, and there is kind of an evangelical right that kind of buys into that Q thing. I'm not like blanket stereotyping evangelical Christians, because there's different kinds of evangelical Christians, right? They're not just one type, but that one brand that just blindly trusts. That is not smart, man. Like never question anything. Trump has divine guidance. He will never make a mistake.
Right.
That is very dangerous thinking. And I had people replying to me like that. And I was like, look, man, Trump is not perfect. Okay. No. And he can make mistakes. And sure, we're praying that he has divine wisdom and all that, but he's not Christ.
Yeah, Glenn Beck explained all that once really well, where it's like, look, it's sort of an inspiration.
Yeah,
you're getting inspired in different directions, but it's not a...
Right, a bad person gets an idea to do something evil. Maybe that comes from something in the ethereal, metaphysical, spiritual realm, right? Mm-hmm. And it could be the same thing, but when you start saying, which is dangerous, like, oh, we can do whatever we want because God's behind us or something crazy like that. Well, yeah. Not if you're going to brutally murder people. That God can't be behind that.
Oh, DK says U.S. and U.K. have also been trying to take out the Iranian missiles to help the Iron Dome. I see where that's going then. Okay, I thought it had to do more with communications. If you go down censorship's page on his Minds page, you'll get to see exactly what he'll be pulling up later on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Barry, what do you say? It's a big story to start with tonight.
I heard you. I putting my headphones on. What story to start out with?
Yeah, what's the biggest story happening right now?
I think it's obviously Iran. Because of the possible repercussions, that could happen. I think that whatever Trump is doing, and this is just my opinion, I have no proof of it, as no one else does, right? That he kind of took a gamble with what he did. You know what I'm saying? By like what you say, taking over the air and saying, we know where the leader is. We're not going to kill him, at least not yet. I feel like that was a gamble, perhaps.
And they mentioned, Trump said specifically that they had a lot of time at the negotiating table, and we got nowhere.
And they blew it.
Yeah, so don't call me back to the negotiating table right now. Well, it's too late. You blew it. You had your chance. Now you're gonna be in a completely different bargaining place when we go back to the table.
Whatever leverage you might have had, you don't have it anymore. I see.
Control of your airspace wasn't on the table last time we sat down at this table. Now it's very much on the table.
Oh yeah, but I'm also
shit like that.
Whatever they wanted to bring to the negotiating table, they have less leverage now.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I kind of think you were alluding to that as well.
Yeah. Trump is what I was saying. I was quoting Trump, right?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man.
He just said, they had plenty of time to negotiate. Now the tables, it's a whole different ballgame now. So, don't think you can just come back and start up where we left off last time.
And I think another big story, I don't know exactly like where we're all at with it because I've only scratched the surface, but it looks like we're getting evidence now that the election was stolen, that this is what Kash Patel is saying and others.
Yeah.
And I think that
manipulated by China to some degree.
With votes, right? With ballots that
yeah.
Like how many? 500,000 ballots or something like that, or maybe more than that.
I haven't seen those numbers.
Anyway, yeah. Maybe as we get more information that we'll be able to cover it better. I don't really have a lot other than just sort of surface level. I've heard a little bit here and different things, different people. But again, I don't get too excited about that because, we've discovered this, but then nothing happens. Like, where are the arrests? Yeah. Where, again, arrest somebody for doing that. It's like, if you have proof, don't come out and say we got this and then nothing happens, because that just is not going to. The American people can't stand that anymore. We just can't bear that. Like then we become cynical. And it's like, I don't want to hear it. And I'll believe it when I see it. And I don't want to be super cynical. I'm already a little cynical, you know? Every time somebody says something, I don't want to go, I don't believe it. Shut up, you're a liar. Is that's just way too pessimistic, but it's getting there.
Sorry, I'm just looking for a specific article. Yeah, here it is.
I guess I should pull up the Gateway Pundit and see what their top stories are. I mean, I've been through.
I've got 25 articles up.
Oh wow!
You know, but they cover a bunch of different things. So I mean, I got a lot of stuff for us to just, funny memes and stuff. You name it.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think we're gonna have more funny memes than ever, with the left just being more and more insane. I mean, they're making less and less sense. That's kind of another reason why I don't want to go to war with Iran, even if it's turned out to be somewhat justified or something, because it's just food for the left, and it kind of might divide MAGA a little bit. I don't know. The idea of war right now, I think that the idea of war at this time is bad, even if it's like maybe the best thing to do. It's like, we got so many other real things, like finish this, secure, not securing the border, but, deporting all the people. And there's so many other things.
I got some numbers on that. And again, I hate to get into all this new stuff because we're not going to remember what we talked about on the show and before the show.
Don't forget about the shootings, too. A lot of shootings of politicians. And then I think the Democrats are wanting to know where those 2,000 Marines are at as well.
I don't know about that. I think that's...
I don't either.
There's a good interview between...
no one knows.
Ted Cruz that I've seen some clips supposed to come out, I think, today. Looks like it could be a firestorm. I'm not a fan of Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz was on with Tucker. And Tucker tried to ambush him, it felt like.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people really didn't like what Tucker did. I don't mind it because I don't like Ted Cruz.
Has some good points, and he's also, he's a politician. You have to call him as that. It's...
Yeah.
There's some good things, and the alternative would be terrible. Okay, so I'd rather have Ted in there doing what he's doing than have someone like what was his name?
Baruch Azad.
Huh?
Baruch Azad.
No, this other guy that was running against him for a while. Yeah. So, he couldn't even, say his name in English, the other guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but, he became... No one wanted him, and then he down here, and then he wanted to run for president, too. I'm like, no.
Boy, man, we're going into fire season. They're locking everything down out here.
We had massive winds last night. It destroyed part of our movie theater at the big Promenade Mall. I had 2 branches fall down on my cables out in the back, and I thought, thank God, it had a branch fall down the front yard. It's been rain. Like the last 8 days, we've had 6 days of rain and chemtrail haze, and they're just hammering us, man. Winds. And I made a post about it, about how what are people going to say in Midwestern Oklahoma when in July we have mostly blue skies? We don't even generally have clouds in the sky in July. It's just heat, right? Blistering heat.
Yeah.
You think people aren't gonna question if we only see 6 or 7, maybe 8 days maximum of any sunshine during the month of July? People are gonna catch on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
We got Donna, ya bunny, in Kick Chat sending us licks. She's a great VTuber, and she's very entertaining. It's great to hear her just giggle. I usually turn her on just to hear her. She's dying and she's giggling in the games that she plays. I'm like, well, at least she's having a great time doing it. Not sure, how much other stuff she was taking in order to get there, but it's very entertaining.
Some people have great laughs, don't they?
Yeah. She's awesome. Like that Willie dude.
Do you see where old Stacey Abrams was at the Bilderberg group again this year? That's the 4th time, man. They apparently think she's a mover and a shaker. Yeah. Guess what was on the list for that? It was on their official topic list. Mm-hmm. Depopulation and migration was one of their topics. Wow. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, that's literally the words, and the phrasing they use. They're so obsessed with it, man. These are really disturbed people. And I mean, no matter how you slice it, well, there is too many people, and they don't really want to do anything evil to hurt anybody. They're just trying to get people to willfully and voluntarily just not have as many babies. I mean, it's all on the up and up. Yeah, sure it is. Anybody that's that obsessed is crazy.
But only in the Western world. They're not going down into like African jungles and teaching this stuff. You know what I mean? They're not going to Nigeria or Zimbabwe or something and trying to teach this stuff. No, it's not. They don't do it in China.
Well,
I guess they had the one-child policy there for a while. I should say that. Yeah, that's true. They did.
It makes you wonder if there's an anti-white agenda. I mean, you can look at the statistics, the actual estimates, the real official estimates. It was like in 1950, we were at almost 28% of the global population. Now we're at around 6.8 to 7% of the global population, white people.
Yeah.
So talk about all
that's
this.
What happened to the blue people too. There used to be blue people out there. You know that, right?
No.
Yeah, You see them in paintings and things like that.
In Buddhism,
no.
Like in Buddhism, like the.
Well, the blue people they thought were gods and
did they consume silver
and things like that. So they got rid of them. So it's still possible to have blue skin now, but that's only because you have like your body's OD'd on silver.
I was going to say they had to be taking some silver, man. Mm-hmm. Then it mutated and it became some sort of something that's passed on.
Yeah,
through genetics.
But there used to be a race of blue people out there at one time. It's in the historic records, but they're not around anymore. They either got killed off or they went to another place.
It's a historic record that there were giants, the bones of the giants during the time of the historian Josephus. He said they were actually on display about 15 miles away from Israel.
Yeah, and the Smithsonian had them too. And they can't find where they're at in the basement. Lost all sorts of records.
It's funny, I think we all saw the same video.
Probably so.
I was there, man. I remember it like it was yesterday when Josephus came out. Well, I knew this giant back in the day. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't even remember how to speak that language anymore. The ancient Aramaic or Aramaic that too. And anyways,
I think the
gonna get this going.
It's pretty much like lost. We still have a good portion of it, but I don't know, whatever the original was is it's not exactly the same as what the original was. So it's sort of an extinct language, I think, because I remember Mel Gibson talking about that when he made The Passion. You know, they did it all in Aramaic, but it's hard to. It wasn't it wasn't the original. That's the way I understood it.
It's modern Aramaic.
Well, I mean, I guess it'd be like
Not
English.
ancient.
So there's people that speak English differently than we do. They have
Yeah.
different words and
Just
stuff.
go to England, go to places like Australia and New Zealand. They all speak it different. You can even go within our own borders and go to like Georgia, and you go down to Louisiana, and even here in Texas, you know, got that Creole and all that mixed in with it. Yeah, sure. Spanish is the same thing when you go around the world, you know. It's like, you know, there's different dialects.
I hear you, mate. I hear you, mate. I hear what you're saying, mate. I got you. Don't ask me where that was from. I just heard it before somewhere. I don't know if that's Australia, UK, or I think it's Australia.
Don't know.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah, that's Crocodile Dundee. Here in a minute, I'll let you guys know when we'll switch over, and
late already.
because we're getting close to it. We got about a minute.
That's the fastest pre-show on record, man.
Well, you came late to the party.
I did.
No, we didn't. It was, 2 minutes? I mean, you don't have to be here at exactly 3:30. If you come in at like 3:40 or whatever, it's not the end of the world, dude.
Don't give them a way out.
50 or whatever, you know.
Sonia Galactic in the kick chat. Hey,
Sonia, what up? Sonia joined us for a little bit of the second hour.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
And she stayed for the after show.
Yeah, she was on the after show that Wednesday, the last Wednesdays when you took off.
Right. You told me. You told me she was. Yeah. But now she came for the second hour.
All right.
Well.
I'm going to switch us over because we're close enough. All right. So I will catch you over on the other side.
And hello.
And hello. Now all we got to do is get Barry back in here.
Well, back in where? Where are we, Mark?
We're in Wednesday 1.
Wednesday 1. Okay, good job.
Yep.
It's like connecting the dots, you know.
Yep. So yeah, Sonia came in and mentioned how she was pro open borders and didn't want the the border patrol to exist, which was fun.
Okay. Well,
no, we dug into it, and what she's looking for is more of a sci-fi, the Star Trek sort of vision of the world, where the Federation is good and yada yada.
Well,
there's no borders.
In 1,000 years, it could happen.
Well, that's what the evil people want for certain. I mean, remember?
Sonia goes, she's not pro open borders.
Remember when the Shamdemic hit and all the Holly weirdos came together and they took pieces of the John Lennon song and everybody hated it because it's a terrible song for a crisis, right?
Yeah.
No heaven,
Imagine.
no God, no borders. I mean, it just sounds awful, right? And they just got rammed because that's not even a popular
30
idea.
seconds, guys. Yeah, she says she's not against open border. Well, she's not pro open borders.
Okay.
She just.
Then I stand corrected.
She just.
We'll have to go play back the Sunday night section. We'll...
Anyways, here's your countdown. We'll talk more about that on break. Maybe we can bring her in. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Back tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good, man. I'm glad to be back. Missed Sunday, but, feels good to be back, as usual.
Well, I hope you had a good Father's Day.
It was wonderful. It was, I don't know, man. It just, the days are going by so fast, it seems like. Mother's Day, then Father's Day, and then it seems like there's a day every time you take a breath.
Yeah, try being gay, man. You got a holiday every other day.
What was it that Miley Cyrus just got through saying? She said, "Oh, we can't have Pride Month. We have to have Pride Year." I mean,
every year, people forever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, like 365 days of the year should be Pride.
Pride Earth. Anyway, let's get into some news and some stuff going on around the world. We've obviously got, some pretty big headlines tonight. Well, let's start, I guess, with the war. Israel v. Iran, version, 3.5 now, I think we're on.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been bombing, they've got total control of the airspace. It took them 4 days to do it. Think about the difference between Israel is about, I want to say 8 million people, and Iran is 80, 90 million. So 10 to 1.
Yeah.
10 to 1, they outnumber them, and it took them 4 days to take over their airspace. They've now eliminated 2/3 of their launch sites and are going in for the nuclear generating facilities where they are trying to produce the precursors to a nuclear bomb. And they're very, very close. Everyone saw them getting to the point of having it very, very soon. And in the conditions that the world we're in right now, Israel said, no way, we're not going to let you do that. And so they just took out their system. In return, Iran has been launching missiles randomly into Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and along the coast. And there have been some deaths, all civilian, of course, on the Israeli side, because they're just randomly launching missiles in there versus strategic missiles that Israel is launching that are exactly falling within 2 inches of where they're supposed to on military targets. Big difference there. And so there it is, man. You've got it kind of in a nutshell. Trump came out and said unconditional surrender is what he wants. We're not going to negotiate. You've had time to negotiate. So if you're going to come back to the table, it's under completely different circumstances. In fact, but last time we met at the table, you having military control over your skies wasn't on the table. Today it is. Your airspace is now an auctioning piece. Everything's an auctioning piece at this point. The mullahs are not that popular. Iran is a very secular country. It really is not as religious at all as the leaders would, have the world believe. They love their God and all that stuff, but they don't want to walk around in burqas. They want to be able to turn on the radio and dance. They're a young country, a very young country, and they want to turn on the radio. They want to dance. They want to be able to go out in the streets and maybe even have a beer. I don't know. Live like any other civilized Western nation would. So I don't know, Barry, what do you say?
Well, I agree with that, man, 100%. I tend to think, and this is just, I think it's a possibility. I don't think anybody knows except for Trump. And I don't even think he knows, because he may switch on a dime, as we've seen him do so many different times before. But he knows more than anybody else. We're just kind of speculating. But I do believe that maybe the play that he made, doing what you just said that he did, could have been to maybe possibly open up Iran to be more free and an open society. I don't know if that's any part of the agenda or if that's even a possibility, but like you were saying, I think the people there would like to see that happen. I think that they're religious, but they don't want to be oppressed, like they are now.
Yeah. We covered that article about them, banning dogs as being unclean and, all that stuff. And, they want to ban dogs. in the country. That's kind of where it's getting to. Like, people like their dogs. If you have a dog, you love your dog. It's like your best friend in the whole world, you know? And so there's a lot of people that understand that. And then these mullahs just look at them as they're haram. So let's ban them. It's no skin off their back. They don't care, but they don't realize it's like taking away your kid, man.
Right.
You know, your dog is your dog, man. You go to the ground for your dog.
I think that the evidence that supports that maybe that's in the agenda is, it's probably a stretch. Like, I don't think we can make it happen, but we'll try to make them free and open, is the very fact that Trump is successful in getting to Saudi Arabia to do that to a degree. They're much less oppressive than they were before. They're much more about being open and prosperous and, tourism and just, overall, I don't want to say westernized, but more westernized.
And one thing, you got to say Israel does well is they're going to go in there. They're going to do what they need to do. They're going to turn around. They're going to leave. They're going to go home, and they're never going to look back. Whereas the minute any American troops land over there and get involved in this on the ground, we're there for a decade. If we're lucky, probably 20 years and $10-20 trillion. That's I think the scariest part of the whole thing is that they just use this as another run up for, all their comrades to make tons and tons and, millions of dollars rebuilding a nation that isn't ours.
Yeah, that would not be good. I tend to think, though, that Iran already has nuclear weapons, and you can go back 30 years. There's all these videos circulating on X and on Minds, and all these different places where Netanyahu said 30 years ago, they're just 5 years from having a nuclear weapon. They're just 2 weeks. I mean, and every decade, every 5 years, every 2 or 3 years, as we got closer to 2025, it's the same message. And if that's true, they already have it.
You're right. I don't disagree with that at all. It is kind of suspicious that they're constantly getting. Even I mentioned two things that were contradictory. I said this is version Israel versus Iran version 3.5. Because again, it's just like they've been doing this for the last 30 years. Every now and then they go in there, blow some stuff up, and leave and say, "Okay, now start over." Have they never got past that point? Here's a statement from Iranian state media. Quote, "There is a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries." They attached a video, and it was his hand caressing this, what looked like a really small nuclear bomb.
Oh, okay.
It's 17 seconds long. So is this, they're saying something's going to happen. It's labeled tonight, a surprise tonight, but they put it out on the 17th, which is yesterday. So I didn't see anything, right, in the news about them blowing up any nuclear whatever, right?
Right.
What is this about? Do they actually have it? Like you just mentioned, right?
Who knows?
Who knows? That's the thing. Who knows? Now, this thing looked really small. It didn't look like a Enola Gay kind of bomb. You know what I mean? Right. It looked like you could put 4 of them in maybe a suitcase and walk around with it. Which is even more scary because drop them around town somewhere and send them to go off, and boom, now you've just really messed up. You had 15 9/11 simultaneously happening in New York City alone.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that war with Iran at any level is going to be a good thing. I'm not like thinking that it's World War III like a lot of people think. I think that's a real threat. I think that's a real possibility, but it would also depend on other players and how much they get involved and how much do they want to, risk their people, risk World War III, risk nuclear fallout, nuclear World War III. Look, a lot of people out there, like Alex Jones, he's a firm believer that it could escalate, of course, but also he thinks it's very likely to be World War III. And I think that's a real threat, but my gut instinct tells me that's not going to happen. And I always trust my gut instinct, especially when everything is blurry, the evidence that we have. Like, we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, right? Which is the real stuff that's happening, not what the news is reporting to us, right? They're getting the points from the White House, but what's really being said behind closed doors, right? And maybe Trump says these things to get them, he's using the power and the might of our military and not really planning on using it, but just getting them to submit. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's just so many different scenarios, right? He could be being manipulated by neocons and globalists. Some people say that. I don't rule that out. That's why I think we need to hold Trump's feet to the fire. And I did just that. I replied to him on Truth Social and let him know what I thought. And I told him I believe he's a great president and he has my full support. But I think you're making a mistake. You know, he said he defined America first. No, we get to define America first. The MAGA created Trump, and MAGA gets to decide what America first is.
Yeah, and he might be the temporary kind of personification of it, but over time, that's going to morph and look very, very different, you know? And he's not always been naturally on the side of MAGA. You know, he had a couple things he reversed and, you know, took back on the campaign trail and over the course of his presidency that were kind of controversial, and I'm listening to him going, you really want to do what? And then it kind of disappears and it goes away and you're like, all right, thank you. Please don't ever bring that up again.
Right.
I'm trying to think, one of the subjects was that the country singer John Rich was talking about one of them. Yeah. Why do they always boo me when I say this?
About the vaccine, right? When he was...
Yeah, the big, beautiful vaccine.
Yeah. He said because, you know, most people believe it's a depopulation shot. And Trump didn't even blink an eye to that.
Yeah.
He said, that's interesting. And, you know, talking about Fauci and how he thinks Fauci's, you know, a bad character and a shady character. I'm pretty sure Trump thinks that Fauci's not a good guy. So that wasn't a hard sell.
Yeah. And, you know, it's just him getting bamboozled, really, at the end of the day. He didn't make the vaccine. They just got him to be their pitch man, the front man for it, so to speak. And he happily did so because he thought it would be a good, beautiful, you know, wonderful vaccine. But it really wasn't at all. And gosh, a bombshell. Let's transition on that. Bombshell report just came out of Japan. It has unvaxxed data on 18 million people. Right. OK, so this is a little complicated because it covers a lot of science, of course. A COVID vaccine database. So I'm just going to quote right here from Gateway Pundit. A COVID vaccine database covering 18 million citizens has just been released for the first time. After reviewing the data, top professor warned, quote, the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die, end quote. The most terrifying finding was a deadly spike just 3 to 4 months after the final shot. Let's break down the data. On June 15th, a group of brave Japanese truth seekers did what their government wouldn't. They released a bombshell report exposing vaccine data from over 18 million people. Journalist Masako Gana posted on X, quote, if the government won't do it, then the people should investigate the mass deaths of Japanese people. Database revealed for the first time 18 million people. Another Dr. Murakami, he's very respected professor at the Tokyo University of Science, where he serves as vice director at the Research Center for RNA Science. He holds a doctorate of pharmaceutical science from University of Tokyo and has authored over 100 scientific populations. Quote, the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die within a shorter period. A significant peak, I'm quoting still, a significant peak forms at 3 or 4 months, he said, pointing to the vaccine as the likely cause. It's probably due to the vaccine's influence with adverse reactions occurring, leading to death. The graph here that he puts up is just insane. As the number of vaccine doses increases, the peak in deaths appears sooner and higher. So you've got these different graphs. The red one is the control. It just stays flat across the bottom. That's the unvaccinated. You get one dose and it humps up quite a bit, a little further out. And then the more doses you get, the higher up the death rate is and the sooner it happens.
100%, man. I think there were studies like that in America as well that were done. And the number was the fourth shot was when we saw the spike of mortality. The fourth shot seemed to be the magic number. And if you are into a sinister depopulation plan, again, this is just me speculating if they were, I'm not saying they are. If they are into a depopulation plan, then what better way to keep the people falling than to keep giving them shots that will be more lethal the more shots they get? Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. He says here, This is a key discovery. The more doses, the more peak shifts, indicating that the toxicity accumulates, the toxicity overlaps, and the more doses you receive, the faster people die. This is a voluntary, vaccine for something that nobody even gets anymore. When's the last time we had a COVID, anything really? If we did, the news would be all over it. So it's not happening. And yet people are still out there being told to get, annual vaccines for this.
There's a new sign up on Walgreens saying they've got the latest and the greatest COVID shot. Come and get it. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, they have at Walgreens on their marquee that's, 15 feet up above, so that everyone driving by on the street corner can see it. Come and get your latest and greatest COVID vaccine. And I thought to myself, is there anybody still getting these shots? God, I pray and hope that they're not.
Mm-hmm. And the TV industry right now is facing a potential apocalypse because the administration is looking to ban advertising for pharmaceuticals on television, which is like 20% of their revenue. It's staggering numbers, billions and billions of dollars every quarter, or every 6 months, just huge numbers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which I think is a good thing. We're like one of the only countries that allows that. I think us and New Zealand are the only two countries that allow them to advertise, because I always thought it's like a joke, right? Why am I going to go to my doctor and say, hey, man, I think I have explosive diarrhea. Can you prescribe this to me? Or whatever it is. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm going to self-diagnose and go into my doctor and tell him what to give me.
I think one of the reasons that the pharmaceutical company has such success, besides that fact, that they're pushing it through the doctors, but is we become a fast food society and we want the quick fix. We're not willing to do the work, maybe to heal ourselves holistically and naturally, right? Maybe changing diet, or maybe doing holistic methods of healing and medicine, exercise, things like that, that we know work, that RFK Jr. talks about all the time. So that's kind of a problem because people, I don't have time for that. I got, I'm working 70 hours a week. I got kids to feed. I got one kid in college, man. I just need a quick fix. And that's one reason why I think people are dying prematurely, is because they're on too many meds, and there are side effects.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're way overprescribed. And we way overpay for them too. It's just insane amounts of extra money you pay for it. It's like, if you have a lot of money to burn, go see your doctor and just start getting on meds. They won't do anything for you, but hey, you can, and that's the thing. There's so many people, if you give them a placebo, they'd probably do better with it.
I mean, it's pretty well documented that placebos can work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just get better. It's, a lot of people just want to go to the doctor for every little thing and will just keep going back and back and back. And the more you're in that position, the more they're just going to find stuff to fix,
Is that called a hypochondriac? What is that?
Hypochondriac, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the word while I was talking. I was trying to come up with that on the back of my mind. But I had a relative that was like that, who I won't get any more specific about. But yeah.
Yeah, no,
they would go to the doctor all the time.
Yeah.
For every little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'd break my thumb and I'm like, it'll be all right.
I think people actually create things even. Just some people like being sick. It's sort of that, some people like the victim mentality. I know that sounds very strange, but some people like it because it gives them attention.
Yeah, and it lets them know that they're getting the best care, and they're, worried potentially you could just fall over and die at any minute, so by going to the doctor and doing what he says, I'll live longer, and I have that, that ability to sleep a little better at night.
I don't take medicine, that's for sure. Natural stuff, holistic.
No.
But I'm 60 and I'll be 60 in a couple months. I'm on no medicine whatsoever, none.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, I take antihistamines this time of year because my sinuses go crazy. Mm-hmm. Especially if I'm going to be on the air. If I'm going to be on the air, it can cause me to have a runny nose or something when it's really, the pollen is super, super high. So yeah, I that's about the extent of it.
Over the counter type stuff, right?
Yeah, no, just totally over the counter.
You feel like you need it, you take some.
Exactly. If my nose is really stuffed up today, then I'll take one, and like a half hour later, it's clear as can be. You know.
It's funny, the fake news media, they're always like trying to demonize like holistic methods for allergies and stuff. Like people use the neti pot.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw it like a week ago, and they pop it up all the time to get to scare people from the neti pot. And they go, "Oh, someone used tap water to clean out their nose with a neti pot, and a parasite went into their brain and killed them." Oh, and maybe that happened, but I don't even know if it even happened. But dude, get distilled water and do it, or heat the water. Boil the water. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think if you boil the tap water, that would kill the parasites. But just get distilled water and do it. And heat it up. You want it a little bit warm when you run it through your nostrils. But that stuff, using a neti pot, will open up your nose, especially if you do it 2 or 3 times throughout the day. And you use a bit of salt as well. So it works.
Okay. Excellent. And for our geriatric tip of the day, we want to thank Bullhornberry.
Geriatric. I'm not that old.
Well, you're breaking out the nutty pot, buddy.
The nutty pot?
Yeah, what did you call it?
No, nutty.
No, it's nutty pot.
It's kind of nutty,
Yeah.
but it's the nutty.
Nutty pot. All right, whatever. It's kind of gross, so let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's see. NAACP snubs Donald Trump. They haven't done this in 116 years. They haven't invited him. They're not going to invite him to their national convention. The sitting president the last 116 years has always been invited to their national convention. This year, they're not going to do it because of they're losing their rights and all kinds of stuff. Excuse me. Now, that's obviously ridiculous. And he has picked up incredible amounts of support from the Black community, from the Hispanic community especially. And they're starting to see that maybe he was right, 8 years ago when he said, "What do you got to lose? Look how they've been treating you. What do you got to lose?" And so now they won't even bring him on stage because they're too afraid of him actually maybe getting his message out to their community.
Absolutely. That's the reason the mainstream media decided, remember during his first term, they're like, well, we're not going to air anything he says anymore because he's spreading misinformation. Remember that? And so he wasn't being aired anywhere. Anytime he said something, nobody heard it. Nobody, because eventually he got banned from X. So even nobody heard it even on X, right? But we cannot give this. Think about it. We're not going to give the president of the United States a microphone.
Yeah.
That is insane, man. These people are off the rockers, man. Completely bona fide nuts.
And it's the Streisand effect that they don't understand. Barbara Streisand raised this giant fit about her house being on Google Maps. And so what happened? Everybody wanted to go, well, look at her house. Why is she putting up such a fight about this? What doesn't she want us to see? So she ended up having like more clicks on her house than, like any other famous location in Hollywood combined, right? It was the Barbara Streisand effect. Everyone said, "Oh, you're banning this? Well, why? What's there? What are we going to find? Let's go look." So that's what we're going to say. You're banning Donald Trump? Why? What's he got to say? And if they listen to him, they might not just hear that he is nothing, and I mean nothing, like the media portrays him, like the Democratic left, team left in this country, and the media squarely in team left tries to portray him. He's a nice guy. He does some things that seem harsh, but guess what? It's called tough love. America needs some tough love because we've been going on the wrong path for a long, long time.
Yeah. Well, most people, have no problem with, kindness, compassion, mercy. All these things are, found in the Bible, like, the love passage where it lays out what love is. Well, one of the things that people forget in that particular passage, and I mean, Christians and non-Christians alike read that. It's like at every wedding, right? But one of the things that's in that passage is that love protects. In other words, there's a warrior mentality and aspect to love. If you truly love, you're going to protect the children. If you truly love, you're going to protect your family. You're going to protect your wife. You're going to protect your fellow citizens. And people forget that. They get all ooey gooey. We got to be kind and compassionate to the pedophiles. We don't want to put them in jail. Oh no, we can't.
On that note, let's take a break, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be back right after this message.
Oh yeah, we're on radio break.
We'll break on you when you start getting into you. You gotta love the pedophiles. Okay, break time.
Yeah.
We're 8 seconds over anyway. Let's just do it.
Yeah. Hurry up, get that break in. Come on now.
Well, it's kind of true. they release them, and every week I see, California released some hardcore pedophile that raped a 5-year-old, and he got out in a year and a half or something like that. Didn't serve his whatever 20-year term.
Well, hold on here. Was it during a time when they needed voters?
Maybe.
No,
yeah,
see. What we need to do is they need to take and look into these releases and things like that too.
Right around election time, they release all of them.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a felon, though, right? That would have been a felony.
Does
so
that
you wouldn't
actually
be able to vote,
stop
regardless
folks
of when
from
they
voting in California? Now, come on.
Oh, being a felon?
I think in California, pedophilia it's a misdemeanor now, isn't it?
No, they changed it if the age gap is like within 5 years or something.
Okay, I don't know.
Right.
I'm looking at that. I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT. I feel like that as long as they believe, and I hate even like saying this, like it's so disgusting, but they believe like maybe if a 12-year-old consents, it's okay. No, because
to a 17-year-old, you know what I mean? Like a 5-year difference. That's exactly what you're talking about, 12 and 17.
Well, I'm talking like 50. That would be really disgusting.
Well, that's a felony anywhere. I mean,
I don't know about that in California. I know that the WEF and the globalists, they were pushing that any age with any any girl or boy at any age can have sex with an adult of any age if they consent.
Yeah,
we've talked about that. Now there's no legality behind that. They just believe that that's the way it should be, which is sick, man. These are really they're bottom feeders, dude. I mean,
it's pedophilia.
Yeah.
A 50-year-old and a 12-year-old, that's straight up pedophilia. That is sick and wrong, and the definition in the textbook of go to jail for life,
Right. I mean, you may be right about the California laws. I just vaguely remember them being like really like changing that it's even a felony.
I think we're going to start hearing more from Sidney Powell here soon too. I just heard some clips from her over the week, so I don't know. I think we're probably going to be hearing some stuff from her soon again.
Yeah, maybe she'll crack out the Kraken.
I don't know. Could she be a new appointee for like going after folks, or even as a judge? We'll find out. I
mean, let's be honest, man. Whenever the stuff starts going down, dude, we're going to be celebrating. I mean, I'm going to be in such a good mood. I'm in a good mood anyway, pretty much. I mean, things are still tough. Don't get me wrong, man. I mean, the world is messed up still, but I'm at least a little bit optimistic. I would not be optimistic at all if Kamala had won.
Shout outs go to Marty and OptiVR and the Great Conspiracy, as well as Sonia in the Kick chat. Oh, I did get Rumble up and going again. I did have a glitch over there. Had to break stream and then restart it, but we're going over there again.
Strong.
And you wanted me to remind you about something in the jungle or some jungle people or something?
King Bush Camp, yeah. Give him the OG badge later on, yeah. I can't do that right now, but when we're doing this.
But I've reminded you.
Yep, okay. I think I'll remember it. Anyways, we got 30 seconds and we'll be back on air on the radio side.
Sweet.
All right, Barry, so I'm just not going to talk this segment. This is all yours.
What? No.
With 15-second notice. Oh, what?
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3.
He's over there looking at me.
2,
He's like, wait a minute, what?
1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Of course, we've got back Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, buddy?
I've got the bullhorn and I'm ready to
go. Let's dive into some. Pete Hegseth was on the house today and answered some questions. Actually, let me be more specific. Guys, I hate it when articles. Anyway, he testified in front of a senator, so it was a senatorial committee, but I'm trying to find the actual one, and they'd love to bury this stuff. No articles ever come out today and just start throwing you facts like I like to do. They'd want to get into all this detail and backstory first and set up everything. But anyway, here's a clip of Pete Hegseth with Hirono from Hawaii, one of the least intelligent people in government.
Well, when the court decides, would you follow that court's order? Decision?
I don't believe district courts should be determining national security policy.
So you will not be following that.
When it goes to the Supreme Court, we'll see.
Court.
Yeah, so she was asking him about troops not being allowed to go into the United States. And she said, would you... There's a court looking at this. Would you follow it? And he's like, well, it's a district court. Not really. The Army is not going to answer to some district court.
Of course not.
It's got to be the Supreme Court. So if they decide, yeah, then that's that. Here she is asking him if he would follow illegal orders.
Ordered by the president. I'm going to ask you once again. To shoot peaceful protesters in the legs, would you carry out such an order from the president?
Senator, as I've said before, of course, I reject the premise of your question and the characterization that I would be given or are given on lawful orders. It's all meant to attempt to smear the commander-in-chief.
Considering that the president...
I mean, did you hear the question? Did you really hear what she said?
Yeah.
If you were ordered by the president to shoot peaceful protesters in the legs, would you do it?
It's absurd, man. It's like they're playing from the script Civil War, that movie, that blockbuster movie that came out of the president coming and killing civilians, as if Trump is like that character from that movie. That is insane.
Okay, so Trump is going to call up Pete Hegseth and say, I want you to shoot the peaceful ones. Shoot them in the leg.
Take the most peaceful.
Find the most peaceful of all of them and start with them. Start shooting them down. Then we'll get to the bad guys later. Just shoot the peaceful ones. I went to headlines.
Come on, man. Really? Is this this is all they have, man. Think about it, though. Think about how desperate they must be if this is all they have.
If this is all you got. It's crazy. Why would... Yeah, so I don't know. It's an interesting subject, though. It's cool to see him handling himself so well. Yeah, in both cases, he just dismissed the absolute premise of anything she was saying because it was so ridiculous and just went on to this will never happen. Why are you even... more people in the administration are doing that now, it seems. They just look at you like you're from another planet and say, what are you talking about? That's kind of a dumb question.
Yeah, well, I mean...
John Lovett did it.
How else are you supposed to respond to foolishness? Can you even take it seriously without, how?
Okay. Dear Diary, Jim Acosta, right? Here, let me play this clip.
In this country has kind of figured out a way to infiltrate, the heartland and to, basically pull,
I'm just going to leave it at that. He goes on for another minute, but the far right has figured out a way to infiltrate the heartland. Now, by far right, he means anyone who supports Donald Trump. That's radical far right to these guys, right? So any of the 80 million people that voted for him and all those red states in the heartland is all red Donald Trump country. And he's saying that they've somehow found a way to infiltrate the heartland. What a moron.
What does that even mean?
I know.
What does that even mean? Infiltrate us.
Yeah, it's always been there, you dummy, you moron, you simpleton. True. Like, it's always been MAGA country. They just didn't call it that till they, heard the term and saw, the message behind it. Then they said, okay, MAGA, that makes sense. What's what we've been the whole time. Let's just keep making us great.
I get what he's trying to do. They're trying to throw different angles out there to see what sticks. Because think about it. They are the ones that basically came up with the phrase flyover state. And Oklahoma, where I live, is considered a flyover state. And so since that's not working and sticking, they're saying we've now been infiltrated, as if we've never been Republican or something.
Exactly.
It's just, they're just trying anything and everything because they're so desperate, hoping that something that they say and do will stick. But nothing is.
Yeah, it's really kind of crazy to watch him still doing this. And like CNN is about to go under. Their parent company is getting split up, and they're throwing CNN into some news division that is really kind of a loss leader for the whole company. And it's going to go to the wayside. They're looking at all the salaries they pay the multi-million-dollar producers and stars of the shows and you name it. And it's not making money for them. If it wasn't for cable and the fact that you have to pay for a bundle that includes CNN, dude, nobody would pay for CNN.
You got to back it up, dude. You said stars. Stars. And look, man, I can't confirm this, but I'm pretty sure it's true. I think Brian Stelter's back at CNN. So, I mean, if that's their star.
Well, a star in the way that Ron Burgundy was a star,
Ron Burgundy. Talking about the comedian?
No, Ron Burgundy and Anchorman. Will Ferrell. Good morning, San Diego. Stay classy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, anyway, yeah. I don't think any of them are at star level. And I got what you were saying, but it was funny. Is what I'm trying to point out, dude. We've talked about it so many times. They don't have any stars, dude. That's why they want a Joe Rogan. They can't get a Joe Rogan. They'd love to have an Alex Jones on the left, but they can't get one.
Well, they got a Rachel Maddow. But she's just only a limited number of people really want to look at her for more than like a couple minutes at a time.
Or listen.
Yeah, or listen. It's so condescending. The sorority girl sort of, the vocal fry that just insinuates that they're so much smarter than you. And, oh my gosh, are you here to clean my toilet? Because somebody made it stinky in there. That kind of an attitude, whereas it's just annoying. Nobody wants to watch it, and all the lies add up. Some people get into it because they want that fan fiction. They want that Trump fan fiction, is what it is. It's Trump is the president. Let's make a fictional storyline about this guy and just run it on our commentary every night and make the world think that he's just the biggest villain out there, and it'll be like a soap opera. And people will tune in to find out what the evil orange man did, this week.
Yeah. They want to feed the delusion because they might be afraid they actually might start to like Trump. So, yeah. I got to feed the delusion, man, because, I'm starting to think
about it.
So bad.
The dude for a decade now, it's been 10 years since he came down the escalator. 10 years ago, I think yesterday, what's this article dated? The 16th. So June 16th, 10 years ago, 2015, he came down the stairs. And they mocked him. And I've got the video if you guys want to hear the media mocking him. But ever since that day, they've done nothing but berate the guy and lie about him and go after him in every single way. The FBI, all the powers of the government could go after this guy. They all did it to keep him from power, to keep him from doing what he's doing right now. They made up Russiagate. They tapped his office. Right? Remember when they wiretapped my office? What did he say? They tapped it or wired it? I don't know.
Right.
But they did that. They hid the Hunter Biden laptop. They stole the 2020 election. They made up COVID to get Trump out of the office. They did the shutdowns.
I think think about that. They're so threatened by Trump that they would do a global shutdown that killed millions based on the way they handled it, based on the shot, I believe, and based on the virus as well.
Yeah, well, there's this big bombshell from Kash Patel that China was, deeply affected in, cheating basically in the 2020 election, and it was hidden by the DOJ and the FBI. And one of the whistleblowers is speaking out now, saying, "Yeah, they actually fired me over talking about that, trying to, make Congress aware of it, the oversight committee."
Right. Yeah. He's a whistleblower that's now come forward. Absolutely,
yeah,
100% true.
So we talk about Trump's approval rating today, and how it's above 50%. He's actually doing pretty well. They love him on the border. They're loving him on all kinds of different topics. It's getting, spicy right now. We got a couple wars going on, and that's scary stuff. We don't want that happening. But most of all, things are going well. Inflation is non-existent now. Wages are going up. All kinds of beautiful things. Imagine if he'd gotten fair media attention. Imagine if he was a Democrat. If he came down that escalator and said, I'm running as a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
He would have gotten nothing but positive media coverage for the last 4 years. His approval would be in the 80s.
Yeah, probably so, man. I mean, the media has kept it from tipping way over. They've done a good job at thwarting, but he's still gaining momentum. It's just not as fast as it would have been had, they not sabotaged him in his presidency. And any good thing that he wants to do.
It's shocking, the levels of I mean, no man has ever been investigated to this level. And what did they get him for? One payment to Stormy Daniels for like $100,000 to not talk. I mean, the Congress itself is writing checks to people that are blackmailing senators. They have their own hush fund that the Congress pays for, that pay way more amounts of money than this, by the taxpayer dollars, to cover up scandals that senators and Congress people are involved in with our money. And that's fine. But Trump does it. Got to go to jail. 34 felonies. Lock him up.
Yep, they're scared of him all over the world because they don't want their empire of dirt, their global empire of dirt, tipped over. Because they've heard about. I mean, look at what they all said. All the people of the WEF have all said multiple times that if Trump got elected in 2024, that it would be I think they used the term death blow to the New World Order was one of the phrases they used, or the end of the New World Order. And I despise the treasonous and traitorous New World Order, which now goes by the liberal world order or international world order. Sometimes you'll hear it used. And really, to be honest with you, the Great Reset is just a euphemism for the New World Order.
Yeah, and we had Agenda 21, right, which was 2021, when that sort of transition to the New World Order was supposed to take place. But Trump won. All that had to stop and get put on hold. So what did they do next, Barry? They came up with 30? Agenda 2030. So they figured, hey, we get Biden in there, we snake out another election, keep the thing in Democratic control till 2030, and we'll have a New World Order.
That's right. And let's not forget that the Bilderberg Group, the New World Order group, met, I believe it was in Switzerland, just like a few days ago over the weekend. And on their topic of topics was depopulation and migration.
And who was on that panel?
Well, I mean, I will tell you this. I know Stacey Abrams was there again. It's like her fourth time into the Bilderberg Group.
Stacey Abrams, one of the most useless politicians I think I've ever seen. Has she ever even won an office? I mean, she's run for a bunch of stuff, but has she ever even won anything?
Well, I mean,
just
if she was actually
useless.
in office and went to the Bilderberg Group, that would be a violation of the Logan Act. And I did check. It doesn't seem like any time that she went that she held office, because she really can't win because she's not very popular. But the Bilderberg Group, the globalist, they're looking for people that will basically submit to their will. And she seems to be a yes woman. I will do whatever I'm told. I just want power. I just want money. And I want to hold it and wield it.
And they're allegedly into a lot of really freaky stuff. You got to be sort of a Satanist to even sort of want to hang with them,
Oh, they're definitely
it's
very dark.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of what was that movie? God, with Tom Cruise way back in the day, where they all wear those goat face masks and wear, brown hooded.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, that kind of a setup, right? Sure. Where you just go in there and there's sex slaves and you name it, and it's just a bunch of freakazoids. They sacrifice a few goats. I don't know. I don't know what they do at night at the Bilderberg Group, to pass their time when they're done with their meetings. But I wouldn't be surprised by just about anything. If you told me they were doing stuff like that and got film out of it, I'd be all for it. Heck, Alex Jones went to,
what do you mean?
Which grove?
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. That's it. Exactly. In California. And got it all on film. All that. Exactly what I was just describing.
Oh yeah, definitely some weird druid stuff. And I wasn't Switzerland. It was Stockholm, Sweden, where they met. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to say one thing about, how weird the elites are. I mean, this was recorded, I think it was the New York Times or maybe the New York Post, one of those, where Dominique Strauss-Kahn, a globalist who was poised to be the prime minister of France, but a scandal came out that prevented that. But it came out that he was going to these wild Freemason parties. That's what they called it in the New York Times. And having sex with, like a dozen women one night. I think that's overblown. I mean, that was probably, he was seen as this stud stallion who could, go all night with multiple women at these Freemason sex orgy parties. And that's the kind of stuff they're into. And yet they want to lead the world. I'm not sure I trust those kind of people.
P. Diddy trial right now. How many people are going to come out of that? How many celebrities are going to fall by the wayside in this trial? And sadly, the answer is none. James Comer's daughter is the DA prosecuting him. So, yeah, if there's anything really spicy in there, we're never going to hear about it.
I hope not. But I mean, you make it right. I mean, the cover-ups are so massive these days, man. I just want to get to the truth. I mean, I know everybody does, man. Everybody's just sick of all the stuff that we know is going on, but they just keep covering up and hiding it and sweeping it under the carpet as if it doesn't exist. And then it becomes this big elephant in the room that we can never let go of. And we're not going to. So they might as well just get to the bottom of it and get it over with, because we're never going to back down on demanding, the transparency, demanding accountability, and demanding that something is done about it. Even if they declare him innocent, you know what I'm saying? And he walks free. We're still going to be pushing for answers if there's reason to believe so.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. But anyway, let's move on here a little bit. Okay, yeah, so the FBI is apparently cracking down on some of the people that are funding these anti-ICE raids. They got the dude who was handing out those hazard masks the other day, but not for some. If you're going to a peaceful rally, you don't need one of these. If you're going to go rush a bunch of cops and the National Guard is there and whoever else, then you might need one of these. So they found the guy and arrested him. Why are you handing out, 200 of these things to everybody so they're ready to go in and actually get hurt? But let me play a little clip here from, this is from FBI Los Angeles.
Hello, I'm Bill Asaley, United States Attorney for the Central District of California.
And I'm Akil Davis, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office.
And I'm Tyler Hatcher, the Special Agent in charge of IRS criminal investigation here in Los Angeles. The right to assemble and protest peacefully is protected by law. Unfortunately, we've seen individuals whose intentions are to cause damage and to assault law enforcement. For example, last week we arrested an individual who was charged with conspiracy to commit and aiding and abetting civil disorders. These violent agitators put peaceful demonstrators at risk.
The FBI and our federal partners will continue to investigate individuals and organizations who are knowingly funding and committing acts of violence against law enforcement, as well as the destruction of property.
We are currently tracing money to determine who is providing funding for these riots. Funding crime doesn't just affect the criminals, it also disrupts entire communities. Each dollar funneled into illegal operations fuels violence, undermines law and order, and perpetuates fear. Make no mistake, we will identify and disrupt financial networks supporting these criminal activities. Think before you act. The legal consequences for financing or aiding and abetting.
Anyway, they get into some of that stuff. But the trick here is the state of California is throwing huge amounts of money at these people, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
The city of Los Angeles, the state are funding a lot of these groups that are on the ground doing these violent protests. And so it's almost a shot over the bow, what they're saying right now, to some of the politicians in California, Barry. Mm-hmm. Right? You guys are funding illegal activities. Cut it out.
Yeah, I think that's why they hate the feds being involved, because then they're unable to do their dirty tricks, because even if maybe a local police officer or somebody arrested them, they'd be out the next day or two. Because these are the dirty tricks that the deep state thugs like to play, man. They dig deep, and this is one of them. There was concrete bricks, like we talked about, being delivered. Who delivered those? I mean, are you telling me that those concrete bricks were dropped off so that they could build
coincidentally?
They were gardens or put them around the trees? Give me
there's no construction site anywhere to be seen within a block or two in any direction. It's just the only thing there is it's just a great place for people to make weapons because of the distance to where the troops will be. They did this with BLM all over the place.
Yeah, throw it through windows of businesses and cars and people. That's what they were there for.
I mean, the Summer of Love, we saw that with the pallets of bricks all over the place, just conveniently left in city after city after city. And exactly, where are the license plate readers? You really need to treat that as serious as you would treat like an attempted murder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You're giving people weapons that they're intentionally going to be throwing at police officers. If anyone gets hurt, you're completely responsible. So get on those cameras, look for the trucks, find somebody had a camera pointed at an intersection and caught them unloading it. You follow it 4 more turns down the street, camera by camera, till you get a clear shot of the license plate, and then you arrest them. It should be pretty simple. It's happening all over the place. Somewhere they got to be able to catch these guys.
It's nuts, man. I mean, there's no other reason for those bricks, man. They're to be used in business windows, cop car windows, cop cars, people.
Mm-hmm.
They're not there to build, little, decorative gardens with them or something like that. It's a weapon.
Yeah. And I mean, with BLM, a lot of the looting and stuff happened because they had Antifa people up front breaking the windows to the Nike store. And then, they have a couple of people direct everyone sort of in that direction. And suddenly it's like, bam, we've got 4 stores wide open for you here. Have at it. It's all free. Go. So they're running out with TVs across the parking lot.
Well, that's another thing is the players behind all this understand that once, there's chaos, then the looters come in. And they may not even have a political ideology, but they just want to burn things down. They like the chaos and the mayhem, and they're responsible for it. And yet they go, oh, Trump did that. They're insane.
Yeah.
These are insane people.
They are. And, in one piece of news, while we got about 2 minutes left before we go to break, I want to bring up a fun story. Iran just sent out a notification to all its federal employees, government employees, do not use your cell phones. Now, we all remember the situation with Hezbollah and the beepers that occurred about a year ago, right? So now, in the middle of the war, to add even one more layer of complexity for their communication efforts, they can't even use their cell phones because they're afraid to hold them up to their head and answer it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I know we talked about that war earlier, and I feel like we're kind of talked it out, but we didn't mention that. So I wanted to bring it up because I think it's kind of irony, It's like, oh boy. These guys might have just been doing the same thing to you they did to, one of your allies a year ago and put you in risk of having all your cell phones blow up at the same time. I don't know. That's the kind of warfare that we're looking at going forward. You know what I mean? It's a whole nother level.
It's kind of scary, though, because it could be used against good people, like here in America. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of terrible about it,
We get all our electronics from China.
Well, maybe AI gets upset with humanity, and they say, we need to kill some people. Let's, activate the bombs in the phones. I know there's not bombs, but whatever, make the battery explode or whatever they can do. I don't know. Overheat it and make it explode. Who knows?
Oh yeah, I mean, it'd be easy, when you get to a certain point where AI is doing everything, for it to just send a, diagram off to some engineer who doesn't really know any better and doesn't realize that if this switch is pulled, then the phone, it'll overheat and catch on fire. And now they've got those in, 100 million phones. Gosh, AI could just go like district by district and just be like, all right, everyone in California, do you agree? Hit yes on your phone now.
Yeah, let's just hope that AI never goes rogue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because, at that point, the engineer won't know any better. He's been relying on AI for the last decade, so he's never really had to look at a schematic. But, folks, we've got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
Awesome job, guys. We had Nikki Tude in the Kick Chat earlier.
Nikki Tude.
Nikki Tude. Complimenting my pipes.
Yeah, of course, man. That corncob pipe that you got?
Corncob? I got a long stem Gandalf style pipe. What are you talking about?
You got a corncob pipe and a button nose.
No, my name is not Frosty, though. I can chill.
I used to have a corncob pipe back when I was a kid.
Did you?
I did, certainly did.
I had when I was a kid. I had bubble pipes. Remember those days?
Okay.
Where you put them in the dish soap water and you go outside and make bubbles all over the place.
Those little candy cigarettes they used to sell.
Oh man, those were the best. You got the best
gateway,
sugar
though.
high that you could ever get.
Oh yeah, I used to buy those all the time.
We're gonna let this one run out, and then once we do, we'll go to the next one.
Did you guys see where there's an article that came out where AI is basically convincing people to commit suicide? Not convincing them, but persuading them by making them believe conspiracies because AI is kind of glitching out, going nuts. And I thought to myself, what person is going to give AI that much credence?
I don't know, but I do know that we did get a signal back from the Voyager spacecraft that somehow it updated and loaded a graphic message and sent it back to scientists here. It's been a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month. But Jack, coming up after your show, CS talks a lot about that, and
that's
it's
funny.
a virus.
I never heard that.
It's supposed to be a virus, and it actually changed the DNA of a couple of the scientists that actually saw it, and it kind of spread out from there. It's weird.
It's a virus that changed the DNA of the scientists who saw it on the ground.
No, saw the message. A graphic message actually changed the DNA of the, and it also changed.
And they were on Earth.
It actually changed.
They were here on Earth.
Yeah,
right?
we're here on Earth. Yeah, they're here on Earth.
Okay.
All
and
right.
They were in some room and they got this message, watched it, and it changed their DNA.
Mm-hmm. And it also changed their neural patterns in their brain. Yep.
For the better? Are they super smart now?
I don't know. They're different, and they're probably still under observation because of that.
Oh yeah, that's the rest of their life at this point.
They're
never going to come out.
All right, we're going to go to the next one. So hold on, folks. Let me get them back up and going. Well.
Hello.
Yeah. They'll be back in observation mode, I guess, for quite a while. It looks like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we just switched rooms right now. That's what happened.
That's
okay, that was weird. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. That was so seamless.
But
didn't realize
it actually is getting more and more seamless as it goes.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Well, if they just lift the damn 1 hour restriction, that's
yeah,
like,
or just
Lord.
let folks talk as long as they want to talk, you know. In groups.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk longer, you're just going to make a new group and keep going. It's like
we're not stupid. We know how to do handoffs and transitions. Come on now.
But I mean, it's just so unnecessary, Microsoft. If people are going to have a 3-hour meeting, they're going to have a 3-hour meeting, whether you make them do this or not.
Yeah, but they figure if you got a 3-hour meeting or whatever, you know, oh, you must be a business, so let's charge you for that time. But we'll make it limited on that as well, unless you get, you know, the next package up, which would be a little bit more, and then a little bit more after that, and more. Because, you know, it probably wouldn't cost... I don't know. I think it's the cost of control for them.
Yeah. Boy, there's like no wind right now. It's like hot.
It's been.
And I don't want to run my fans because you guys, the main fan that I run, that you guys can hear on the radio.
It's too hot. It's too hot, baby. It's too hot.
But it's like when there's a breeze, it's not bad. But when it's just hot, it's hot.
Got to run for shelter. You got to run for shade. It's too hot, baby.
What I need to do is, I blew a switch like a while back. I blew a fuse somewhere that won't let me run my AC. I just need to like tear everything apart, find that thing, and put it back. Then I can just have AC. I won't complain.
You got to find your way back.
I don't mind if I get the heat too much, though. You know, so as long as it's limited and it gets cool at night, I don't mind a couple hours in the afternoon of being hot.
What's that song that goes, "Find your way back"? What's that song?
Too hot.
What is that? Come on,
That's
help
Heart,
me.
I believe. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Heart or
What is-
Airplane.
Yeah.
What's the lyrics after that? Find your way back to what?
To a heart? Is it?
Maybe.
To
Yeah.
My Love, I think. Wasn't it?
I don't know. I have trouble with lyrics when they sing shit. It never makes sense to me. Like, what is he singing about? The rains in Africa?
It can sound cool, you know. If
Yeah,
it's
the
poetic.
rain in Africa. Okay, there you
What
go.
rain in Africa? What are you talking about? There's no rain in Africa.
I'm gonna ask AI to write
It only
this.
rains
It
lots
means
and
something.
lots.
Means nothing. Doesn't that sound like really cool? Like a song that sounds like it means so much, but actually says nothing. Sort of like Joe Biden talked.
It's like every song ever written, dude. I mean, The Doors, they say Jim Morrison was like the best poet in the world. And I've read all his lyrics. They're not that impressive. They rhyme well.
I didn't even know what he was talking about. He was just high.
Yeah, they sound all right, but they don't like. I don't see any like massive meaning in them. It's like,
Yeah, except for that one song that I really like, you know, Wall of Voodoo did. I think that's a pretty cool song. You know,
Yeah.
Mexican Radio.
oh yeah,
I want to have AI do a heavy metal song of every, like, you know, really stupid phrase that Biden made. That would be like a great heavy metal song.
I would love to pick up a Mexican station.
I can get him here sometimes.
Yeah, well, no, I mean get on one.
Oh,
I just blast that song all day.
Which one?
I'm on a Mexican radio.
you know that's kind of popular.
Yeah.
They have it in Spanish too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they say like, I think the Lost Boys do it here or something like that.
Does Mexico
Lost Boys.
rhyme with radio in Spanish? That's the real question. Maybe someone in chat knows if Mexico rhymes with radio as well as it does in English.
It's Mexico. Mexico.
Radio. It's radio. In
Estados
Spanish.
Unidos.
How much longer? I think I'm going to get some water.
Well,
So about another 10 minutes.
nope.
10 minutes. Come on.
All right, so let's get rid of that and that article. That leaves us with about a dozen or so, maybe. At that, 8, 10, yeah, 11, 12.
How low can you go?
Oh.
All right, you got 30 seconds. Don't get all quiet on me.
Can I pee?
I'm here. I'm ready to go, man. Let's do it.
I have to pee. Do we have time?
And here it comes. 5,
Times
4,
Square, unique New York.
3, 2,
Applesauce.
1. And you are live and back on the radio side for hour 2 right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition, June 18th. We are live coming at you over the air. Gonna get everybody all psyched up out there. Barry, psych them up, man. Get everybody's blood going.
Don't you dare back down right now. Come on, everybody, get together. We gotta fight.
I thought you were going to do your best Stephen Miller imitation. Just, hi, everybody. Welcome.
The politician.
Welcome to the NPR News Hour.
Oh my goodness. I don't have my pink shirt on, so I can't do the NPR voice. Without my pink shirt, I'm kind of disabled to be leftist.
Sure you can, Barry. You can easily do it. It's just a matter of trying, you know? Give it your best go.
Yeah,
anyway.
And this is Censorship Sucks, not on CNN.
All right, folks. All right. We were talking a little bit about ICE and the protests and all that. I mean, last week we spent the whole week show on it, right? So we're clearly not done. There's a lot to cover going on in this arena. Let's talk about two people who had differing views about what it's like to work on a farm in America. The first one is famous farmer, milk farmer, Anna Navarro from CNN.
And look, what's going to happen here is that we're going to find that milk gets a lot higher, because I don't know if any of you have ever been in a dairy farm. It is god-awful work. We're going to see that groceries and vegetables are higher. We're going to see an effect in our economy, because whether people like it or not, whether Americans acknowledge it or not, undocumented immigrants are an integral part of our society and our economy. And we're going to...
Okay, so here's an actual dairy farmer replying to that.
Hey, Anna, guess what? I'm a white guy milking my own dairy cows like I have for 40 years, and it's not god-awful work. It's God's calling in my life. How dare you insult us small dairy farmers saying that only illegals will milk cows? I do it. I've done it every day since I was 5 almost, and I love it. It's not god-awful work. It's god-awful listening to you.
Good for him, man.
It's god awful listening to you.
Yeah, well,
yeah, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. That was just such a backhand that I had to share it with everybody. You know.
Well, it was kind of an insult.
Mm-hmm.
They're good at insulting.
But you know, I mean, all these industries. A lot of these places where they've rounded up all of these illegals, you know, suddenly they're getting, you know, Americans, citizens of the United States showing up saying, hey, I'll take that job. I'll take that job. Wages are even going up. They went up 0.5% in the last 3 months, or 0.4%. But, you know, that's good. They're going up faster than inflation is going up. That means, folks, we're getting ahead. We're getting ahead a little bit. It might only be, you know, 0.2% every quarter, but that adds up over a lifetime. And so that's how we get ahead. That's how we, you know, become just a successful, powerful country. What we need to be, you know. the place where we need to be. Now, I've got a, again, on the whole riots trend, let's go into, oops, I don't want to play you.
I just watched a video of law enforcement
No. How do I go back? All right, I think the Twitter machine is not going to let me want to play these in order.
I just watched a video of law enforcement threatening to...
Sorry, the Twitter machine is finicky with a TikTok embed, no less. Broward County Sheriff came out, and I wanted to play him first, but it's only letting me play Lizzo first because that's the way they're posted. So Lizzo replied to what the sheriff said. And let me just play this for you, and I'll kind of stop it, and then we'll go over and listen to the sheriff.
Kill anyone who exercises their First Amendment right to protest.
Okay, so she just claimed that the sheriff said that they were going to kill anyone who exercises their First Amendment rights to protest. Wrong. Oh, we'll play that clip in a second.
Seen something more unconstitutional in my life.
Of course, that would be completely unconstitutional.
It's actually appalling.
It would be appalling.
I want to remind y'all that the first casualties of the American Revolution were protesters throwing snowballs at the British soldiers who were patrolling the colonies.
Was it though?
Few resist lawful orders. Few resist lawful orders.
Okay, so this is the sheriff now. This is what he actually said. And this has got everybody up in arms. Listen to this.
You're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail.
Okay, it's on a loop. That's what he said. No, did you have any problem with that, Barry?
No, because if you disobey lawful orders, the police have rights to take action. And to say otherwise means that you don't even believe in the rule of law and you're an anarchist.
Yeah, I mean, he said if you point a gun at one of our officers, you're probably going to die.
Of course.
If you point a gun at any American, there's a good chance something bad could happen.
I mean, you're threatening a person's life.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains. That's what he said. She jumped to the whole, anybody who is peacefully protesting can be killed. How is that even coherently the same thing? Lizzo, who's putting you up to this?
Lizzo, is that the singer?
Yeah, the heavy overweight singer who is, But I bring hers up because there are 100 more of these where people just heard what he said and it went in one ear and straight out the other.
I think they heard it and clear, man. They know what he said, lawful orders. Okay. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear and plain and simple than that. But look, they just have nothing. So they just have to make stuff up. But it was another singer. I believe her name was Olivia Rodrigo. She's a younger, like in her 20s, I think. And she's a singer, pop singer. And she said, illegal alien deportations are bad because LA simply wouldn't exist without immigrants. And I'm like, you got to be kidding, right? Like there's still going to be immigrants in LA, as if these deportations are going to get rid of all immigrants. I mean, that's insane. Do they really believe
massive?
Of course not.
Dude, that's massive. That's all of like downtown LA, East LA, South LA, Anaheim. I mean, all those areas are just completely, Chinatown, Koreatown, hell, Mexico town, right? That's the whole county,
But somehow, Trump doing less deportations than Obama did, right, is going to do away with all immigrants in L.A. I mean, it's total lunacy, man. These people are not dealing with the full pack, or maybe they just really think they can push this nonsense off on people because most of the people that follow them and are Democrats, maybe they know and realize they're not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Yeah, no, Barry, it's interesting. You said he's not doing as much as Biden did, that 5 million mark. And you're right as far as official, you're in handcuffs, let's make you leave the country because you're some, child rapist we definitely know of and your top priority. 1 million people have left the country voluntarily so far.
That's amazing. That's an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, and we're flying them out. We're, giving them cash stipends and putting them on planes. And, 1 million people have self-deported already. Now, some of them didn't go through the United States. They just went back the way they came, back over the border into Mexico and, a couple hours on a bus and you're home, So, but many of them are, taking us up on that. Not only that, but a year ago, Joe Biden let in 62,000 illegal immigrants in May. Right, the known ones. This year, 0 illegal immigrants during the month of May. 0 under President Trump. 62,000. So that plus all the really bad guys getting deported, and there's a lot of the other people who might be not or may not be bad guys, but are just voluntarily leaving because they also, if they voluntarily leave now, they can come back at some other point.
That's true. Maybe come back illegally, but some of them may be leaving because, they can't just milk the system for free money like we see happening all over the globe, wherever you have these illegal, immigrants that just flood the nations. They just live off the state, never get a job, never, I'm not saying that's all of them, but some of them that they live off of the state and do nothing but cause trouble.
Well, there's a lot of people out there, both native born and illegal, that just live off the state. I mean, honestly, if you could come up here and go to New York City and they're going to give you a $300 hotel night, $300 room in New York City for the night, for each night for the next 3 months.
It'd be nice.
And all your meals, everything. That's an incredible vacation.
Remember the Muslims complained about the meals. They didn't like the meals. A lot of the Muslims were complaining that we're at these, 3- and 4-star hotels in New York City. Oh, we don't like the food. I mean, I kind of like hotel food, I tend to think it's decent. It's better than,
And it's free food. It's free food, meaning it's subsistence. You might not like it, but guess what? Who cares? Eat it or don't eat it. We don't care. Eat it, don't eat it, fine. But we're going to give it to you every day for free forever. Well, not.
Yeah, indefinitely, at least until.
Indefinitely. Yeah, at least until God knows when.
But maybe forever. I mean, remember Biden was tossing around, or at least the Biden administration was tossing around the idea of giving every illegal alien $400,000. Now, that's absurd. Remember that?
I don't know if I do. That seems so Biden, but it seems like one of his duller moments where he kind of went off script, and then they all denied it the next day. No, I never said that. Wait, I don't know. I do know that in California, they had, if I'm not mistaken, a $400,000 home loans that would be made available only to illegals.
That was a different thing, but that too.
Okay.
They're literally just, handing stuff out to these people. I mean, imagine, I live in Oklahoma. The cost of living is pretty low. Off of $400,000, I could retire. But as frugal as I am, and as frugal as I live, I could live off because I could take that money and invest it and have it be kicking back money to me as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, $400,000 is a lot of money in a good chunk of America and other places. Obviously, if you're going to, go to New York City, it's chump change. But, again, if you got your hotel room paid for you every night and a little stipend to go down and get one of those world famous hot dogs, or the cheap slices down in Soho.
Style pizza.
Yeah. You get a bus pass for the month and you're good to go. You can be a tourist, go to the zoo.
Do whatever you want, man. No responsibility, no worry, no stress. Imagine that. What a life.
Yeah. Or you can take Arnold Schwarzenegger's advice and you can grasp America by the shoulders and embrace it and make it
Learn English.
Love you. Yeah, earn the love, Go out there and get that love. Like he was talking on The View the other day about how, they were trying to stump him on ice and make Trump look bad, but he just said, man, if you're here, make the most of it. If you're just sitting there collecting welfare, he's like, you're living in the land of opportunity. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Get off your butts and get out there and just make it happen, And they just, they'll touch you on the arm kind of when they want to butt in, and he wouldn't let them.
I saw that. It was a good one, man.
They tried to butt in 40, 50 times.
He usually does not talk like that. Maybe he's gotten a little bolder and wiser.
Yeah, he's a little older now, promoting some movie he's got coming out. He's been all over the place doing that. And, they really were, it's The View. He went in there knowing they're going to try to corner you on something. It's probably going to be immigration because California and everything going on. But he just said how proud he was of the country over and over and over. Yeah. It was beautiful.
Didn't he get some applause from that as well, if I remember correctly?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not from them.
Of course not, but from the audience.
I'm sure they probably escorted him out of there immediately afterwards.
Come on, get out. How dare you?
Yeah, security, walking to the door. We'll bring your stuffs down to you. Just wait down there.
we have applause signs, and you only applaud when we put those signs up.
Yeah. Oh, they wanted him to boo that. That's for sure. Let's see. Are we still on Border Patrol? Zero. We got that one. Okay. NBC, CNN caught lying about anti-ICE riots to an alarming extent from red states. Here, I'll play a clip.
A study from the Media Research Center shows that from June 11th to the 12th, CNN and MSNBC personalities insisted the anti-ICE demonstrations were peaceful 211 times. Say it one more time. 211 times they were peaceful.
There were peaceful people there for sure. There were a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
But there was also a lot of nastiness. I mean, they burnt cars in the streets. They're raising flags of foreign countries while demanding America shut down its border is insane.
Mm-hmm.
In what other country on the planet could you go to? I mean, if we went down to Mexico, Barry, we each got, 50 people. 100 and some of us were down there. You had your bullhorn. I had my American flag. Handed out American flags to everybody. And we're out there screaming bloody murder about how no borders, no wall, no Mexico at all. Chanting that for hours on end. How long would that last?
I can't imagine very long.
I can think of a really good example of that, guys. How about those protesters that went over to Egypt trying to open up there you go.
Yeah, I was going to segue into that, but you're exactly right. I mean, that was a little bit of a different scenario where these... have you heard that one, Barry, about the Free Palestine people in Egypt?
Maybe, but refresh my...
Yeah. Oh, they corralled them instantly, and they were screaming at all the cops and everything, and eventually all the citizens of Egypt got to them and started smacking them over the head. They were all kind of forced to be on the ground and whatnot, and you see these guys just beating them over the head. It was a brutal scene. They did not get a welcome at all from Egypt. They shut it down hard with a vengeance. They will not be going back. And so I think America's been pretty patient with all of this.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I mean, I just watched some riots in Portlandia. And it was not pleasant, it was violent, It just, there's a violent tendency to all of this among some peaceful protests. And it's bad, man. It's really bad. It's reflecting bad on America. And then at least in Portland, they were arresting the people, which is kind of shocking because, generally speaking, they just kind of let the rioters do their thing.
Yeah, they really do. In Portland, they don't care. Seattle, they don't care. San Francisco, you don't see it as much, right? You see it in Berkeley and Oakland all the time, but not in downtown San Francisco. I wonder if they, come down on it a little bit harder than, say, Portland would. Because Portland, Seattle, it's just they don't care. You can go out and run those cities upside down. And, in Seattle, they did it. And the mayor what they called Antifa showed up at a prayer rally, right? And the mayor came out afterwards and said, "Wow, man, it was so wrong for those Christians to be allowed to pray in the park. That was horrible. These are horrible people, and they deserved what they got," kind of thing.
Yeah, talk about disconnected from reality. I mean,
oh man,
come on, man. I mean, sure, the United States is a melting pot of all kinds of people and different religions, but Christianity there's a rich history there, and still predominantly, I mean, it's like 70+% of the population identify with Christianity. They believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and that whether they're practicing that or not, I don't know, but they believe it.
Yeah, that's not too far off what I would see in life. I have, whether they're going to church every week or not is a whole different story. But folks, it is that time. We've got to go to break. It is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we'll be right back right after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
Son, you still with us in Kick and over on Rumble? Thanks, doll.
Yeah, Sonia, thanks for coming in on Sunday night. That was a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah,
even if I misquoted some of your thoughts on the pre-show.
I will be checking it out. Should be interesting.
Yeah, it was a really fun show. It was very enjoyable. It was a great thing to be able to mix it up like that with completely new people, sort of.
What I mean? Fun. Till the daddy takes the T-bird away.
Okay.
And it's always nice with Willie to just, you more or less hand him the mic and then call him an idiot.
But
let him go.
She had a little slow start with that, but I think once she starts getting used to it, she'll be all right with Willie. If she just speak up a little more, come on, speak up more.
Yeah, and talk. When you get the mic, it's expected you're gonna go like a minute or so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's anywhere from with Barry and I, it's like 1 to 4 minutes kind of thing.
Yeah, you have to cut. You have to cut Barry off sometimes. Well, because it's break time.
Only
then.
For hard breaks.
It's break time then,
Well, and Barry has this habit of getting wound up in each 25-minute increment.
I don't know why you wind him up so tight just before break.
By the time we get to the 23-minute mark, he's ready to go for a 10-minute monologue.
Yeah. And Roger's in Kick Chat now.
Hey, Roger.
Oh, you got hit by a power surge. I hope everything's all right. Oh, he's okay. You gonna restream us then too once you come back up and get everything online? Appreciate it.
On Kick?
All over where he goes. He restreams to Rumble, Premium, and D Live, and all over. DKspiracy is restreaming us as well. Oh, awesome. He says it's already restreaming. Thank you so much, Roger. Appreciate you. And yes, I did. Oh, I almost forgot. He did apologize for the Edworthy incidents and that. So just letting you know. If you look in the chats later on.
The Edworthy?
Yeah, what we talked about, Mark, and his, and how he gets on to Mark about, being over in in Europe and how things are different over there. Okay. Oh yeah, because they're so civil over in Europe, right? Roger, I'm like,
They're about to get real uncivil over there.
Yeah. It's going to look like it's going to look like a French soccer game at the end, right?
Or a British soccer game. They do soccer pretty hard there. They got the hooligans.
They get riled up over there pretty tight.
Oh yeah. They don't need no French hooligans. They got their own.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you ever see that movie Euro Trip? when they get mixed up with the hooligans there. That's what I picture the British hooligans are like.
No, I used to hang out with them quite a bit, but we got about 30 seconds. When I was in the service, I got to be stationed with a lot of Brits. When I was in Saudi and in the Middle East, we got to hang out quite a bit. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, when I was in Nam, I did too, back in Nam. I'm just making
back
stuff
in
up.
Nam. Oh, you're not that old, Barry. Get out of here. Okay. Well,
just trying to keep
whatever. 3, 2, 1, you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Man, this crazy world we live in. Barry. How you been out there, man?
Good, man. Something came to my mind. Remember we were talking about, what was it, the 86-47, right? Is that the thing that Comey did?
86-47, correct, yeah.
Yeah. And we were talking about how that sort of winds people up to go out and really maybe try to 86 Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw this article.
No, by 86 you mean kill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And it was in Fox News where FBI Director Patel says the man who threatened Trump used the same message as Comey's destructive Instagram post. So imagine that, man. Here we are telling people, and they go, you're just saying that because you're Republican and you're a conservative. That's not going to happen. And it happens. Okay? Because we know what we're talking about. We're not just putting out stuff out there recklessly.
Yeah, we're covering the news, man. We're just covering it with a conservative bent and giving our commentary on what's happening out in the world as they're being reported to us. But I love having this platform, and I love the fact that each and every one of you out there is listening in tonight. We appreciate all of you, and hope we're delivering the product for you, man. Because like I say, we try to get into all kinds of fun stuff going on. Like, okay, I'm out here in the West, living up an elevation in the mountains and the pine trees, and it's fire season, man. They just put, level 2 restrictions on us, which means, you really can't have any campfires. You can't even have a cigarette outside. It's pretty serious, you know. The next level is they shut everything down. The whole forest is closed. Everything, every tourist attraction, everything just shut down. No weather in sight, no rain in sight, nothing good on the horizon. So just a lot of hot, dry days coming up with some heavy winds, which adds to the problem. Now, let's see. Let's dive into the story here, though, because California's Governor Gavin Newsom says that President Donald Trump's illegal militarization of Los Angeles is hamstringing firefighters' resources across the state as peak fire season begins. So Donald Trump, having 200 people from the military down in Los Angeles, is hamstringing firefighter resources across the state right in the beginning of fire season.
That's a pretty big state there. CS.
Yeah, and we're talking about a couple hundred Marines who got in there on their own. They'll leave on their own. I don't know what they need the fire department for.
Yeah. Well, they got to come up with something, obviously.
Yeah, well, what they need it for, I mean, honestly, these protesters, I wouldn't put past any one of them to go out there and just light another intentional fire on the next, Santa Ana wind day where, they get those 60-mile-an-hour gusts. It's Los Angeles gets windy, man, really windy, shockingly windy. That was one of the things I wasn't really prepared for when I got out there. Hey, you want to go on a mountain bike ride? I'm like, yeah, it's kind of windy. And then you get out there and you can barely keep your bike up. It's so windy,
Yeah.
It just knocks you over. Peak fire season here, and Gavin Newsom is already starting to point the finger at Donald Trump. Are the reservoirs full? Then 2024-25 California state budget, the governor Gavin Newsom signed into law in June 2024, slashed funding for wildfire and forest resilience by $101 million as part of a series of cutbacks, according to an analysis by the state legislative analyst office. So they cut $101 million from the budget of firefighters and for wildfire and forest resilience.
Right.
Programs. Oh yeah. So that's on you. And why do they need to cut back $100 million from that department? Seems like a really important, department.
Sure.
Well,
especially in certain areas.
Yeah, and they're giving out, healthcare and whatnot to illegals who shouldn't be there. That's the problem.
They got their priorities all mixed up, man. All upside down.
They're going to let their citizens burn because they want to, give COVID shots to non-citizens for free.
I mean, is it unfair to say that some of these Democrats are anti-American? I don't think that that's unfair. I think that they don't like America.
Yeah.
I think they like
Gavin
America.
Newsom doesn't like America. He likes California the way it's going, and that version of America that he prescribes to in California.
The doom and gloom America.
But he would never, if his plane was running out of gas and had to land in Oklahoma, man, he would do his best to, coast into Dallas to at least be in something close to civilization before he filled up again and got out.
Yeah. Didn't he, during the COVID, start having big, dinners with a whole bunch of people drinking wine and partying while everybody else was masking up?
At the French Laundry, the famous, top restaurant in all of America up there in Napa. He's having a big old hoot. Everyone's, having a good old time eating. I think their prefix menu there is $600 before wine. And then for the wine, it's you have a course, you have 8-9 courses, and of course a different bottle with every course. And each bottle could be $1,000.
These people are so disingenuous, man. I think most people see it, man. I think we're experiencing a second wave of an awakening with people. If you doubt it, man, go to X, go to YouTube, and listen to what people are saying. Their eyes are opening, and they're seeing things they never saw before.
Yeah. All right, let's move over to Europe for a little bit while we're in that mood. And I'll start with Germany because Germany's just, a hot mess. The commissioner over there calls to purge AfD members from police ranks. Okay, so the police commissioner of German Bundestag, i.e. Grosch, has demanded that all members of the right-wing Alternative for Germany, AfD, be removed from police services. Okay, this is how you get a Gestapo, folks. They talk about Gestapos here in the United States. If, we ordered, Department of Justice tomorrow ordered that any Democrat be purged from the police ranks across the country.
Yeah.
You're up to no good. You're up to something no good here. And this is 25%, 30% party. Okay, they're popular over there.
Oh, yeah.
And you just want to ban 30% of the people in the country from being part of the police force because they really want AfD. It means basically German first, Alternative for Germany. It's Germany first. It's MAGA with a G in there instead of an A. Maguga. I don't know. It pronounces. It flows off the tongue in German, but in English it sounds kind of, MGGA. Maguga.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, think about how nothing is though. Even say that out loud. In a Western country is unthinkable.
Yeah.
And yet here he is saying it. Barry?
It's all about consolidating power among a few select and with certain ideologies and I would argue probably mostly unpopular ideologies, really, and policies that are probably unpopular. A lot of people, may not speak up. We've seen that with polls before, especially when you're in an authoritarian kind of regime that's in control and in power. People don't speak up freely like they would normally if they were free. So a lot of people just remain silent. It's kind of like when Trump ran the first time. Obviously, he had more support than they were giving him because a lot of people weren't saying it. If they, got called for a poll, they'd go, no, I'm not for him. So
yeah.
That could be, the AfD may be way more popular than what we know.
Yeah, you're right, because it is such a, they call them every name in the book. So, and they're a really new party. So to come out and say, I support this is tantamount to putting a Star of David, say, on your chest, which Germany has done before as well, famously. So yeah, I'd like make these people wear a special AFD tag out in public so we all know who they are. You know what I mean?
Wow.
The left would do that to, there's so many people on the left in America, on Team Left, that would do that, vote for it to make,
Yeah.
If you supported Donald Trump, you got to wear a MAGA hat at all times so we know who you are, so we can, publicly chastise you. That would be like, there's people in this country that would vote for that.
Or a dunce cap.
What's the old cartoon one with the little propeller on the top of it?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're old enough to remember that cartoon, then
Mr.
I like you.
Mr. Gadget?
No, it was Bugs Bunny, I think. It was some really obnoxious rich kid that was like 2 years old, but like 150 pounds.
Right.
Yeah. At least that's what I remember of it. Yeah, I could be mistaken. It might have been Mr. Gadget as well. I think he did have
They would do whatever they could to ostracize these people. Us. Anybody who stands up for, nationalism, populism, voice of the people, power of the people, freedom, free speech. I mean, they want to demonize us in any way whatever way they can get away with. Right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it's crazy. I mean, look, a couple months ago, they were on TV calling anybody who questioned these Pakistani rape gangs in England racist. Right? There's that famous clip of that one lady over there. If you think there's anything about like that happening, you're racist. That's why you think it. Now, the British government is set to reopen 800 cases of historic child rape grooming gang cases, in addition to launching a full national inquiry after Prime Minister Keir Starmer bowed to pressure and made a major reversal on the issue over the weekend. Now, remind us all, was Keir Starmer not the head of the Child Protective Services over there? I think it was some part of the federal government that was in charge of looking into these things.
Really?
And he is one of the people that literally pushed this under the rug. Because folks, if you don't know this story, cops, everyone were afraid of being called racist if they went after these Pakistani grooming gangs operating in England, targeting native-born English girls, underage girls, for sex. They would groom them by getting them hooked to, say, I don't know, heroin. What's your drug of choice, right? And then they have sex with them over and over and over and use them. They would have sex with 100 men. It was there are tens of thousands of women now that are getting older in the UK that are demanding answers for this. It's not just Tommy Robinson anymore. They're now getting old enough where they're being taken seriously and saying, hey, I was arrested for prostitution. When some of these girls literally arrested for prostitution because they're so addicted to heroin that they need, more of it, and they get caught and they just say, oh, she's a prostitute. None of the background. There was a father that was arrested when he was trying to get his daughter out of one of these dens. And he's saying, let my daughter out. I want her. She's coming home she's underage, mind you.
Right.
And the cops arrested him. And she stayed there in that, and he sat in jail knowing his daughter was still in that sex den.
Oh, that'd be torturous, man. Can you imagine? Hey, remember, love protects.
Love protects. It does, and that man was dying in that jail cell because he had all that love in his heart and he wanted to protect it and couldn't. Because the cops took the other side. Sir, your daughter wants to be in there. Yeah, because she's addicted to heroin. Of course she wants to be in there. That's why I'm the dad. She's underage. She's coming home with me, and she's going to rehab. And I'm going to an attorney.
It's hard to believe that the rule of law in such heinous ways is not even being upheld, man. Yeah. It's really scary, which makes me think that there's some very powerful people that may be involved in it as well.
Oh, yeah. There's people at the very top that said, don't do it. We don't want to be called, racist for going. It's too dangerous. It'll spark war with the Pakistani community in these areas, and they can overrun the city and scream bloody murder if we try to come down on it too hard. They were afraid. You know, we've kind of, Barry, we've been saying for years that these are all military-age men that are coming over here.
Right.
You know, and they are afraid of them. They're in groups. They're now settled in. They've been there for, decades at this point. And yeah, they're afraid of them. They know they can push back. Unless you, drop the entire hammer, the complete hammer of justice down on them from one to the first to the last, then you're always going to have that war going on. And you're going to look horrible.
It's like an Epstein situation, though. Maybe, maybe the reason they're not coming down on these people is because maybe some powerful politicians and some powerful people in law enforcement, et cetera, are benefiting from these grooming gangs. I don't know that. I'm just saying you begin to question when the local authorities won't do anything about it.
Absolutely. And what do? They take Tommy Robinson because he's screaming bloody murder about this happening, and they throw him in solitary confinement for years. For the last decade, he's in and out of jail, probably in as much as he's been out.
For wanting to protect children. That's the crime that he's committed.
And now these 800 cases are opening back up. And beyond that, there was a report that just came out. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it was damning. Keir Starmer was forced to issue, the looking into this report, and they went and spent several months and pointed to, that's why all these 800 cases. In 62% of all cases out there of sexual abuse with minors, the origin of, the ethnicity of the perpetrator was marked as other, right? 27% were white, like 3% whatever else, and then 60-some% were other.
Okay.
So in other words, in the government statistics, they did that to hide the fact that this was happening. If it was 66% and the country of origin was Pakistan, then you'd look at that and anybody with a brain would say, holy crap, 66% are from this one community. We got to do something about it. And what do? You send them all to a 1-hour training thing where they got to watch a video about how it's, you can't touch people in their private places.
It's why would we even let people come over here without knowing, what their beliefs are? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, like.
Well, we do.
If somebody comes, in America maybe, but that's the UK.
No,
right?
We know Pakistani. We know their beliefs. They're here on a jihad. They're here to repopulate the country with, their own people of their own religion. They're here to, it's spoils of war, man. It says right in the Quran.
There's definitely a number of them. I mean, that they don't even hide that.
Yeah.
There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos of them saying, they want a caliphate, they want to take over. I mean, you kind of see it happening a little bit in New York City.
And if you're an infidel, man, it doesn't matter. It's not a crime really to have sex with an infidel. It's they're Western horrors or whatever you want to call them, in their eyes. It's not against their, core values to do something like that, or of the religion. I suspect from what I've heard about the Quran. I've never read the thing cover to cover, trust me. But, I know the further into it you get, the older Muhammad gets, the more warlike it becomes, So a lot of the earlier verses are quoted as, the religion of peace. And those types of things, but then you get into the later ones, and which hold more weight,
right?
And they get way more violent.
And a lot of them value the Hadith as well. I almost like at the same level the Quran is my understanding, and it's in the Hadith where there's all kinds of strange writings. So they're way more controversial than what's in the Quran, but they value the Hadith. So maybe not as much as they do the Quran, but they do value it. And in the Hadith, there's more stuff about jihad and things like that, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, and since our memories are only serving us correctly or incorrectly at this point, I say we get off the subject a little bit and talk about some other stuff going on. Like in the UN, since we're over there still, a report came out, according to Breitbart, warning terrorists could weaponize driverless cars as slaughter bots. Could you imagine?
Slaughter bots?
If you figured out a way to hijack automated cars, electric cars, whatever, hijack them, you could just run them through every Christmas market you can find.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that in movies where that's happened.
remotely just take control of it and boom. Scary thing.
Yeah, I mean, the car is a serious weapon. There's no question about it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I when I get into my car, I go, this is a weapon. That's why I drive safely. That's why I drive like a grandpa. That's why when the light turns, I don't necessarily go. In fact, I don't go. I look before I go because I've been hit before from people, you know, running red lights. And it sucks being hit 35, 40 miles an hour.
And see, I'm the guy 4 cars back that's like, dude, go. Because I'm already trying to go, and I'm hoping that the 3 people in front of me know the, you know, big city style traffic coordination where everybody hits the gas at once.
I get people. I mean, I go the speed limit, and people drive around me for going the speed limit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just do it in a big old RV, so no one really gets mad at me. But, you know, anyway, yeah, no, I remember in Chicago, New York, the cabbies there were just so dialed in that, yeah, the light turns green to make a left turn. And if you're 4 cars back, you're just going. They're all just still bumper to bumper going right through there. And like you can get 10 cars through that left turn light versus when the first one goes and then the second one goes and they all spread out so far, you get like 2 cars through it. It's amazing to see big city driving. It's it's a whole different story.
Yeah.
But anyways, I digress. Here's a crazy story coming out of the UK. I don't even like to talk about this one. Nearly 800 infant remains were discovered in a septic tank at an Irish Catholic facility for unwed mothers.
Wow.
Yeah.
800?
800 infants and toddlers aged from 35 weeks to in utero to about 3 years old were discovered buried in an old septic tank. Operating between 1925 and 1961, the home served as a forced hideaway for unwed pregnant women. These young mothers, dismissed as moral failures by both the church and state, were reported to intern for months, compelled into slave labor, and then stripped of their infants. Many boys and girls who would perish from the mutilation, disease, or sheer neglect. Yada yada yada. Holy cow! What a horrible story.
Yeah. What's the thing they did in the United States for the longest time where they would sterilize, what's that called? Women that they didn't think were worthy to have children. What's that?
Forced sterilization? I mean, I think it's just forced sterilization, right? It's
apologizing for it, like, because it was a real conspiracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I forget. Yeah, it is. You know, they sterilize people against their will, basically. But there's another term I'm thinking of.
Vasectomy?
No, I mean I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's. I mean, look, people in power do weird stuff, man. You know, and that's why we have to have checks and balances. And if we don't, man, if we get rid of the checks and balances like these dictatorial, authoritarian, fascist, you know, globalists want, they'll be able to do anything they want to do. And they'll justify it in their minds, no matter how insane or evil it is. We really got to push back, you know, and demand. Even like with Trump, as much as I love Trump, I want him to have checks and balances in place.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, they think we want a king on you know, in the Republican Party. We don't want a king. We don't want anything to do with the king.
Not.
I don't want Trump to run for another term under any circumstance.
Yeah, you made it clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in no way should that be allowed. It's just not right. There's plenty of other people. His son can run, and we can still have Donald Trump in the office and vote for Donald Trump.
In office. There you go.
Yeah, a Donald Trump in office, no less.
No less, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Word.
You know, there's just no need. And J.D. Vance is good. He's fine if he wants to run. There's so many. DeSantis is great. I'd love to see, honestly, the primary with just even the 3 of those and throw in even a Tulsi to, you know, give the moderates someone to look to. You know, and on and on. There's so much talent in the Republican Party versus like a Buttigieg. Heck, Biden might run again in 2028. That's not off the table.
Wow.
I get a second term too.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
It is. They could wheel him out in a wheelchair and a diaper and the whole 9 yards and have him type out his answers like Stephen Hawking.
I don't know, man. It would be really embarrassing. But hey, the globalists really loved him as the president, man. I mean, he did anything they said because he didn't even sign anything. It's the auto pen. And what's up with that? Like that seems criminal to me. I think we need to have something.
With 30 seconds left in the show, let's dive into that, because that is definitely criminal. And it is the biggest scandal of our lifetimes, really, if you think about it. Who was the president the last 4 years? It sure wasn't Joe.
Yep. And we said that the whole time he was president. We said, this guy's not running anything. He's just a front man.
Every week, twice a week for 2 hours at a pop, we said that repeatedly over and over and over during his entire administration, without a doubt. We questioned who in the right mind would vote for someone as senile as him during the primaries, during the election, during the whole 9 yards. And guess what? There's a lot of dumb people out there. But anyway, folks, this has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Thank you so much for listening in, and we will see you on Sunday night. But stay tuned. There's much more from DREAGUS Productions coming up right after this.
All right, guys. Great show. Can't wait to get this up and out. I'll get you going here with Jack, folks out there, and I'll catch you on Sunday. All right?
All right, man. Peace out.
All right,
thanks so much. Care. And everybody out there, thanks for listening.
Yeah, let me get Jack going here. Calling Jack Carey. Do.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good tonight. Everything going well?
Yeah. Not bad.
Yep.
Same old. Been a busy week as usual, but they've all been busy since moved into this place.
Well, that's how it happens, you know. Big moves with moves. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But a lot of housework to get done. I've been doing all of that stuff this week, but it's getting there slowly but surely. So, how's your week going?
Going pretty good. So far, so good. And I know we're not going to have David tonight. He's got something going on, but, I don't know. But we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
What do you got in paranormal news for us?
Well, the main thing is a mainstream scientist sounding the alarm on these alien spheres that people have recovered all over the planet and are being studied by scientists. She's saying that this is, in fact, alien technology. At least a piece of some alien technology. It has weird symbols all over it and stuff, too. It's crazy. But that's the main, headline, but I've got a lot of updates on WebBot stuff. So...
Awesome.
And our main topic is the mantis overlords of the Earth.
Oh my!
Well,
that's going to be good.
Kind of a dual topic, and that's combined with the secret conspiracy of dark oxygen.
Yep.
So.
We got a little bit more to go, but we'll get going here in a few minutes.
Very good. How's Nancy feeling?
Nancy helped out with Debbie's show on Friday, and she did great. And then she came in Sunday night to fill in for censorship, John's guys, a little bit.
Nice.
So that worked out really good, and looking forward to seeing more of her, and she'll definitely be back.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad that she's feeling better.
Yeah.
So, but how's the crowd out there looking?
Looking pretty good. We're even up on over on YouTube tonight as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, for some reason they've blocked my comments, but oh well, you know. People can still watch and give us thumbs up, so that hasn't been an issue.
Interesting.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, every platform's different. We're doing good.
Yeah.
Roger Hansen and Great Conspiracy, along with DK-spiracy, are restreaming us tonight. And you got 30 seconds, Jack, and then we'll be live and on the radio side. You all set and ready to go?
Yep, we're ready.
All right, good, because here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. We are broadcasting live from deep in an underground, abandoned nuclear missile silo, deep, deep in the wastelands, the radioactive wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us are, in fact, glowing, starving pterodactyls. They glow because of the radioactivity that's going on above us, and they're looking for human carrion. I'm joined as usual with the paranormal crime fighting duo. We've got Daisy and the Sundance Kid working security in the silo tonight, and they are on a no zombies allowed order from me. And well, we've got a good show tonight for you guys. It's sort of a hodgepodge of a show, but that's the way some weeks go as information's coming in. I try to put them together into a coherent whole. And we've got a lot of information coming out of the WebBot that's extremely important. You know, it's some of the material that we have touched on in the past, but with kind of a whole understanding. We're kind of seeing the whole picture of how things are going to emerge out of the event stream for us. And I have to say that, you know, and I hate to say it, I really do, because I hate to rain on people's parade, but really what the WebBot is predicting, and this is primary in our cyber prophecy segment of the show, is really end of days. And by that, I don't mean an end of the world in totality, but I mean, in all seriousness, an end of our understanding of reality as we now know it, and an end to the world as we are now living in it. It will completely alter and completely change in the next 2-year period. And we are right on the verge of when things really start to warm up, and things are going to warm up, and we'll cover that. But in the past couple of weeks, I've been mentioning these alien orbs that people have recovered all over the world. At least 6 of them are known to be in private hands, and they're being studied by a world-class team of scientists, and one of those scientists is saying, quote, alien UFO covered. This is coming from an Irish periodical, which is interesting. Alien UFO covered in weird writing is proof, quote, humans don't control everything. And it goes on to say, and this is something that's very interesting, because you have to remember that this was predicted by the WebBot, that alien technology would fall into the hands of some everyday normal people out there in the world, and that would be part of the overall disclosure. In fact, it kind of gets the ball rolling in a different direction. But the article goes on to say, a scientist has sounded the alarm for humanity after the discovery of a UFO adorned with bizarre and inexplicable inscriptions suggesting a seismic shift in our understanding of extraterrestrial life. Dr. Julia Mossbridge, a cognitive neuroscientist and researcher into UAPs, warns that we as humans may soon have to grapple with the reality of alien existence and step into a new epoch of comprehension. That is a big statement. This comes amid a growing body of information about supposed encounters with UFOs and extraterrestrials. Notably, an odd spherical artifact uncovered in Colombia is thought by researchers to be a fragment of UFO technology. They're talking yet again about one of these orbs, and you can Google an image of these orbs, or don't Google, because Google is actually controlled by the globalist cabal, but use another browser of some kind and internet search an image of one of these orbs. You're going to see the writing. It's very, very interesting, and the symbols that are on it. Something that looks alien, but could have developed on this planet. Maybe. We'll get to that tonight, too. Dr. Mossbridge, it goes on to say, shared with Fox News, quote, "We are entering a time when we are starting to recognize as humans we don't have control that we thought we had over everything." She posts that the potential revelation of extraterrestrial beings could plunge numerous individuals and society worldwide into turmoil as they struggle to assimilate the truth of their presence. So this is what I was talking about on a past broadcast, was that really all that's left to us here is catastrophic disclosure. And that's our main headline for Paranormal in the News, because it was really kind of a dry week as far as mainstream periodicals go out there in the world reporting paranormal news. Sometimes that occurs. But this is a big, big headline and a big article. It was republished in the Daily Star, and then from there it'll make its way around everywhere. And this is one of those webbot predictions that is now manifesting. And as we move into the cyber prophecy part of the show, we might as well, because there is a lot to cover. And dare I say, it is, well, in some regards, there are some depressing points. Overall, though, it will be fine. But there is some profound, let's put it that way, profound changes about to occur in all of our lives. And that includes you out there in Radio Land, if you're listening out there in your own wastelands. But the truth is the webbot is saying, and these predictions go back all the way to 1997, and all of them have come true. Even a detailed prediction of Trump having an interview with Joe Rogan, which led basically to his victory. That kind of detail has come out of the webbot in the past, and there is every single indication, including a brand new temporal marker that was just tripped, a huge temporal marker, guys, that was just tripped in the price of silver. And I'll cover that in more detail momentarily. But the webbot, the point is that time and again, these temporal markers have been tripped. One of these is the alien technology falling into everyday normal human hands. Another is the silver price being tripped. And that really is coinciding with what appears to be some type of alien brain download that was projected to humanity through quantumly entangled computer chips on the Voyager 1 spacecraft, something I've spoken extensively about. So you can't make this kind of stuff up. That is occurring and creating all kinds of change, which is coinciding with what the Webbot says is sci-fi emerging in the here and the now, and that will coincide with the introduction of zero-point energy and other kinds of technologies back engineered from alien and non-human intelligences and their captured technology, and that's going to happen in the next couple of years. But before that, going into July, as I previously stated on a number of occasions, is that you're going to have a huge wave of chaos occur. It's coming at us right now. You think things are chaotic right now? The Webbot is saying, look at a half again. That is a 50% increase in chaotic points that end up occurring within our event stream in very short fashion. 50%, and most of it occurs over the month of July. So you're going to look at some real fireworks. There is going to be some craziness occur. And chief among that is going to be a lot of economic chaos. Getting back to the price of silver and to temporal markers, for those of you who don't know what a temporal marker is, I explain it to people like this because the same thing, temporal markers, also exist in remote viewing. Think of it like you're driving towards a mountain. The mountain is an actual physical event of some kind that will take place in your event stream. You just don't know how long from our perspective of time it will take to reach the mountain because the car you're driving in doesn't have a speedometer or anything else, any other instrumentation to be able to tell you that. But what you do know is before you hit the mountain, you come across a few other things like a white barn or a field of cattle, etc. And those things are telltales to you that the mountain is almost there. You're almost to it. But that's a temporal marker. And one of those major temporal markers in Webbot predictions going all the way back to 1997 was the fact that the price of silver would become uncontrollable. You have to understand, and this is a very short order way of explaining it to everyone, but it's through control and manipulation of the silver market that the entire banking derivatives markets are completely controlled. It's because they can manipulate at will, or could, the price of silver. They could write contract after contract in highly leveraged derivatives that equal literally trillions upon trillions of dollars. Think of silver as the linchpin, the first domino, that if you push that domino, they all go down. Well, I'm here to tell you guys, it looks like that domino just got pushed. Because over the course of the last few days, silver not only broke $35 a spot price, but now is sitting between 37 and 38. And that hasn't happened in its manipulated history. It went through a multi-decade resistance line like it wasn't even there. That shouldn't happen. And when you have things like the Webbot and certain remote viewing groups that have their lineage stretching back to the CIA's original Stargate program, all pointing in the same direction, that in fact silver, once they truly lose all control of it, becomes what is called in Woo world unobtainium. Now, this isn't a financial tip of any kind because I don't give financial tips, but I do give survival tips. And if you can get your hands on some physical silver, it would not be unwise. Let's put it that way. Because what's being predicted out of the webbot is nothing less than a huge depression that comes. This depression is going to be all-encompassing. However, it will not be like depressions of the past. Great depressions in the past were actually orchestrated by banks for various purposes. This is a depression that occurs because of our transition out of the old banking system into new actual value-based currency. In other words, it won't be currency based on debt anymore. But that, you can imagine how much chaos ensues in a transition like that. There is every indication coming out of the webbot that not only are things speeding up in the event stream, but the speed at which they are speeding up is speeding up. If that makes any sense. I've talked in the past about so-called qualia, and that's important to mention here because the webbot talks about qualia, and so does Cliff High, the webbot's inventor. And think of qualia as something, a word, a term that you will become intimately familiar with in your lifespan. Qualia will become known to the human species through its technological advances in quantumly entangled qubit chips. This is where things kind of get complicated. I do my best to try to explain it as each little piece within this machine works. But a big part of our future is the fact that a technology becomes developed that is derived from technology we already possess right now, which is quantumly entangled chips, combined with some kind of alien tech. And it actually detects qualia. And what is qualia? Qualia is the smallest amount of energy required for the supreme consciousness or the universe, if you will, to convey meaning between two various life forms within the universe. The universe, the supreme consciousness, sends qualia to our lives all the time, every day, and all of this qualia are telltale road signs of events about to manifest in the human event stream. There will be a technology which actually predicts events in our event stream right before they manifest, because the future doesn't really exist. It actually is unfolding probability, but it can basically, it'll be able to say there's a high probability of this event occurring within your life stream shortly. It's going to be like that. It'll be truly species altering. It will alter our entire understanding of what time is and what it is not, more importantly. And there's every indication that this technology will show humanity that the past truly does not exist, nor does the future. As hard as that is to wrap our brains around that from, you know, the simple apparatus that we have of two eyes and two ears, a nose, and a mouth. It's hard to wrap our brains around that because to us, it appears linear in fashion, when in fact, it's one event creating probabilities that lead to the next that are in total flux in between. it's interesting because the webbot is saying that along with all of this economic chaos, and I've talked about this in the past, comes a total end to all kinds of things in our society. Imagine there won't be like social programs anymore. There's not going to be any sort of people out there in society living or able to live off the largesse of the government anymore. All of that goes away. And what it's replaced with is a very interesting new type of currency based on basically a basket of real assets and paid out in gold. That's what the webbot is predicting. So imagine all of these societal changes that something like that ends up causing. And along with that, you're beginning to hear the murmurings online of the end of the world rumors of 2027 or 2029, depending on if you're in the Apophis meteor camp or not. Apophis is supposed to hit in 2029, and a lot of people are saying that will be the end of the world. But there's a lot of conversation out there right now on various chat boards around the world. Something going to happen in 2027. And it's interesting because it's in 2027, basically, that the webbot is saying that is the end of our current understanding of the world as we know it. So you have this chatter online seeming to reiterate what the webbot predicted all those many years ago. And when it was traced, this is very interesting because, Cliff High is a master programmer, and he was able to trace where most of that early information came from regarding 2027 as the end of the world. And believe it or not, it appears to have come from various military sources from around the planet. There are indications in the webbot that, in fact, a lot of the power elite, people like Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, who has a gigantic underground house in Hawaii, and will be fine here in the silo, 300 feet deep. But a lot of these elites are digging deep underground bunker-like housing. And it's like somebody went around and tapped them on the shoulder. Well, it's interesting because the webbot doesn't predict a meteoric strike of any kind. And what it does predict is a possible fake alien invasion. However, it appears as though the plans for such a fake alien invasion by the planetary globalist cabal goes back to the 1950s, and they never really suspected the worldwide internet. And it looks like in any attempt to try to perpetrate a fake alien invasion ends up getting chewed to pieces by various people online who pick it apart immediately. There's just apparently far too many people in various groups all around the world, places like Twitter, etc., that are wise to things like Project Bluebeam. And by the way, Project Bluebeam never really made much sense because to really convince a populace that they're under alien attack, you have to cause physical damage and death in the population, and a hologram just can't do that. But what can do it is a bunch of yahoos flying around and Lockheed Martin manufactured, back engineered alien craft and shooting people maybe casting entire death rays over small towns, things like that, in order to perpetrate the hoax of an alien invasion. And this is all done in, according to conspiratorialists, as a way to get further control over humanity with a one world governmental structure that is going to be needed in order to face a common foe. That's where the logic lies and all of that. But the Webbot says that fails. And really, the end of days as we know it is really sort of a bouquet, if you will, of unexpected flowers, flowers of chaos. And a lot of it has to do with economic chaos occurring, which then is the domino that causes alien technology to be released, which then topples over the domino of sci-fi world emerging. But you can imagine as those dominoes fall, there is a lot of chaos, and we'll get right back to that after our break.
Sounds good. Looks like Nancy's back, and I just got a message from her that they're going to look at Project Looking Glass tonight. So you might want to stop in for a little bit.
Cool. Looking Glass.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, Project Looking Glass. And DK-spiracy will be with us. Man, I feel really blessed that all these folks are restreaming us all over on their platforms as well. Thanks, guys and gals out there for doing that. Awesome. We really appreciate each and every one of you. Charles, P.E. in the kick chat. Appreciate you coming in.
How's the weather down there, Mark?
Hot and humid.
It's Texas like.
Yeah, it's Texas weather. You know, it's not what I would not. It's exactly what I would count on for this time of year. It's just short of triple digits at times. So you know, I'm surprised we haven't gone full blown triple digits, solid already. But you know, hey, I'll take what I can get for some cool weather. You know. I won't complain, and if it rains to cool it down, well, that's fine until the sun comes out and makes it so humid it's hard to breathe, but, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So, wow.
Hey, has anybody got back to you about interviews?
You know, only Lee has, and Kreider says he's got to play it by ear because he's having to work most nights, so
okay,
I'm gonna have to figure that one out. But
it does look like Lyle and what's his name? I see his face. Ken.
Ken
may be back in country, you know, and ready to go next month. So, and that's just not that far away. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe start hitting them up. Start hitting them up before they get overbooked. You know.
Yeah. I'll hit them up on Facebook and see if I can.
Yeah.
Rouse
we are there too. Yeah.
Yeah. Rouse them around.
Yeah. Let's see, who do we have over in? We got DK-spiracy over in D Live, along with Love Shack over there. Thank you so much for the ice creams, guys. Appreciate that. And what do we have? Oh, Sonia is out and about listening to us too on Kick as well as D Live.
Nice.
Yep. Got and the Great Conspiracy. Oh, every time he's in, he's always restreaming us. I love that guy.
Great. It's great.
Him and Roger both. I love that cross-pollination, you know, and Roger comes in on Nancy's show, which will be after yours. So, and so is DK.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. That's great. Very, very cool. I need to come up with a list of people to invite on the show. I'd like to get Dr. Lance Hightower actually on the show.
Well, do you know of Dr. Robert Malone?
No. Who's that?
He does JFK conspiracy and flying saucer type stuff. So
oh yeah,
I could probably put you in touch with him. It's Robert Malone at Gmail. Just drop him a line, and I'm not sure if there's a dot. I think it's all one word. But yeah, you probably get him on, talk JFK type stuff later on. He's good. Cool. He's a good guest. I've been on shows with him before. He's on Revolution Radio too. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone, and we are talking about things to come. Cyber prophecy. This is the place where the webbot meets Vedic astrology, meets remote viewing, meets the Schumann resonance indicator, and an ancient prophecy. And they all combine into what we are seeing now unfold in our event stream. And these are profound changes about to occur in your reality. So, big changes coming, guys. And, really, I would suggest, as Cliff High suggests, that you prepare yourselves. This is a time to begin to understand that the art of hunkering down. This won't be a type of situation that you bug out on. This is going to be a bug in like period of time when you're going to want to fortify your structures and, sort of come to see your home as your fortress and start to prepare a little bit, really more emotionally and stress related. So you can imagine all of the chaotic stress points that have occurred over the past few weeks and what your stress reactions to those were. Imagine the dial on that getting tweaked up another 50%. Because what's coming over the course of July is a series of events that's going to do just that. Some of those events have to do with UAP disclosure. Some of them have to do with a coinciding of that disclosure with economic chaos, which facilitates really the disclosure. And I've talked about that in the past. When the money gets turned off to all of the special access programs that are now in control of that back engineered technology, it all just floats to the surface. That's the easy way to put it. There's no more money to keep it a secret, and it takes a lot of money to keep that kind of secrecy. A lot of it. Trillions of dollars of it to keep it a secret. And that's all going to go bye-bye. And with it, their ability to keep it a secret goes bye-bye. And with that goes bye-bye the normies' understanding of the world that they're now perceiving as reality. So imagine the kind of chaos that ensues in even the personal lives of human beings. It's going to be something. So hold on tight. There's an you-know-what handle to your right. I suggest you grab it. When silver tripped that time marker, then all bets were off. At that stage, you have such a high probability of the webbot being true in its predictions that you can almost just take it to the bank. So that is my serious message for you guys tonight, is hold on and prepare yourselves. It would not be unwise to get something like some physical silver in your hand while it's still only 37 on its way to 38. Once it crosses 40, 44, 45, oh man, you're going to see chaos like you can't even believe. And it just takes off from there. So, but understand that at that same time, there's going to be such chaos in the economy that even trying to use it to pay for something might be extremely difficult. Like, it's going to be a very difficult time. So, but on the other side of that is so-called sci-fi world emerges, and with all of this new technology comes new kinds of industries, new jobs, a new reimagining of what humanity is and how it will progress into the future. If, and that's a big if in my mind, it can survive the ontological shock of the reality of non-human intelligences interacting with our species in really profound ways. So, and that leads us into one of our main topics tonight, which is the mantis overlords of the earth. This is something that's really interesting, and it sort of fills our cryptid corner portion of the show because, well, some of these mantis-like alien creatures have been seen in settings that you would find a normal, I say normal, you would find a known or talked about cryptid animal. And by, imagine that you're fly fishing on the Kehegan River, I believe it is, in northern New Jersey. I think that's the name of it. What's really important is that it's a river in northern New Jersey, and you're fly fishing, minding your own business, and you're, waist deep in the water, and all of a sudden everything gets completely quiet. Then you hear this sort of weird humming, buzzing sound, and you start to feel really strange. And you turn around, and all of a sudden, you notice on the bank a 7-foot-tall, praying mantis-headed, long, slender-bodied creature staring at you. Imagine then hearing words in your head being projected by that creature, and the feeling that it can read your mind and that it's flipping through your thoughts and your memories. Because that exact experience has been had by numerous individuals all on the same river in northern New Jersey. But it doesn't stop there. The mantis overlord beings appear all over the place, and in thousands upon thousands of alien abductee accounts, they are seen by the abductee. Here's what's interesting is that they appear to have a neurological superiority to humans to such a degree that they can literally seize your mind at will from 20 yards away. And we say 20 yards because there's a witness that walked within 20 yards of one of these creatures only to have this occur to them, this neurological seizure of their body. Now, the neurological seizure of the human body is so complete that the being actually can make you move with a gesture of its hand. Think about that. And abduction case after abduction case, these mantis-like aliens have been seen giving orders to the little gray aliens who actually conduct the abductions and the medical experimentations. In many of the cases, the victims report that the gray alien beings actually can stand over you, look down into your eye, and when they do that, they have a way of seizing the optic nerve in the human body. Once they can seize the optic nerve with their mind through a mechanism we don't quite understand, it's telepathic, they're able to project imagery in the form of false memories into that abductee in order to cover up the trauma of the event taking place. Little did they know, or did they know, or did they understand at the time that human trauma and human emotion, something which they don't understand in their studies, actually led to the bleeding out of the memories of the abductions anyway. And sort of short-circuited their effect to do that. But these abductees all report the mantis overlords as having total, complete power to seize your mind. They don't need to seize the optic nerve. They can do it from a distance. And what's interesting is that we've got a whole body of evidence of abductees and contactees, which are separate. Contactees are actually kind of groomed into helping the aliens. Abductees are just taken at will. It's a big difference. But we've got an entire body of these people that are telling us that it's taken somewhere around 8 generations for these beings that Whitley Strieber claims in the book Communion to be scientists of some kind. But it's taken them 8 generations of alien-human DNA splicing, creating hybrid species between us and them, in order for them to create an alien hybrid which is identical almost in every single way to a normal human being. You wouldn't be able to pick them out of a crowd of normal human beings. But here is where things get dark. They come with a nasty little secret. They are neurologically superior to humans. And they possess the same ability that the Greys and the Mantis beings possess, in that they can control human thought, emotion, and action within a given range. Many of these abductees have been taken into rooms and shown 2 separate photographs of groups of people in social settings. One will be like a party, and the other will be like a picnic. And it'll just be like 20, 30 people all interacting. Normal scene that we'd see every day. And the alien will ask the abductee, "Can you tell the difference between you and us?" And of course, the abductee's always like, "What do you mean the difference? They're all the same. They're all human." And then the alien will say, "Pretty soon, everyone will know their place. Pretty soon, we will all be together." Very interesting, is it not? So I bring up the mantis overlords because they show up even in ancient rock petroglyphs all around the world, everywhere from Africa and the Kosain people of Africa to Iran, and petroglyphs that date anywhere from 4,000 to 40,000 years ago. So whatever these mantis beings are, they have a extremely long program going on to monitor human beings. And this is where I bring up the case of Terry Lovelace. Terry Lovelace was a abductee who actually went camping in a place called Devil's Gulch State Park in Arkansas. And I bring up this particular case because it features one of the main mysteries in paranormal research, and that is the mystery of double place names discovered by the great cryptozoologist Loren Coleman and chronicled originally in his book Mysterious America, and then picked up on by David Paulides of the Missing 411 books and movies. And here you have a double place name. These are all areas. Any area that has a name that has something to do with a devil of some kind, like Kill Devil Hills or Devil Gulch or Devil's Knob or whatever, those are all places which in the past people have witnessed paranormal phenomenon taking place. And it just so happens that these are areas where early pioneers and settlers would come across. They would have a paranormal experience and they would say, that's got to be of the devil. And they would name it Devil's Gulch, Devil's Valley, what have you. That's how these double place names got there in the first place. So it should be no surprise to us that it's the same double place names that modern day paranormal encounters occur. And this abduction occurred in one of these double place names, a pattern, a major pattern in all of paranormal research. What's interesting about this abduction was that the abductees were mantis beings. And these mantis beings kind of spit out a clue during the abduction, because Terry Lovelace began to scream once he saw one of these creatures hovering over him with an insect mouth and those black, praying mantis eyes and all of that. He freaked out and started screaming, and he said he could hear in his head, just like me speaking into this microphone, exact words saying, "Why are you screaming? You know and you understand that we always bring you back. Why are you screaming?" The creature seemed irritated by the screaming. Another small clue in all of this. Very interesting stuff. But what is it the mantis overlords want? And is it places like this river in northern New Jersey that are actually portals to another dimension? Because interestingly enough, it just so happens that that exact spot that has numerous cases of the exact same thing occurring to fly fishermen on that river is the exact spot where you have geomagnetic force lines coinciding from the Earth and the Sun, a place which some have speculated actually can create vortexes to other dimensions, doorways to other places and times. And it's long been speculated that there are extra dimensions out there. And could it be that these creatures are interdimensional in some way or fashion? Could it be that they are like Jonathan Keel imagined the Mothman to be, that they are in fact hyperdimensional, that they can see in all the dimensions at once? Is that a possibility? Because it was explained to me like this by a physicist, that it is possible that there are life forms out there that can see all the dimensions like a page in a book and can flip through them at will. That's the kind of being that we're talking about. And that brings us back to what Matthew Brown, the most recent high value insider whistleblower in the UAP phenomenon, mentioned when he mentioned things like force of God. Because where do you begin to draw the line between interdimensional, and spiritual. These are all advanced paranormal ideas that we explore on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. And we're not scared to dive deep into these various rabbit holes. And we are running out of time. And I wanted to mention a really interesting dark conspiracy, and I have just enough time to tell you guys about it, called dark oxygen. I'm not sure how many of you out there have heard about this so-called dark oxygen, but the conspiracy, the postulate, with all of its evidence, lays out like this. Back in the 1960s, it was discovered by some government scientists that there were on the ocean floor some rock spheres about the size of a softball. They call them polymetallic spheres, and they're full of rare earth minerals, right? They found these because up until that time, it was thought that only plants can produce oxygen. Well, they were testing out this theory. They put down a bunch of oxygen sensors on the sea floor, and lo and behold, they picked up high amounts of oxygen. So, of course, they got curious as to what was creating it. What they found were these polymetallic spheres that were creating electric currents powerful enough that they were splitting water molecules and releasing the oxygen. That's a lot of power. There's a whole zone of this stuff off the coast of Australia, and it's called the Clarion Clipper area. You guys can look that up. And it's in this area that they found thousands upon thousands of these things. Well, that's huge, right? Because that revamps our entire understanding of alien life and what might constitute alien life, and the idea that you need a so-called Goldilocks zone in order to facilitate alien life. It just altered, the discovery of dark oxygen altered the equation for determining how many planets out there might possess advanced civilizations, from billions of planets to trillions of planets. Because you now have a source of oxygen on planets where there's water but no plant life. It's a huge deal. Well, the CIA put a clamp down on all of this because they thought they could weaponize this kind of technology, even use it for anti-gravitic propulsion, the research states. What's interesting is that they've now are building a spacecraft with sensors to be able to see if places like Enceladus and Europa around Jupiter, that have oceans on them, actually have these little spheres, because it's highly probable that they do. And that this is a known planetary or a natural planetary mechanism by which planets begin to generate oxygen in order to foster life. That's really interesting stuff, but here's where things get dark. Once it was discovered that this was occurring and that there was enough of these little spheres in that one area off the coast of Australia to produce enough electricity, 22 megawatts, enough electricity to power a city. They, and by they, I mean the CIA, other power brokers, put a clamp down on this. And today, there are underwater mining operations, literally mining these spheres for their rare earth elements. That's really scary, because it appears as though these spheres took billions of years to develop. It's a very slow planetary process that allows for this to happen. And a crucial mechanism for oxygen in our oceans. There have only been a couple of extinction level events on this planet, and they were both facilitated by rapid depletion of oxygen levels in the world's oceans. Think about that. And today there are companies out there actively just scooping them up off the ocean floor and crushing them for their elements. Something that might be an absolute linchpin to life on this planet is now being mined, and it may in fact lead to another extinction level event. And that's the dark secret of dark oxygen. And I thank you guys again for joining me on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. Check out my book out there, Dogman Legend Meets Science, Field Investigator's Guide to the Dogman Mystery. It is getting great reviews, and if you're interested in the Dogman Mystery, then that book is for you. It shows how we can use science to move into a future of Dogman investigation, utilizing the latest technology and techniques. And with that, I will see you guys next week on PIA Radio Live, Wednesday nights, 7 Central. Stay with us for the Vixen's Vault and the lovely and talented Nancy Planeta. I'll see you next week.
Awesome job. Awesome job.
Cool.
I'm gonna wait a little bit here, and if you want to take and head over to the other chat, you can go in there. I got to take and make sure that I get off air on a lot of these other one platform here.
Sure, sounds good. I'll see you over there. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Hey, yeah, just keep me posted on what you want to take and do. DK, I think, wants to talk to you, too, about coming in.
Cool. Love to.
Okay.
So, all right.
I don't know if he has anything about Yowie or roping for you, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be
All
cool.
Right. All right.
All right, sir.
I'll see you over on the other side.
Okay, bye.
All right. All right. We're going to take and get the Vixen's Vault up and running here real shortly. Give me a minute, and I'll take and get us going. So I know that we're going to have plenty of time over there. Oh, boy. Here we go. I don't know why I did that, but there we go. Get it all going again. Had a little glitch on the radio side, but we're going to be fine. I'll get Nancy and the crew up and running here in just a second or two. Oops, wrong one. Let's see here. Let me get the group in. Nancy, Mark, Sonia, Jack, DK, Vicky. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, hang on. My dogs have decided to go nuts barking. I have no idea why. Hang on a second. All right, guys, calm down. Shh. Everything's locked up. It's okay. It's okay.
It's all right.
Sure this is... It's all right, baby. It's okay. That's the puppy. Okay, little hypercent. Make sure this is all bolted over here. Okay, so I got to tell you, this is really strange. I've had some really weird shit going on in this house. Doors opening and closing, and then the other night, but I just renovated the other half when Raphael left. It was like I guess to get rid of my nervous energy. I just was at that because I had to have the surgery on my back, and I didn't want I needed a sterile environment. So I just, cleaned the shit out of it and renovated it on the other side of the house. Well, sitting here, I think it was like 2 nights after I got done, I'm sitting on my couch and I can see, like, there's a hallway over there that leads to the other side. And I'm not joking, as clear as freaking day, a woman in a muumuu walked down the hall. And I'm staring right at it. It wasn't even out of the corner of my eye. I was looking right at it. And I'm like,
wow.
I'm sitting on my couch and I did the double blink. And I'm thinking, haven't taken my painkiller yet tonight, so it's not drugs. And I'm tired and I'm in pain, but I don't hallucinate when I'm tired and in pain. The hell did I just see? And then now this with the dogs, that's where the dogs just ran to when they started barking.
All right, you got 30 seconds and then we're a go.
Wouldn't you be mad if you died and you made it over to the other side and you still had to be fat with a muumuu?
Oh, dude.
That'd be the biggest bummer of all.
Jack!
It's because
Is DK with us now?
Smuggling giant, she'd just stolen shitload of meat from the supermarket.
Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to yet another edition of the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is June the 18th, 2025. I'd like to welcome you all to the show. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. With me this evening, I have several that are joining. Let's see. I've got the Dav. Good evening. I have got Mark Edworthy. Mark, I was talking about you on Censorship Sucks.
Okay.
It was a compliment. I will tell you. I was just saying how Roger brutalizes the crap out of you. And
hey, Nancy.
Yes,
Nancy.
my love. Yes.
Do I not show up as DK Spiracy on your screen? Do I still show up as
not.
the Dev?
You do.
You do on mine.
DK Spiracy for everyone else. I'm not sure what's up there.
You do here, so that's all that counts.
Hang on. And wait. And Jack Carey, I have Jack again tonight. This is like becoming a thing. Hey, Jack.
Hello, everybody. How you doing, Nancy?
I'm doing good. And I know Roger's there. I can see him texting from the other room. Roger, get your butt in here. I need you to harass Mark, please. That would just make my week. It would really make my week. Well, welcome everybody to the show. And actually, as Mark was bringing it on the air, I was explaining to my wonderful co-hosts tonight about the weird things going on in my house. And I will tell you guys, this house that I'm in, it is an older house. It was built in the 1940s. It has a long history. Not exactly a pleasant one, like everybody thought I was absolutely nuts moving in here. Because initially when it was built as a whorehouse for the local politicians. Not joking. And then it was converted to an assisted living facility for the mentally unstable and criminally insane. So it was a health facility. So it was, people definitely died here. No two ways about that. And it definitely had its interesting ups and downs. We'll put it that way. And you can feel it when you come in here. Even when I initially moved in and I was renovating everything, you could definitely feel things. And I have to tell you, Raphael, my husband, who's normally on the show with us, but he's deployed right now, he will tell you he's had experiences in this house. And he is very, very black and white. I mean, he was federal law enforcement. He is as skeptical as they come.
Oh, my house has had many people see things, including myself. I saw a different thing from everyone else, though.
Well, it's funny because I'm what they call clairaudient. I can hear it. I can sense the energy differences. And I always tell people that it's kind of like if there's a loose wire in the wall, I can tell you exactly where it is because it feels like it's like mud to me. I can feel I think it's the EMF that I'm responding to, and I can tell you natural EMF versus man-made is very different in how your body deals with it.
But I've had like what they always called like tinnitus or tinnitus. Like my whole life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like back when I was a kid, like when I was younger, I could go to someone's house. As soon as they opened the front door, I'd know if there was a TV on.
Yep.
Like you'd just get that higher pitched tone that you'd hear.
Yep.
Now it's just everywhere. It's like there's no turning it off anymore. It used to be only when you went somewhere where there was a TV. Now it's just constant barrage. If you can pick up those frequencies, it's just constant. They're always in your head.
That's the interesting thing. In fact, I think I've spoken on this show before how for about the last 6 to 8 months between 2 and 4 a.m., there is a freaking frequency that is ridiculous, that is waking me out of dead sleeps. It sounds like an off-air TV, except the pitch is much more annoying, much louder, but it's inside my head.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had one recently, and it seemed to happen at about the same time each day or night as well. It was generally my late evening, like 10, 11 at night, and it would turn into almost like a bell ringing type noise. So when I was listening to shit, it would almost echo like a bell every time I was listening to anything. It was like it was like the same time for like a few hours for about a week or two. That was annoying because it wasn't something I was used to. It wasn't a normal one. It wasn't just like the constant thing.
Yeah, it's been every night, and it has not let up. And in fact, it made me, look at the 5G cell towers that are up near me and wonder again, because I get that same pitch when I drive by it too close. And I'm thinking they're sending out some kind of signal. Whatever the signal is that's coming out these towers, I don't know what they're doing between 2 and 4 a.m., but they're amping something.
That's when they're doing their upgrades and things without telling us.
I don't know what they're doing, but I just know it will drive you absolutely freaking mad.
Or maybe it's the time of the day when they download all the information back to their central data storage.
And they're putting out something wrong. They're putting out those. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to hear you back. Hear your voice again, Nancy. You feeling somewhat better?
I'm getting there. It's a piece by piece. And thank you for asking. And to the listeners, I had surgery last Thursday, and it's been a struggle. They weren't able to do the full surgery. I had 2 stimulators put in on my spine and an epidural in the middle of that. And apparently on Monday, I was bending over to do something, and I ulcerated a herniated disc.
Oh, no.
And when they went to do the stimulator, they were like, oh, yeah, no, the left side one, we can't hook that up. So we're going to have to wait for a little healing, and then we'll hook that up. But in the interim, I have a hole in my back, and they overstuffed it. It's like couldn't sleep the night after the surgery because if I laid down, I felt like my spine was going to break in half, and I could feel the pressure in my ears. So
you don't want a hole in your spine. Plus, it'd be open to like infection.
That's literally they give you this huge thing about that because if your spine gets infected, you're done. That's really, really, really serious.
Really bad. It's really bad.
It travels straight up your spinal cord to your brain. It's over.
Yeah. So it's been interesting for me, but what I saw in my house happened before the surgery. I will note that, but to finish that up for the listeners, I saw as solid as day. I mean, as solid as you can imagine, a woman in a muumuu walking down my hall. And it was funny because what made me think about this, because I was going to talk about something totally different to bring the show on tonight, was the fact that while we had just come in and Mark had just called us all in to the show, and as I'm picking up, my dogs were going nuts, like barking to the point where I was like, ugh, but they were not barking at the doors. They were barking at that hallway.
Ew.
And I'm just like, uh-oh.
This is your house history coming back to haunt you.
You know, Lady in the Moo, if you want to bake me cookies and stuff, I'm cool with that. Just turn off the stove and let the scent linger. But please don't smell like a Lady in a Moo, because I really don't want to smell that.
And don't set the house on fire.
Oh, please don't set the house on fire. That would not be good. But yeah, it's just interesting because, again, you know, my logical brain starts clicking when things like this happen. And I'm thinking, I wonder if the elevated EMFs, there's a solar storm right now. We just got hit with an X flare. We've got all this conscious tension going on, which does carry its own frequency because of world events. You got to wonder if it just gives them that little bolt of strength, a little bit more energy that they would need to, because that was a fully solid manifestation.
Yeah.
When I saw that. And the thing is that I was joking with Mark and Jack and and other Mark, because I literally said, listen, I wasn't even on painkillers because I only take a half of a painkiller at night when I go to bed. I said, so I was sober completely, you know, wide awake. And
I don't know if I believe you.
Couldn't believe it. No, believe me, I just couldn't.
It's the sober thing that gets me. I'm just not sure.
Oh no, actually, I don't drink any alcohol. So when I say sober, I mean I didn't take a half a painkiller. I had nothing in my body. I'm like, and I'm literally just why can't I get like, you know, why don't I get like the Chippendale dancers? No, I get a Hillary Clinton wannabe. How does that happen?
It's a history.
You've been watching too much tranny stuff.
Oh God! All right, but moving on from that, guys. You know, very, very interesting. Catherine Heritage. You guys know who that is? She's a very, very famous journalist.
Fox News.
Yes. Well, she put up a post tonight that I was like, she put it up on X. And Jack, if you're still here with me, you may want to hear this. Okay, the post, it says, disturbing. You know, that's your headline. Audio recording shared by whistleblower Mark Lindsay was recreated by federal investigators and mimics what Lindsay experienced during a direct energy attack in 2018. And then it says below it in question mark, it says, or in parentheses, we were told that the recording is not harmful to listeners. Now, I found that, number one, she's a very reputable journalist, journalist. For her,
very honorable.
Yes, for her to post something like that, I mean, that's it. That is admitting to V2K technology, voice to skull technology. That is admitting to things that they have denied over and over and over again. Things I have talked about on the air for over 20 years, saying, folks, it exists. It's existed as far as we know since at least the early 1970s.
Let's just not jump to conclusions. You're jumping to conclusions.
I don't know, Mark. This coupled with the fact that they confirmed Havana syndrome was a directed energy weapon.
And Kristi Noem had an issue that yesterday as well. They thought maybe she had, they brought up the word Havana syndrome. I don't know whether she did or not, but.
I think officially the release statement said that it was an allergic reaction.
Okay.
But with their official statements, I take that with a grain of salt because 99.9% of the time they're not true. And it's like they're just giving you a storyline because they don't want the public panicking, asking questions. You know, it's just no. And it's funny because I'm thinking, you know, the timing of that, the fact that there was actually he used to be he was a mayoral candidate for New York City at one point, but he was arrested by federal agents right around the same time that Noem went down. And it was because it was federal ICE agents that arrested him, and it was because he was trying to force his way into a facility. And I'm like, you know, again, headlines, one taking away from the other, you know, everything's always a red herring here. It drives me batty. It's like, you know, you really want to watch the important news. It's kind of, but when then you read what they're writing, you know, like the riots from over the weekend. Oh, peaceful protesters. Peaceful protesters that broke it, that forced their way into an ice building in Oregon and lit it on fire. They did the same thing in Seattle. In LA, they were Molotov cocktailing the police vehicles, and these were peaceful protesters. I mean, but I did say I think it was all a trap. I was like, I think, you know, these people are just so stupid. They don't think in any dimension besides, you know, their nose. They had the National Guard there preset. National Guard carries all of our most modern technology, including all the AI facial recognition technology that we have. They had a full 3 to 4 days to set up that technology in every area they could possibly imagine these protesters were going to be in. And most of this technology is capable of, especially with the AI incorporated, it can literally reconstruct your face right through a face mask without a problem. So,
right.
And I think some of the protesters knew, because I know they were distributing bionic face masks to try to prevent being identified.
It's not even just that anymore, as they can actually distinguish people by their gait, like by the way they walk.
Yep.
So covering your face isn't even enough anymore. They've got like eye recognition, gait, gait recognition. The facial recognition is like
insane.
That's just old. Like,
Well,
the facial recognition is old. That's why they gave everyone masks, to see if they could actually still identify people while they were wearing masks.
Well, they were distributing bionic masks, which are the ones that actually block out the electronic. Now,
they had some glasses like that for a while too. There were some glasses that had an LED like in the center of the glasses, and whatever frequency it projected out at, it stopped them from doing the facial recognition, but it doesn't stop the gait recognition.
Nope. But what I found interesting, and this should have scared these idiots, the guys who were distributing the bionic face masks, because that actually at a protest is illegal. So they were arresting them. I mean, they weren't arresting them at the protest. They were arresting them at home, which means they knew. They absolutely had a list of people and what they were going to be doing, because the federal agents were waiting for them at their homes when they got back. Multiple arrests made for that.
Did you see the helicopters flying over, taunting them? Going, I see who you are. I'm going to be at your house at 5 a.m. Yeah, I see who you are. Don't try and hide.
Well, it's not just that, but you know.
Does it really matter these days, all the facial and ID recognition? Everybody carries a phone. Everybody carries a phone on them. That always carries an IMAC address or an IMCE. And if the authorities wanted to know, they can just find out from there.
No, it's a bigger problem than that, Mark. Right now, we have over 2.9 million with an M illegals in this country who are not documented. So in other words, I'm not talking.
No. Yeah, they've all got phones. Hey, hang on. Yeah, I get you. They've got phones, but they're not registered to anyone.
Right. In other words, they didn't come in.
Okay.
They didn't come in. They did not come in. All right. So what the U.S. was doing under Biden is we had that policy where, okay, come over the border, just check in, you know, basically. So, and we'll give you $5,000 on a Visa card. We will give you a 5-star hotel room. We will give you airfare or bus fare to the city of your choice within the continental United States, and you get free health care. Okay. So most people who came across the border, well, truly, most people that came across the border illegally checked in because, hey, why not, right? It's on, you know, the taxpayer's dollar. And by the way, that $5,000 stipend was per month. Just going to let you know that.
It's actually even more than that in some cases.
I think in the UK, it's something like, I think at the moment, it's something like £1.6 billion per year. The illegal immigration issue is costing us.
My point is we're aware of 2.9 million of these people who came across within the last 2 to 3 years who did not check in.
Well,
And
here's another crazy thing. In my country only had 5 million people. I'm in New Zealand. So we had 5 million people. And I've heard that in the last 4 years, our population could have grown to as much as 7 million. But I can't find an actual, any actual data. It's all just hearsay. There's nothing that shows what our population is right now.
Okay, so you
that is a scary thought.
How often does Australia or New Zealand have a census? Once every 10 years?
I think it's like every 4 or 5 or something.
Okay. UK.
I mean, I know I didn't fill out the last one. Because the last one was they were going on. No, the last one they were going on about co-flu stuff and all that crap. And I was like, yeah. So I was just anti it. So no, man.
Going back to the point. The point is that 2.7 to 2.9 million unidentified aliens. The only reason you wouldn't check in is if you don't want us to know you're here. If you don't want us to know you're here, especially if we're being friendly and giving you money and hotels and everything else to be here, if you don't want us to know you're here, you're most likely up to no good.
How many do you think of the year? Of these illegals, refugees, immigrants, whichever term you want to give it, how many do you think have turned up in America since the start of 2020?
In total, both the documented and the we know for a fact, over 29 million came in and checked in. All right, they're not here legally, but they checked in. So we were supplying money and everything else to them, and that's the only reason they checked in. Because they don't go to their court dates or their check-ins or anything like that after the fact. They just take the money and run, and we keep paying them.
Well, it depends. It's like if they get caught for something. See, that was another wee loophole during the 2020 Summer of Love. Was if you got caught for a crime and there was bail posted and some group would raise bail for all of them. Mm-hmm. If they appeared at court, they were the ones who collected the money themselves. It didn't go back to who posted it.
Correct. And they didn't get, you're supposed to, if in the United States, if you're in here, legally or illegally, honestly, and you're not a citizen, if you get arrested for, depending on the crime, number one, you're not supposed to be released. Okay. You're supposed to be detained until your trial. Number two, once that occurs, you are to be deported. Because you have now committed, especially if it's a felony. I mean, if it's a misdemeanor, they won't do that. But a felony offense, abso-freaking-lutely, bye-bye. And that's correct.
I mean, it should be, but none of this is happening in sanctuary cities. So that's what you've got to take into account. Like, different states
happening anywhere.
Different states trying to make different laws going, it's okay, they can come here, and then going, oh, we can't look after them all, give us more funding.
Well, that's it. California is synonymous with that, but I can tell you that. I mean, my point being is that technology deployed because a lot of those people, again, they're up to no good. They stir problems. They're paid. I mean, Soros has been known to pay them to agitate. They think that wearing a mask over their face.
How do you think they're encouraging digital ID? It's like we've created such a big problem. Now you want all of them to be tracked. Hey, guess what? Now we'll track you as well.
Yep. Well, that's
what I mean. You got to be very careful about how you push these things.
That was the Patriot Act and the NDAA. I mean, we literally 9/11 sold us to the devil. And I'm not playing.
Right now, like your digital passport or whatever. Because Trump's been going on about the digital passport, recently. This is a new thing. This isn't everything else. If he's going on about it, it's like, that's how we can track all the illegals. So that's how you're going to track every single person.
Actually, with our digital passports, we already have real ID here in the States. You can't get on a plane.
So you're already, if you've got a digital passport, you're already part of the problem.
I'm talking
in the UK, where it is not it's not necessary to carry any ID on you at all.
Oh no, here you have
it is in New Zealand.
But there are specific difference. There are
actually, sorry, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not legal to carry ID unless you're driving. If you're driving, you're supposed to have ID.
With exceptions, but if you're just walking down the street, you don't have to carry ID.
No.
Oh no, here you have to be able to produce ID if you are asked by law enforcement.
Although in New Zealand, you just have to give, your name, date of birth, and address. I think are the 3 legal requirements. You don't actually have to have ID.
If the officer's got suspicion of a crime.
That's right.
In the UK, you can't.
I don't even think we've got that cover. I think those are the 3 things you have to provide in New Zealand: is your name, date of birth, and like your address.
Yeah. Like I said, here they have.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've said some nasty things to cops when I've been drinking when they've asked me that, and I've ended up walking away and not giving any of it.
Oh, guys, break. I got to take us out to our first break of the evening. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off. Hang in there, folks. We shall return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
All right, we're on radio break. Want to see where you're going with this, Nancy. DK, let her go, because I'm sure she's got something that's connecting this with her topic for tonight.
Yep. Well, basically,
this is kind of what happened last week.
Yeah, but she wasn't here last week.
Just being everyone talking and stuff, and then the second hour ended up being a lot more structured, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because Vicky was going on about
Vicky, what are you on about?
Vicky took the show the last hour. She was awesome.
If you haven't watched last week's show, watch the second hour of it. Like, absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Did you watch his TED Talk? Arpad's TED Talk?
I did. I streamed it straight after the show. Like, serious. Almost straight after the show, I streamed it.
Okay, we're going to give shout-outs to Roger Hansen out there on all the platforms that he's on. Drippy Drip TV. Donna Bunny on Kick. And we got all sorts of other folks out there. Appreciate each and every one of you joining us tonight.
I gotta say hi to 666 Mafia. He was saying, "Oh, why can't you give me a shout out?" It's like, dude, I'm not even allowed to swear here. Yeah. I've got to be real careful so far.
Yeah, and that love guy, you know, what's it?
Love Shack.
Yeah, there you go, Love Shack, dude. Yeah.
Now that's a check. Now she's all good.
Yeah, missing out on Svet tonight. Wonder where she's at.
Yeah, not sure. Actually missing out on a few people. I don't know who else is live. Must be other people live or something.
Oh, yeah, and then we've had King Bush Camp and Queen Bush Camp all over in the Kick Chat as well. Appreciate the support. Thanks.
I mean, I'm just meaning even on D-Live.
I think a lot of people are kind of keeping an eye on what's going on right now. I think it's causing,
yeah.
It's causing.
They'll be watching live stuff on YouTube and things like that.
Yeah.
Try and keep up with the current everything.
Yeah, they're watching to see if the U.S. is going to respond or what's going to happen there. I think it's very.
I know you don't want to do the show about that one, about this, but that one's backwards and forwards at the moment, isn't it? Holy crap! If you're on Telegram, go check through my archive channel of the Israeli-Palestine shit. Like I've actually got a
Israeli-Palestine
channel on
shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I started it back like just after it first started happening, maybe a month or two after. I didn't actually think it was going to carry on as long as it did.
Isn't that what you titled that the heading for that too? Israeli-Palestine shit.
Yeah, that's actually what the title is called.
Yeah,
on
I
my
know.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Israel-Palestine
No shit,
There's
right?
also another one with sewer rats, which is everything else that's just to do with the Jews, but not directly related to the Israel-Palestine shit. Israel-Palestine shit covers, like, it basically events in the Middle East. Sewer rats is them saying all their Zionist globalist stuff.
We getting into Solar Warden, or what's the other one tonight you was going to go into?
Me?
Yeah, or what was the topic?
Project Looking Glass.
Project Looking Glass.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, oh no, here we go. I'm going to start you out on Solar Warden one and get you really way off on it. And so, but anyway.
Project Looking Glass is good. I even messaged and said, yeah, Project Looking Glass is good. I know quite a bit, but I don't know
30 seconds, folks. Calm down, DK. You're all right. Breathe.
I'm good. Hey,
Looking
I haven't started swearing yet, even though people in my chat are trying to encourage me to.
Yeah.
Well, God, I did it on Censorship Sucks. I was like,
oh, everybody over there loves you so much, Nance. Can't wait to have you back. You can come in anytime. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live on the air right now.
And we're back, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the dot. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. Just sit back, relax, get real comfortable, and prepare to listen in, because we got some stuffs to talk about tonight, people. Stuffs to talk about. All right, first half an hour, we were talking about different things. My personal experience, which I'm still trying to, bleach out of my memory, because really, old woman in a muumuu, not a kind thing in any realm of reality. But with that, we kind of went into, I was discussing a whistleblower that was talking about basically direct energy weapons, which can be consistent of, everybody, when we say direct energy, we think of like the dews, the laser from the sky, the hand of God, the rods of power rods. But that's not all that's under that umbrella. You've got the frequency modulations, you've got the voice to skull technologies, you've got all these different techs that we know exist. It's not a question of whether they exist. They exist. It's just a matter of, have they been deployed against the general population or political figures? And yeah, with that whistleblower coming forward, it looks like they have. So it also kind of segued over into the riots. And I was trying to make a point with the riots, but it was funny because everybody had something to say, which is, that's the way this show rock and rolls. And it's one of the reasons I love doing it, because, I've got people on the panel that come in from all over the world. I've got Mark over there in England. I have got the Dav, and where did he go? He jumped off. Oh, wait a minute. There's people in the lobby. Hang on. There he goes. Okay, there's the Dav, and he's over in New Zealand.
Just call me DK. I know it shows up as the Dav for you. But
for me, it does. For everybody else,
I know, but you're the only one. It's really weird.
It's like I want to throw my phone out. I'm depressed. No, I'm joking. My point being is that, we have a pretty well-rounded group of people that come in and sit on this board, and everybody's got their specialty of research. Everybody's got their level of intelligence, but it's always interesting when you get into a topic that you really, you know a lot about, or you think a lot about. Yeah. And my point was, with the crowds out in LA, those freaking idiots were wearing masks thinking that they were going to be protected. And I guarantee a lot of the people that came into this country that did not check in, the ones that do not want us to know that they're here, they were there because they were part of the inciting groups. And now we have a peg on them. And that's what I was saying. It was a setup. It was a giant trap. You think Trump's government?
I'd like to believe that.
I think it was.
If you think some say, well, okay, here's your Hegelian dialectic.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. The world was introduced to Donald Trump. He was put on a stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he was screwed over completely for that whole 4 years. So you've already been introduced to them. But then they bring in Biden and Kamala. And they trash as much as possible. Here's your problem. The reaction is, we want the other guy back. The other guy was so much better. He was heaps better to rule us than this new guy who's ruling us. Let's get the old ruler back. Problem, reaction, solution. Solution.
I don't
When the people need a hero or a savior, we will provide them with one.
That I do agree with, but I think that was Trump the first time around.
No, it was this time. No, it was this time.
I don't think you quite understand the dynamics that occurred here after the 2020 election. It wasn't that they were so horrible bringing it back. It was that
I started streaming after it because everyone I knew got banned. I didn't start streaming. I didn't start streaming till February 21 because everyone I was modding for, every channel that I was on and watching, they got banned for streaming footage of January the 6th. I started streaming after that to take their place. And I became the most banned streamer in my country in the process.
Well, like I said, I mean, I am a Trumper, and I actually participated in some of his campaigning. And I can, like I said, I can tell you why the Patriots, why the Anons, why we stayed loyal to him. It had
Can you
nothing
tell me
to
why
do-
you are now? When
I
he's
had nothing-
backpedaling on one of his biggest promises.
He's not backpedaling. He's not doing anything yet.
He keeps threatening and then stopping.
Yeah, but that's again, that should.
Yeah, all right, okay, yeah.
It's
All
that's what I said.
Although America and the UK have both participated in shooting down Iranian missiles once they're in the air to prevent them reaching Israel because Israel's Iron Dome obviously isn't as good as they said it was.
And also because Israel is refusing to let us evacuate our citizens. That went public yesterday that Mike Huckabee and Bibi
Wait, what'd you
Netanyahu.
say? Say that again?
Israel is refusing to allow the United States to evacuate their citizens.
No,
because
that's not true. They're only refusing to allow Jews and Israelis to evacuate.
No,
they're allowing everyone else.
The U.S.
No,
The US.
that's incorrect. They have the recording of Mike Huckabee and Bibi Netanyahu getting into a knockdown, drag-out fight over there because Bibi Netanyahu is refusing to accommodate the evacuation of American citizens. Why would he do that? He did that because he's using them as shields.
Because Trump said if any Americans are attacked, then he would have no choice but to respond. So if Israel's not letting the Americans leave, then he's setting it up for exactly that situation.
Trying to force
Americans are going to end up being attacked, and America will have to join in. Although there is another report of, I think it was 3 Americans were killed at some attack by some base somewhere by Iran or something already. So they're already starting to bring it out.
Yep.
And let alone the Democrat politicians and things that were assassinated,
Well,
they
are supposed to be doing that. They want regime change for the Iranians because the Iranians want those guys out of there. So, maybe the Israelis to get that guy gone, that's what they want. Because
Vicky and I are actually friends. We're actually friends with an Iranian who is in one of our chats, and he actually comes in. It's funny when he comes in because he has to bounce off several things to get in, but he is actually wanted by the current regime. He can't get it. He's having a very hard time getting out of Iran. We're trying to get him out, but there's nowhere safe right now. But I will tell you, he was very.
Do you know Ken O'Keefe?
No.
Ken O'Keefe is one of the Palestinian activists for years. Him and Max Egan were the ones that smuggled things in through a tunnel, a decade and a bit ago. They smuggled in food and medical aid. Yeah, it was Ken O'Keefe and Max Egan who did it.
Okay. I know Max
he
Egan.
was the one who run that who organized that flotilla that got stopped and invaded by the IDF and things.
Like I said, I know the name Max Egan. I remember the flotilla.
Max Egan wasn't on the flotilla. That was Ken O'Keefe. What was it? Marty Marborough or something like that. I don't think I'm quite saying it right. Or something like that. And he organized that. And I'm just wondering if they're over trying to do things to help Gaza and things. So don't they have to go past Iran to get to Gaza? So would there not be a possibility? Maybe get in touch with Greta Thunberg. Get in touch with Greta Thunberg. She just sailed past, didn't she?
I don't know. I know she flew home because she's an idiot, but okay.
Oh no, she got grabbed, apparently. See, that's what I mean. I don't even know how much of anything is like AI and just,
But this is kind of what I'm saying. The way things are playing out, and I keep cautioning people, don't pass judgment because you're watching something play out that was planned a long time ago.
Yeah.
There's no way, there is, like I said, there's no way on this planet that some of these things that have occurred, the fact that, and again, I'm not saying that Israel hasn't taken its hits and hasn't been picked on and okay, whatever, but they also do a lot of picking on.
I'm saying they haven't taken any hits. I'm saying they're doing all the picking on.
Well, my point is that with Iran,
I'm saying this is one of the first time they've taken hits.
With Iran, they started this. Israel started it. And I said that. Trump was in negotiations with Iran about the nuclear program. He told them not to attack. And they did it anyway.
I actually talked about this myself the other day. I was going on about every word they use in all the articles. It's like, if Iran has a response, if they have a retaliatory attack, if it's motivated by revenge. It's like all these words mean you did something first, and if they hit you back, you're going to be really upset about it.
That's again, it was like I said, this whole thing was a setup to try to get the United States involved.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that Trump is
and there's plenty of folks saying if the United States doesn't get involved.
I was thinking about this earlier. It's totally irrelevant if the US is involved at this stage. In reality, Iran is crumbling. Because of the internal civil war, because of what's happening.
And that's what they want.
Dude, all you're doing is repeating Israeli rhetoric narrative.
It doesn't really matter.
There's no proof to most of what you're saying.
They want to replace the Khomeini with what was there before. That's the goal.
Excelled in the Netherlands or somewhere. It's Swiss, North. But yeah, Netherlands somewhere. It is in the interest.
What I find the funniest,
it is in the interest of the US to join now, to act as so-called blue caps, to act as their own UN in that area.
A mediator, but I will say, Mark,
they're not though. They're pro-Israel. They already want to take out Palestine and make it run.
They didn't have
anything to do with that
in the last couple of days, and this
Trump
war has
said it completely.
A good year now.
If we were
arguably, I could argue it goes a lot further back. But
anyway, sorry. That has been completely sidetracked. Do you want to get back to your main topic, Nancy?
We could do that.
I mean, we could carry on about this for the whole rest of the show, but I know it will get heated. So it will. People will start getting angry. because they're going to actually be for one side or another, and people actually start getting angry. And
I'm kind of.
I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. We can carry on, or we can get back to your project Looking Glass.
I can tell you that with me, I am very, and I will go into Project Looking Glass. I am a person who kind of sits in the middle with it, and I definitely am not I'm not pro-Israel at all. It's not an anti-Semitism thing. I don't like their government. I think it's corrupt. I think it's been corrupt since day one.
Yeah.
I think it was put there for the wrong reasons. They're not really, they are not of any kind of Saudi or any kind of Arabic descent at all. They're not from that area. They are 92% Eastern European in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So
so they're not really Jewish. I mean,
they're not
true Jewish. Yeah.
And it's not supposed to be it's not supposed to be a religious state. Israel is supposed to be, that's not their government setup. Right. So, to play
I've always argued I think it was 1957 or something. The rule on the UN's rule on what is if Israel is, if Judaism is a religion or a race. Question. It was governed under UN convention. I think in 1957.
Well, I can tell you, like I said, it's the problem we have, Mark, is that you have a country that was set up because of what happened during World War II. And actually, it pre-existed that. The plan was there.
Yeah. I'm thinking Balfour Treaty, 1912.
Yeah, the plan was there. The Balfour Agreement was from the 1920s. So Rothschild had been planning.
Two versions.
Correct.
Two versions.
But what I'm saying is the plan was in motion, Mark. Mm-hmm. And it was not for actual Jews. I mean, not the historic, not the bloodline Jews. And I keep saying that they are not bloodline Jews. Okay, they are literally Khazarians.
Right.
That's where they came out of, the Ukraine, Turkey area. They are Khazarian Jews. And to sit there and to depose, to take the rights, the land, and the lives of the people who were there, to give themselves a place to settle and then to expand that. I mean, that's what Bibi's after right now. He's after the natural resources and the expansion, so he can expand his territories. And he wants the United States.
The 1967 PT still in force.
Yes, the war. You're talking about the war.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, what I like about all this, what's happening right now, I don't like what's happening, but I do like the results in some ways, because it's here in the States, it's beginning to show us, like, certain politicians are popping up in ridiculous ways when it comes to favoritism towards Israel. And it's making the public very aware of the fact that their loyalty is not necessarily to this country. It's to the dollar and to probably Israel. Ted Cruz did it today. Big foot in the mouth, because he basically said that he didn't have a problem with the Mossad committing espionage within our country.
Oh, gee.
What? Excuse me? No, that is not how that works, Mr. Cruz. And just because they're Israel and they're Jewish does not mean they get to spy on us or commit espionage within our country.
Well, there's a problem. The evangelicals in this country, okay? And there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of Protestants in this country. And they think that Israel is the, nation of Israel, the children of Israel. They think that that's what
Chosen.
that... Yeah, well, the people that, and then I put in my channel and spread it around a lot, Genesis 12:3, it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will dishonor those who curse you, and then you will be a blessing to all the people. Well, that refers to the children of Israel and God's covenant with them. This state of Israel, which, obviously Rothschild bought. He bought the land, and that was all set up by the Khazarians. And who's in charge now is the Khazarians, but the Protestant Christian, a lot of people, the right, Mike Huckabee, he's a pastor. Many people think that, oh no, we can't do anything against Israel because it's a strike against the children of Israel. Yes, in the Bible. Yeah. So that's what you're seeing. That's the reticence there. That's the problem. And, I liked where Trump had said, where he put what kind of, he owned the skies so they couldn't go back and forth. Okay. And so that kind of, that kills two birds with one stone. It protects,
both sides.
People. Yes. Now, it sounds like, they've been, exchanging. I'll have to go back and look. It looks like there were shots and things. But we also know that the Iranian people are desperate to get rid of the
Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah, and they want the Shah back. And they've already Trump has already talked to, who is it, the king, the prince, whoever's going to take the Shah's place or in charge, and he's on board.
I mean, when they commit their next coup and put their Zionist leaders in charge of another country.
Actually, what they think is they're going to do something to us.
That's exactly what they've done everywhere. Like, come on.
Hold on.
They're going to out themselves.
Go ahead, Vic.
The thinking is that because Bibi said, and the next is New York. New York heads up.
That means Israel's about to attack New York.
Well, it means that it's the same thing as what happened
If
in 11.
Bibi's warning you, he's the one doing it.
Let her finish. Go ahead, Vicky.
But they're outing themselves. See, Trump doesn't have to do it. They're going to show in their whole, that it's the Israelis doing it to us, because you realize all of our people don't know what they did to us on 9/11. They don't know who's behind all this.
They don't know what they did with us with the Kennedy assassination. I mean,
the USS Liberty. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Oh, I posted that the other day. The Nimitz is over there. I'm like, oh, look, it's the USS Liberty all over again.
Someone posted that on my Telegram channel today. It's like, they're sending it over there. Is this so they can sink it? Because it's supposed to be decommissioned next year.
Exactly.
Exactly.
My comment was, are they going to claim insurance on it?
Does Silverstein own it? Does Silverstein own it?
If people who know will get the joke. Yes.
Yep. But I mean, but like I said, I think for those of us who are sitting back going, there's no way this was not absolutely planned. Number one, Trump, if it was any other president in power, because he is like the only president I can tell you very clearly is not deep state.
Yes.
Any other president in power would have already nuked Iran.
Reagan opportunity too.
They would have
They probably would have waited till like the retaliation. They would have waited till right now, and then they need public support. That's the way every political movement works.
But they have. Here's the thing: in the States, most of the public supports Trump going into Iran and destroying it. That's what they're pushing for here.
They actually don't. If you go and look at the polls that are in support of Israel, and that's it. This is all the poll asks.
You're looking at mainstream media polls. You are not looking at alternatives. Because again, mainstream media
asks like 24 different countries the support for Israel.
Oh God!
And it's about it's about 64%. No, worldwide, it's about 64% against Israel.
What you're not understanding is here, everything is skewed. They give
America was one of the countries polled.
Shushy, let me finish my sentence. Here, everything is 100%. It's the liberal viewpoint because the deep state owns our press. So when you hear, oh, well, they're pro-Palestinian, most people here, I'm telling you, the conservatives are not pro-Palestinian, not even close. And there's more of us. But I can tell you, I am a person who actually sympathizes with Palestine. I really do. And I think I was proud of Trump when Trump said he would accept a Palestinian state within the UN. because that to me is smart. Those people didn't deserve what they got. They, yes, did they react? Yes, they did. Let me tell you, if you were getting
say that?
About 2 weeks ago, he met up with the Saudi Arabians
He
and
said he
Jordan.
accept Palestine as a state.
Yes, that's what I mean.
You're only somewhere else.
Yep.
He said
You're
you'd have another place for it.
Yep.
Oh no, I'm not getting you. That's a bit that I missed. I usually get said everything. I completely missed that.
Because they don't report it in mainstream media because they don't want Trump seen as a negotiator.
I don't look at mainstream media. I get sent everything, and I haven't come across that. Yeah.
Yep.
So he said that, and I've missed that bit.
He
And
met
now
with the
he's
Saudis and
like, okay,
Jordanians.
let's attack. Hey, we'll accept
Yep.
Palestine. Yeah, we'll accept Palestine. Let's attack Iran.
Well, I think I think he's looking for regime change.
Iran hacked into Mossad and got all that information. And Iran didn't do it. That was us. So that's a big clue right there. I'm
going to go back. I'm going to go back to what our friend was saying in the chat. And I don't know if you remember this, Vicky. One of the things he's saying is that Iranians hate the Ayatollah. They do because they're living. They're in squalor over there right now.
It's hell for them. It's awful.
Especially when the Iranians.
Only about 30% are true Muslims. Would consider themselves to be true.
He's actually a Christian, as a matter of fact, the guy I talked to. But he also said something very, very interesting, and he is stuck to it. Every time we talk to him, it's the same thing. He said, "Don't be deceived by what they feed you over there. Do not. You're America. Don't be deceived. Bibi Netanyahu is not an enemy of the Ayatollah. Do not be deceived because the Iranian people are not deceived." Yep.
They've been working together
multiple times. And he said it's all a game. What?
Can I ask one simple question? So which are the two different laws from those religions?
Guess what time it is?
Sharia. No, I'm just asking.
We got to go to break.
No. We're past break time. Just hold the question. Hold the question. We shall return in just a minute.
All right, we're on radio break.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's sorry.
I'm sorry I turned the conversation this way.
Oh,
it's all right. The next segment we'll start into Looking Glass. That's simple. I'll let you ask your question and then we'll close it out and we'll go.
I can't because if I ask the question, that'll be it again. Because the question will be, do you prefer Sharia law or Noahide laws?
Oh no! I think
that's what I mean. That's the whole.
I'm a sovereign nation girl, and in sovereign nation.
But that's what I mean. Yeah, if I ask that though, that's the whole next segment screwed. So I'm not even going to ask that.
That's true.
No.
That's true.
Yeah, so you got to be aware of what it's going to carry on to. So if I say that's it.
Well, this is why I was telling you though.
Be aware that we're going to get cut off here too. So.
Oh God, we got to go to the next chat. That's right.
Use BB to take out the other deep state. BB is deep state, and so is that.
I'll connect us. I'll connect us to the next group once we get cut off.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Okie dokie. We got like 30 seconds. No, not even 15. 15 seconds.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like I said, you have to watch. You have to watch Trump because he does all these little things that don't make sense if you're thinking he loves Bibi Netanyahu.
No, he does not.
He does not.
And I'd say Bibi has to do everything he's told to do as part of this show because he's 2.0.
That's why he's pushing it right now with Iran because he's not getting his way. I know.
No, I see it totally differently.
I know you do, Mark. This is something we never see eye to eye on, Mark.
Well, it's just setting up so Israel can out themselves.
Whether they cut us off or not, I'm going to dig and get us over there. All right, see you on the other side.
See you in a minute.
See you on the other side, Sunshine.
All right, folks. You're listening to the Vixen's Vault at this point in the stream. And if I can take and get it up. Dismiss. Oh, don't tell me that crashed. I can't. Yep, it crashed. Okay, folks, we'll be right back in a few minutes. Once I take and get us back up, stand by. So, oh, wrong one. Do. Legion of Chaos. Okay. Hey, Roger.
Hey, hold up. Let me mute out real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good. I had to go ahead and just kind of fast forward through all of that. I wasn't able to get.
That's fine.
Any of that. It turned out pretty horrible on that stream. So.
Yep.
Roger.
But your sound.
Yeah.
But your sound turned out horrible.
Well, I ended up getting hit by a power surge today. Like the whole south side of our house is was out of electricity and everything. My dad had oxygen that I needed to freaking reroute, and like I'm running extension cords in every direction.
Have you got a generator and shit ready?
We've got chargers and stuff set up. The north part of the house has electricity. The south part doesn't.
Honestly, dude, get yourself an electric generator.
There we go. Now we're all back up and running. All over.
I'm missing Vicky.
She's there, but she hasn't unmuted.
She might be in the next room. She's not even showing on my thing.
She just dropped off. I'll get her back. Hold on.
She might have jumped into one of the other channels because there's 1, 2, and then the after show one. There's 3 different channels you got to click on in one show.
Welcome, Roger.
Hello.
Yeah,
were you able to get your dad safely hooked up?
I think she didn't hang up on the other one yet. She's got to hang up and then come back in.
She'll figure it out. Otherwise, I'll send her a message.
Yep.
And I honestly just message her. Otherwise, she might just be waiting for you to come back there.
My little
message
butterfly.
her and just let her know. Yeah.
I'm going to message her.
Dude, I'm pretty inept when it comes to like learning a new platforms, like ways of doing things.
No.
This Teams thing is like, I mean, I know it's new to everyone, but I wasn't even using Skype that much. Anyway, I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna put my camera on shortly, just to annoy everyone.
Put a shirt on, anyways. 30 seconds.
No, you said clothing optional.
No, that's only when you don't have your. When you're up like everybody else but me, and Mark.
Not me.
Mark.
Yeah.
My Mark.
I'm not doing that stuff. I'm gonna keep my shirt off.
30. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the air right now, Nance.
Welcome back, folks, to the Vixens Vault. We're all still here, all still in one piece, I think. It is 10:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are rocking it out on the show. It's been an interesting show tonight. A little bit spicy, as I like to say. But now we're going to go ahead and just kind of round off and get into the subject matter that, that we all know and love, the whole conspiracy thing. And I can see Mark Edwards rolling his eyes. I see that, Mark. I see you. I see you. All right. Tonight, one of the things I wanted to talk about was Project Looking Glass. For those of you who are not aware, Project Looking Glass, it's considered okay, we don't call this fact because even though there are documents, there are statements, there are memos, whenever it gets brought up, it's denied. It goes into that whole, we're sorry, it's too top secret for the top secret to even top secret to be explained. But again, Looking Glass is a program that used a form of remote viewing, I guess you could say, to see forward. In other words, future events. And the problem with Looking Glass, it was shut down supposedly, I believe, in the late 90s, if I remember correctly. They shut it down. And the reason they shut it down was because the seers were all converging at one point where they could see everything. Events were unfolding, and they were accurate. They were accurately able to see these events. They were able to change things, rearrange things, have it turn out to the way they wanted it. They were very good at doing that until they looked past a certain date. They could not change anything past a certain date. No matter what they did, no matter how they flipped it, no matter how they interfered, what they saw coming, how they changed that in that moment, it did not change anything past that certain date. And there's always been rumors in the conspiracy fields of, and even the paranormal fields, because this kind of flies into that side too, because of the remote viewing, because some people believe that is paranormal. It is not paranormal, folks. I will tell you that. It is 100% a natural ability. We are capable of doing it. We do it sometimes when we dream. It's considered prophetic, but it's not prophecy. It's actually your brain functioning as it's meant to function and not getting disrupted by outside frequencies. That's why when the government uses their remote viewers, they're in a very cordoned off room. It's a very specific procedure when these guys are tapping into that side of their brain. Why? Because you do not want outside interfering frequencies. Why? Because your consciousness is a form of frequency. And when you want it to flow, when you need it to do what you're directing it to do, it has to be free to do that. And the conflicting frequencies will cause a blockage issue. And it's something that I find incredibly interesting because I was always considered a prophetic dreamer. And it took me a few years and study to realize that I'm a natural remote viewer when I sleep. That's what's happening. It's not the gift of prophecy. It's just my brain is wired to do this on a natural level. And do I like it? No, actually, Mark will verify I absolutely hate it because I don't want to see what I see. I have seen things that very, very disturbing. And I can tell you as a human being who has empathy, who has emotions, I don't ever want, it's horrifying. You never shake it. Like I can still see it clear as day in my head when I think back to some of these dreams. Just horrifying events. And I always say, why don't I ever get like, a Shakira concert? No.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
No, I'd love to know why,
you're given a glimpse of what could happen if you make the wrong decisions. So even though it happens in a dream, because you are aware of it, you might change a couple of things that happen so that situation never arises. You've been shown one possible option of how things could go.
It would work if that wasn't, my dreams are very rarely personal.
If I remember mine, they all are. Yeah.
No, these are very, very, in fact, my personal dreams where I'm seeing something are usually metaphorical. When I'm
Mark,
doing,
can you let iPad back on? She says she's on hold.
She's on hold.
When I'm having what I call a direct connect dream, in other words, I'm literally watching an event play out exactly the way it happens. They are always world events. They are always world events. It is never a personal dream when I'm seeing it play out moment by moment. And I got to tell you, it's horrific. I've seen a school shooting in detail, even described the inside of the building, who was shot, the smell of the blood, the smell of the weapon discharging. It was so vivid. I will never be able to wash that out of my mind.
Yeah.
Hurricane Katrina, as vivid as you could ever possibly imagine. I mean, volcanic eruptions. I dreamt of one in Sumatra where I was literally below the volcano when I let go, and I was inhaling the pyroclastic flow. And I could feel my lungs. Like my husband thought I was going to die because when I stopped breathing. So that's what I'm saying when I say they're incredibly vivid. I always say it's like something on crack. It's just everything's brighter and smells stronger and is louder.
I had that happen on mushrooms once. The thing that I saw happening was basically me and my mate, we were basically about to get invaded and people were going to turn up and kill us. And there was almost no way out. Basically, I saw no way out. And I ended up stopping breathing. And he called an ambulance.
Yep.
As soon as the ambulance turned up, I snapped out of the bad trip. Because that was obviously one of the options that didn't lead to that event happening.
Yep. Like I said, when Raphael actually, he had to like pretty much shake me really, really hard. And then you got to be careful with me because I will come up swinging. If you pull me out of a dream like that, I will come up swinging. I do have an exit strategy for those dreams. I lucidly allow myself out, but he was panicking because I had stopped breathing. So he brings me out. He said, when I woke up, it was like somebody coming back to life. The really deep, full inhale. And I kept saying to him, my lungs are on fire. My lungs are on fire. So it was that real to me. And it makes you, I said, when you've had these experiences and it's that real and all of your senses are affected, it's one of those things where you have to begin to explore the fact that, your consciousness is an energy. Is your energy actually present at that location? And these events were always future events. They were 2 days. It's always a 2-day window with me. Okay. So literally it just really makes you question a lot of things. It got me researching anatomy. It got me researching so many things to try to figure out what is going on and why. Because I don't look at it as spiritual at all. And I'm a very spiritual person. But I don't see it as spiritual. I see it 100% as genetics. And most likely something within the human, not just genome, within our actual build that we have, it's been shut down by thousands of years of repression, intentional repression. So, I said that the church, different religions, there's reasons they don't want you doing certain things. There's reasons they condemned prophets that weren't, blessed by them and called them witches. There's reasons they did certain things, because what did that do? It caused people to intentionally repress those gifts because they were terrified of dying. So, you do that multiple generations and those gifts become dormant.
See, that's the thing that I have a problem with. If anyone truly believes in what they believe, why should they have a fear of death?
That's because some religions, again, I guess, all right, this is how I explain it.
No, because the only reason you have fear of death is because you have fear of not living up to your religion's expectations. And you might not get to the good place, you might go to the bad place.
Yes, but most religions
That's the only reason you have fear, dude.
Most religions have made it impossible.
If you live by what you believe and you believe after here is better, what have you got to fear?
Because most religions pound into you that you have to be 100% perfect unless you've and I think the Catholic Church was freaking genius. It was the best freaking spy setup on the planet. You have to confess your sins.
And by the way,
or pay us a tithe to be forgiven.
Yeah.
I mean, so it was genius because
climb out on the corner, do 100 rosaries or whatever.
Oh yeah, but now we have all your sins.
Yeah.
So it's like,
now they're gone, sweet as
greatest blackmail plan on the planet in history.
Now you two know what potential is, right?
The greatest.
DK, you know what potential is, right?
Potential is.
Okay, you know what potential is, Nancy, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is really what it comes down to. If it's about your potential and how far you're able to freaking comprehend things. Okay, when you're connected. Okay, you're connected through what they call the cosmic weave or the cosmic egg, and it goes to the axis Monday. And that's the center. That's where everything is at. Okay, so when you're disconnected from that, that's when you have to learn how to meditate. You have to learn how to calm yourself. You have to learn how to focus so that you can use theta waves and things like that of that nature, so that you can actually be in conscious contact with that higher being. Okay.
You want to hear something funny? When you say cosmic weave, did you know one of my nicknames going back? I had 3 nicknames on the internet.
Cosmic Weave.
It was Cosmic Weaver. Mm-hmm. Cosmic Weaver, Destiny's Dreamer, and Wiccan Vixen are my 3 nicknames. And Cosmic Weaver is one I did because of my dreams. I always call it surfing the grid, surfing the web, surfing. I mean, I always say that.
Dream believer,
dude. If you had this type of dreams, you would never wish them on your worst enemy. And I am not.
I've been there, done that.
Well, the cosmic egg.
That's why I know where I'm at. Yeah. If I get a dream, it's like very prophetic.
You know the whole concept behind the cosmic egg, right?
Yes. I'm familiar with it now. I wasn't when I came up with that nickname, but I am now.
Historically, they've got things in old lore where it talks about people being born of an egg. Mm-hmm. Okay. When you talk about what's her name, the one that with the city of Troy,
Helena.
Helena. Yeah. A lot of people don't know she was a twin. There was 2 females, and then there was also 2 more that were twins, and they were male and female. Okay, and this whole belief goes back even before the Greeks. It goes into Indo-European languages, and it's amazing because if you trace the language, you can actually see where all this goes back, and it's connected to the Axis Mundi, which is in my opinion, it's the world tree. You look at the what is that tree of life that they talk about now? Okay, that's like the second version of what the world tree is. To
be honest, have you thought about the tree of life and its insinuation through everything as being like shit? Let me see if I can say this word right. The mycelial connection between everything, as in all the roots of everything under the ground are connected.
Yeah.
And it's us that just isn't connected anymore.
Some aren't. Some are.
I get that. Some are trying.
That's why some people understand grounding without ever being taught it. Because they're naturally connected. But I can tell you, and now they're proving through science that is not a fallacy. The connections that there is
most of the things that science
communicates.
Most of the things that science have said is wrong is proven to be right, but they can't make money off it, so it doesn't get promoted, and you don't get told about it. Because only if it comes down to them making money, because it costs $25 million for them to get a product approved, to go through the approval process. Yep. They're not going to do it for a natural product that they can't patent and can't make $1 off.
Yep.
Arped's here.
Well, they did it to weed.
Yeah, but see, now it's regulated and it has to go through a lab, and it's actually put a lot of the illegal dealers out of action because it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to set it up legally.
I always
and
said
most of them are doing and most of them are doing it on small scale,
They always said they would legalize weed when they could control it. They will legalize it when they can control it. I always said that.
Hey, and what do you think? They spray on it when it goes to a lab. I would never buy pharmaceutical weed.
No.
Last week, you know why I don't think like all that for is because like last week, Vicky was on and she was explaining what RPAD was talking about, and it was pretty fascinating because it kind of goes along with what I was doing research on. Now the thing is what she was implying, and I don't know if her and RPAD freaking meant for it to be that way, but it's about say for instance, like chemical plumes. Okay, that's something that is amazing because when they go out and they use this technology, they use this technology to find those chemical plumes that are left behind because of bodies decomposing.
Yes.
So see, in reality, what's happening there with science is they are literally detecting death with technology.
Correct. And that actually, the type of stuff that RPAD does, and I have deep respect, and Vicky and I have talked in depth about what he does because of frequencies, right, Vicky? That's why that happens.
Nancy, pretty much the whole second hour of last week's show, pretty much the whole second hour was Vicky telling us all about this. Please go watch that show again after this.
Like I said, RPAD is, just brilliant. But I find it interesting because I think in many ways what he does, his technology, what he is bringing about has caused some interesting things within the medical and scientific community. Like recently it was released that they're discovering that when brain death is declared at these hospitals, you're not really dead yet. You're not dead. It is not accurate. And they were using it, and they've known it for a little while. They were using it in order to harvest organs. But you're not actually dead at brain death.
That's right.
And
don't ever have organ donor. Actually, this is really strange. I'm in two minds about this. Because I know of a real life thing that happened. And I know of the actual intention. But the real life thing that happened is someone was on life support, got considered like brain dead and stuff. They'd asked the family if they were going to pull the plug and if he was an organ donor. They said yes. They started flushing saline through his body while he was still alive to clean out the organs.
Oh no.
He sat up then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He actually sat up then and tried to say something or some shit and pulled the shit off of himself and had to be held down. But he actually sat up once they flushed everything out of his organs. So I know that in real life. But I also know the fact that if you're got organ donor written down, they try less hard to save your life because the organs are worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Yep.
So that's what I mean. I've seen both on this. I have a real life experience. This happened to one of my mates the night before my birthday. Wait, 2 nights before my birthday. Night before my birthday, and he was on his way to my house. 2 of them in the car. So the next day, it must have been 2 nights because it was a whole day of everyone stressing. And on my birthday, I used to buy a keg every year. And I'm like, I'm not buying a keg. There's nothing to celebrate. So at 11 in the morning, get a phone call. Dude, he just sat up. Like, yeah, keg on. Now we got something to really celebrate.
But like I said, I'm of the opinion that, number one, organ donation should not be a for-profit business, period.
100%.
It's
100%. They should not be sold. No, they should not be sold. It should be first on the list.
Yep. It's created a murder industry, number one.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, it's kind of like when they were trying to deny that they were selling aborted fetal parts and organs to the highest bidder, and they tried Planned Parenthood tried so hard to deny they were doing that.
I can name a couple of them.
Yep, they were absolutely
name
doing
a couple of those chemicals.
Now, before the show stops, can I ask Vicky a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now Vicky, I've actually been checking into this stuff, and I am completely amazed. And there's only one thing that I want you, or maybe Arpad, to answer. Okay.
Okay.
Now, with this technology, I know the implications of it. And the only thing I want to know is, did Arpad or anybody that he's associated with that was on the project create a fart machine?
A what? No.
A fart machine, dude. I mean, seriously, dude, there is no way if I was there that there would not be a freaking fart machine, because this thing, literally, this thing.
There's a non-violent crowd dispersal method.
Well,
just shoot a fart machine down the street. There goes the crowd.
He already gets called the wizard, the warlock. They accuse him of being, a junk scientist, a mad scientist. So anything that goes like that, no.
I guarantee you somebody had to have come up with it, because like this right here, man, is pretty amazing, because he was talking about, he did experiment in that farm where he put pipes up and he let the body decompose, and then they would actually take analytics of the freaking gases and stuff, and they literally have it all down there, man.
Guys, stop. I gotta take us out to break. I'm so sorry. All right, guys, we'll return in just a few minutes with the last portion of the show. Hang in there. We're gonna let Vicky loose again, because the guys want to talk about it. Hang in there, guys. We'll return with the vault in just a moment.
All right, we're on radio break.
So much for getting it back to Project Looking Glass. I tried.
You can go back. We can actually go that direction again. Because again,
the year that
this is something obviously. Listen, I am not.
I don't know the exact date, but the year everything's stuck on is 2016, and apparently.
No. It was 2016 and 2025, 2 different dates, and they could not.
It's 2016, and that's apparently the discrepancy between the Roman calendar and the Mayan calendar, which is why on the Mayan calendar it said the end of the world was at 2012.
2012.
But the discrepancy is like 4 years, so it's supposed to be 2016.
But which Roman calendar?
And that is the point where no matter which thing they tried to change, they could not change what happened after.
Well,
the problem is again, people don't realize there's 2 different Roman calendars. There's the Gregorian, and then there's the Julian, and they're set on different date sets completely. So
right, I'm going off the Mayan.
Yeah, and their calendar is different too.
Yep. Mayan calendar, the Incan calendar, and the Aztec calendars are all different as well. There may be some close variants, but they're still different.
Not to mention the Ute calendar, the Ute Native Americans. I mean, there's quite a few.
Not to mention the original 13-month calendar.
Oh, and got the Aboriginals. They all have like their own doomsday clock, which is kind of funny. Not really, but they do. And but what I think I don't like is the assumption that they pound on us that these are actually doomsday clocks. They're not. They are showing an end, but they're also, with every end is a new beginning. Yeah. And that's what they're not telling you.
The only doomsday clock is the one that we have about the debt.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with that for now.
I'll go with that one.
Good Lord. The doomsday clock.
They just don't want that alternative to be heard, though. Like whenever something new, you know what I mean, that goes into a lot of deeper thought. And I think they understand that 100% because you brought up remote viewing and stuff. So they understand the concept. They just don't want you to understand it.
Well, that's been organized religion since the beginning of organized religion. They don't want us understanding anything that would give us empowerment.
Knowledge is power.
Yep.
Well, see,
The more you know, didn't you know that, Roger?
Well, they say they have a problem with paganism, but if you look at a lot of the stuff that goes on within religions, it's paganism, like baptism.
Absolutely, it's based in it. Yeah, absolutely.
You-
But
you-
I
the
made a comment
concept
the other day.
of baptism, though. You know what that is?
It's in the church. Give me a reference here, point, because in the church it's the cleansing.
Right. What are they cleansing you of?
It's a picture of the death, burial, and resurrection.
Yeah. Well, no, and for Catholics, it's the cleansing of because the child that is not baptized is not blessed. In other words, it's a gut child. It is a child that soul cannot go to heaven. The baptism cleanses the original sin of Adam and Eve, and allows that child to enter the gates of heaven.
And then the sprinkling of the Presbyterians is from the covenant. Okay, there was blood sprinkled on as a sign of the covenant. So I've been baptized both of those ways.
You know what the term ashipu means?
No.
Can you spell it?
ASHIPU.
Okay.
I should poo. I should poo. I should poo.
If you ask me, I could show you.
All right.
Can you show me? She's thinking
30 seconds.
They're Mesopotamian ritual specialists that are into exorcists. They're exorcist priests.
Oh, jump over and see what Larry was talking about. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, folks, to the last segment of the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, June the 18th, 2025. It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back to our living room, our round table, it's not Camelot. I can tell you that. Definitely not Camelot. But, as we were on break, you guys know we have our little discussions on break, and Roger was asking us if we had ever heard of Ashapat, and literally Ashaput. That's right, because literally when he said it, my mind did not hear that word correctly, and what I heard was I should poop.
Yes.
And I'm like, literally, I'm sitting there thinking, why did he just randomly say I should poop? What? Then he was going into the explanation of that, what that was.
Some things in private break should stay in private break. Come on.
We went from farting to pooping.
Too much information.
You got me on a subconscious level there with that farting machine.
Project Looking Glass.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
But what I'm doing is I'm going to segue because I want Roger to finish his thought on that. He was trying to explain to us what it was. Roger, go ahead and finish the thought. It does work into, believe it or not, Looking Glass, because a lot of what Looking Glass is based off of, again, very primitive abilities that we have that are latent. So go ahead, Roger.
The Ashipu were Babylonian priests. They were what they refer to now as ritual specialists, and they were exorcist priests. And they were their job was to take care of people who had omens on them, or they cursed, or was sick and everything. So the baptism, which is in a lot of these religions, goes back to the Ashipu, who practice that in their religion. And you can see it in other parts of other religions as well, especially the Greco-Roman cults. And all of this has to do with the fact that the church, even though they practice pagan rituals, they still want to denounce the paganism and say that it's bad and it's horrible. They vilified their gods and deities, which if you look at the history, none of these supposed demons were actually evil at all. And the ones that they claim are evil, a lot of them didn't even exist. But the whole thing of it goes back to the primordial. And that's where you were getting into. And that is where the roots, where you're talking about being connected, comes from. and that's down in the lower parts of what would be the axis Mundi. That's the primordial state where the roots grow down, and it feeds off of hardship, strife, sacrifice, things of that nature.
Well, I find it interesting because it does wrap up into Looking Glass, and I say that because, again, Looking Glass is remote viewing. The key to remote viewing is basically your connectivity and your ability to accurately do what we call surf the grid. And when I say surf the grid, again, we're going to go back to the tree of life. We're going to go back to that discussion and think about it. You need to really stop and think, because they have proven that everything communicates. Plants communicate with the trees communicate with the water. It all has a form of communication. And they're beginning to understand that, not because they can understand the language, because they can see the patterns. Now, if everything communicates, all life, anything that carries life, has life, or can be considered life on this planet communicates, and we can't communicate with it, what does that tell you? That tells you we have been disconnected. How and why? Because that grid is a powerful, powerful information source. It's a powerful, powerful means of connecting to everything. And when you connect to everything, you lose fear. Earlier, DK made a very good point about fear and how it is probably the most destructive force on the planet. Why? Because humans, we have what's called they call it the OODA loop, but we have what's called a fight or flight reaction to fear. It brain freezes us. In other words, we can't think straight, we can't feel correctly, we do not react correctly. We literally become walking degenerates when we're afraid.
Can I elaborate on what I said?
Sure.
Thank you. See,
Are you
No, just a cigarette.
Okay.
Tobacco.
I was going to say.
Yeah, a leather tobacco pouch. Yeah, I rolled tobacco. Yeah, one of my mates made me a leather tobacco pouch. Anyway, it's don't sidetrack me like that right as I'm about to speak on something.
I had a fear reaction. I'm just going to put that out there. But
that's it. See, like my slogan, my catchphrase, if you will, is much love, no fear.
Yep.
But there's a reason for it. It's like much love for people. And yeah, don't get me wrong. There's people out there who prove you wrong. You go out there to help everyone. You give everyone a chance. They fuck you over. It's like, fuck them. Damn it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the first time. That's the first time in 3 shows. Damn it.
Good going. Good going.
And
it was a double. It was a double.
Damn it. Yeah, I know, but it's the first time in 3 shows.
All good. Mark will edit.
Yeah, so like we get pulled into this existence of you're supposed to be scared of everything. Mm-hmm. So everything is supposed to be fear. Everything that you see on a screen is trying to scare you and mold your behavior. They're trying to see who is going to stand up and who is just going to comply. They've been doing this for years. It didn't just start with the last magical pandemic. This has been going on for years.
Yep.
They started trying to push the equality thing when I was at high school in the 90s. In New Zealand. So it actually had to take a while before it started gaining traction anywhere else, before they tried it here.
You know, it's very interesting because, again, you look at fear, you look at Looking Glass, and you have to jump back to different events that occurred. Like every time I think of remote viewing, every time I think of CIA operations, any kind of, basic government intelligence operations, I think of Charlie Manson every time. Why? Because Charlie Manson said some very interesting things.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when he was on trial. And it was his entire helter-skelter premise. And I say that all the time. If you do not know what helter-skelter was, you need to look it up. Because it pretty much played out the way Charlie said it would.
Yeah, there's two theories on that. Whether they first got to him, or they came to him and asked him how he was able to control people. See, I've heard both of those. I don't know which one is the real one. Well, I don't know if they got to him first and made him do it, or taught him how to do it, or if he was already doing it and they're like, dude, what are you doing? We're not. We want to be able to control everyone as well.
I think Charlie Manson, very personally, and this is based on some really decent research I've done on him, I think he was government. You know why I think that?
As I see it, that's what I mean. That's one story. Yeah.
Because it was, number one, who he targeted, who and what they are as we came to know them in the future. Okay, so like Sharon Tate. I always use her as my example. I think she was one of the main targets, but I think the Folger heiress was also a huge target of Charlie Manson. Why? Well, because Sharon Tate was married to Roman Polanski.
Yeah, he was actually after him. Yeah, he was actually after him.
We found out later on was a massive child molester. Had huge issue. I mean, literally, the guy is a pandering pedophile in a major way.
That's who he was after. There's some really good documentaries on Rumble about this. Like, really good ones. Yeah.
Really interesting is that...
Yeah, and I mean, more details than most people have seen. Because I stream 24/7, I keep trying to find, like, new interesting stuff I haven't seen before. So I see lots of stuff that people haven't seen. There's a really good one about Marilyn Manson. It's either under full documentaries, on Rumble, under full documentaries or Follow the White Rabbit. It's one of those two. And it's like Manson murders or CIA mind control or something like that. And it's about how... Well, this particular one makes it look like the CIA went to Manson.
Yes.
And asked
him
to teach them how he was controlling everyone. He's like, oh, dude, we're just doing LSD, man, and I'm just talking, man. You know?
No, I think they gave him a hit list, though, and I will tell you, I'm going to...
to be honest...
Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me finish. In the documentary... Let me finish first. In the documentary, it actually breaks it down as to why he went to those particular houses. It actually says, and most of the time he didn't get to the person he was after. There was just other people there at those houses, so they killed the people at those houses. Like, seriously, he only got like one, maybe two of his intended targets.
Correct.
Of all the things he did. Yeah, so yeah.
He was not
It's like there were intentions, but things didn't go right.
Yep.
They were taking too much acid.
Yes, but also he was not present. He never went with them to these events.
He did once.
Yeah, that was the one right before the Tate murders, and he was not inside the house. He
was in the car and drove them there and said they know told one of them that they know what to do and make sure everyone else does their job. Yeah.
My point was, what I was trying to get to is that, yes, Sharon Tate was killed. Yes, she was connected to Roman Polanski. That was his wife. But you're not looking at the Folger heiress and who the Folgers were.
Yeah.
And I say that.
I fully am. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Wait, let me finish my sentence. If you look into the Folgers, you're going to find out that they are also tied to human trafficking and pedophilia in a major way. So, again, you've got two strong connections to that type of lifestyle. So you can see a targeting zone. And not only that, but I always say that I'm telling you, Charlie Manson was CIA because I don't think he was ever kept in a prison long term. I think if somebody wanted an interview, they brought him in. Why do I think that? Because every picture you see of Charlie Manson, you see that swastika. The swastika that he carved into his forehead. But did you ever notice that the swastika faces different directions?
I didn't know. I was thinking that was just people like mirroring the footage to avoid copyright.
Nope. Go look it up. The swastika changes position, changes directions on multiple occasions.
It depends on your belief. Now, the original swastika that was believed by the Buddhist and the Hindu actually goes the opposite direction.
No, Roger, I'm talking about the one that Charlie carved into his forehead.
Well, I'm saying the thing. That's what the original one is.
Which way do the hooks go? Do the hooks go like when the lines go out straight? Do they go anti-clockwise?
Yep.
Yeah, left or right, clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Yeah, you can't change that in your forehead.
No, which way do they go in the legit version?
So you're saying that it was actually?
I'm asking.
Hold up, I'm talking to.
Yeah, but which way do they go in the legit version? Left or right?
I believe they go to the left.
To the left.
Yeah, the left.
Now, are you saying that literally on his head that they were turning?
No, I'm saying that if you look at the pictures,
videos.
Oh, the
if you look at pictures and videos, you'll see sometimes he's got them facing to the right, sometimes they're facing to the left.
No, you're
and they're not in the same position as what you're saying.
Most people do not notice that, but if you go back and you pull up the images, you will see it, and it's like, oh, come on, man, come on.
So it's just done with Indian ink for the camera.
I don't.
A day or two, so it's faded out halfway, looks the right color. Oh, yep, it's interview day.
I found the name of that baptism ritual that the Mesopotamians used. It was called Maklu. It was the final ceremony. It was the final ceremony act involved the inflicted person undergoing ritual washing at dawn. And then the priest would utter a blind incantation that reinforced the identity of the initiate and cloak them in protective language, ending with the phrase, "May nobody know you." That's pretty cool.
That's actually really cool. I like that. Believe it or not, I mean, it's, again, that's actually interesting because when I compare it to like baptism per se, in some ways it's when they do baptize a child, especially again in the Catholic religion, they are kind of saying, may nobody know your soul but God.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what that infers. You're cleansing the original sin, you're giving them a fresh slate, but their soul is God's now. That's actually kind of making me a little uncomfortable as I'm speaking, as I'm talking about it, because I'm like, but
it's supposed to be a linguistic barrier of concealment that's supposed to serve as both a spiritual and magical shield.
Because the water would bind the frequency. Remember, how many times have I said it to you, Roger? There's a reason there are spells. There's a reason that religions chant. There's a reason that they pray. There's a reason that exorcism is performed in certain languages at certain pitches.
There's a reason why they took down all the large bells around the world.
Yep, it's about the frequency.
And why there's not many giant organs left anymore.
Purification rites is what really sticks out to me.
They were healing frequencies. That's why they got rid of them, so that they can now charge us to heal us.
Well, that's also why
which really only makes us sicker.
I can tell you they used to music before. I want to say, I think it was late 1920s, early 1930s. Music was always at 432 hertz.
It was later than that, but yes. Then it changed
when they went to radio, when they started using radio and they started broadcasting music on radio, they changed the frequency of the music.
Yeah, no, they did, but it was later than that. Yeah, no, you're right, but it was later than that.
Well,
it wasn't straight away. They changed it later when they realized they could use the change of frequency to start influencing people. But I believe it was around the 1950s, 1960s. is when they changed from 432 to 440. And then they digitally remastered everything in like the 90s, 2000s. And now everything is in the wrong frequency.
Originally for radio, guys. Hold on, DK. Originally for radio, when the first radio signals went out, it was at 24 hertz. Then it went to 32. Now the standard is 44.1, and for digital, it's 320 hertz.
When did it go to 44?
44.1 hertz has been there since probably the 60s. And that was the standard for FM radio.
Yeah, that's what I said. The 60s, when they went to 440.
Yeah, but everybody didn't catch up until probably
when they went to 440
70s on
was
that,
the
though.
60s. Before that, it was in 432. Now they're trying to make everything discordant, and it's no longer healing frequencies for any of us. And that is what is played constantly on every radio by every musician everywhere. Everything is recorded in that discordant to our body's frequency.
It's called Orphic hymns.
But it really messes with us. I don't think people understand how much it messes with your neurology. It messes with your anatomy. It messes with so many things. It's not funny.
It's all carried with hidden meanings and stuff. Like when you go to church and you listen to people singing hymns, that's actually supposed to do something for you. Okay.
It's supposed to be because it's like chanting at a certain pitch, which most people don't do because most people don't sing at the top of their lungs anymore. They're scared to. See? More fear. If you're not afraid to if you're afraid to actually sing, you're probably afraid to do almost anything else.
And see, it's supposed to be a magical speech. Back in the ancient
it's
days,
not. It's just the ability.
It's a magical speech.
To be able to raise your voice.
It's the way you do your tone. It's the way you do. There's old magical incantations where you have to say it in a certain way, because if you don't say it right, then the incantation wouldn't work.
Will not work.
They call it that. A lot of people who do the translations
try and sing. Let's see how this goes.
Oh no! Because I got to start closing the show out.
No, just one quick first sentence, first line. Amazing.
All right, and we're not going to take and be doing that because that is probably copywritten too. DK.
Yeah, you can't get in trouble for that. You can get in trouble for that.
I was only doing that.
Okay, we just created immense fear amongst my listeners. All right, guys.
I was just saying, let's see if I could sing. There's the first song that sprung to mind.
All right, guys, we got to start closing out the show. I'm getting limited here on time. Vicky, tell everybody where they can find you, my love.
You can find me on Telegram for such a time as this, and on X at Booklander at 62.
All right, Mark. Oh, wait, sorry. Go ahead, Vic.
I just wanted to put this little thing in there. A friend of mine told me about sheets linen sheets that have a frequency of 500. It's supposed to be very healing. You can look it up, help you sleep and everything. So I bought some, and they're on my bed, and they work. So I'm just putting it out there for people. They're French linen. They're completely linen sheets, and it's like having a frequency treatment. It helps you sleep and heal. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Okay, Mark Edworthy, give it. Come on, brother. Get back on camera. I see you sliding. Mr. Edworthy. There he is. And we can't hear you, Mark.
He's probably fell asleep. He does.
He's talking, but nothing's coming out.
You muted yourself.
And now he looks really. There he is.
I'm back.
He fell asleep. He didn't want nobody to hear him snore and shit.
There was nothing on this show to snore about.
Go ahead, Mark.
Anyway,
Tell us where we can find you.
You can find me on minds.com under /Medworthy.
Alrighty, Roger Hanson, give it up, brother.
You can find me on Teams, and you can find me on Discord. Just go to DREAGUS Productions, and I'm on all of his channels. Other than that, I'm on X at ROG, or Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. And that's
Nice.
it. I don't care
DK.
about nothing.
You don't care about nothing?
Nothing.
Meet me after the show,
LOL
Roger.
at the end.
LOL1973.
DK, give it up.
Alright. First of all, I have to apologize for my slip up of words earlier. I will discuss that with you later, Mark. I know. I feel bad about it.
2 ice creams.
It's the first time.
2 ice creams.
Dude, there'll be more than that, don't worry.
I was thinking ice cream when I said I don't care about nothing.
Yeah.
I was like, what was
Shut
I
up then.
thinking? What was I thinking?
But yeah, you can find me as DKspiracy123 on DLive, DKspiracy on Rumble. On Telegram, it's but what if chat with an underscore between each word, because I made it back when you couldn't use spaces in your Telegram channel titles. And there's a Discord which is called Much Love No Fear. There are YouTube channels, but I don't promote them often because if people start going there, I'll probably get banned.
Alrighty, that works for me. And guys,
Anyway,
as you know,
much
ahead.
love, no fear,
No fear.
everyone.
As you know, you can find me on X as Rider on the Storm. On Telegram, I am what I always am, Wiccan Vixen. On Facebook, you can find me as Nancy Planetta or Wiccan Vixen. Either one will pull up my accounts. Also, believe it or not, I have a Rumble account. It's been there a long time, as well as a Truth account. Both are under Wiccan Vixen. All right, guys, with that, I'm telling you, I'm like a broken record. It makes it really easy to remember when I'm signing in, though. But with that, I am out of here this evening. We are all out of here. Guys, join us next week for yet another episode of The Vixen's Vault. Have a great week. Try not to panic too much because, again, I have a feeling it's not going to end as badly as you think it will. All right? We'll talk to y'all next week.
Yay.
All right, and we're going to get cut off here. I'll get us back up on the next one.
Before we get cut off, I want to ask a question.
Well,
Nancy?
you don't have much time. So.
Nancy?
Yes?
Who's that hot chick with the freaking hoop earrings, dude?
Dude, I'm going to have to, do you want me to lick your ear or something? Is that what this is?
That's amazing.
Is this a dating site now?
No, it's not.
Actually, that picture was taken at 4 o'clock in the morning because I had a photo shoot I was going to in Orlando. So Ruffy was getting ready to blow. I had to drop him at the airport to get to it before I drove to Orlando.
When we get cut off, we'll get you on the next one.
You look good.
Thank you. In fact, he said you need to put that up. That's a beautiful picture.
Vicky, it means you have to hang up on this one.
Okay.
When he starts, when he starts the next one, you have to hang up on this.
Okay.
So the next one shows up. That's why she was having trouble getting on earlier. On to the second half of the show. She hadn't hung up on the previous one and didn't get on. Don't think I'm being smart. I actually paid attention. So you have to hang up on this when this ends.
In reality, you are being smart. That's a smart thing to do, is to pay attention. So.
All right, see you on the other side.
Yeah.
Getting everybody connected back up here for the after show. Mr. Edworthy is not going to.
That worked.
There you go. Now it's DK that's having the problem.
I freaking he was in the middle of a conversation. I just
dropped out. Yeah, he was starting to get pretty.
He's coming in now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great photo, man. He was right. You should have. I'm glad you used that. You're beautiful on that.
Aw. Well, it's like one of the very few photos we have of my hair fully down. And that's what he was saying.
Did I miss a photo?
He said you never ever let your hair down like that. Because I have.
Cheating. You're looking at photos before you invite everyone.
It was literally, my hair is all the way down to my waist. So when I don't let it down very often because it's really hot in Florida and it's very heavy. My hair is very heavy.
Mine's only about
yeah, so is mine, Nancy.
Just over a third of the way, not quite halfway down my back. And it's been growing for about 8 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
The hair on my back just curls. I could braid it, do
length.
dreadlocks. Yeah.
I've been there, done that twice.
Yeah.
Hey, there's new information that's that's come across my desk that I need to share with everybody.
Oh no, new?
Yeah,
not nude, right? It's new, not new.
New. N-E-W.
Right.
You invented a fart machine?
Sure.
Did you invent a fart machine? Is that what you're going to tell us? You patented fart
I
machine?
think that.
Someone who has, though.
No, I have found out that Sonia Galactic has finally got an RV and is trying now to figure out how to get it across the Pacific to New Zealand.
Really?
Oh, is she?
Actually,
dude, that'd be so awesome.
Actually, she's going to visit John first up in the mountains.
I do. She you think it's a joke? Serious?
Flotation
Sonia actually fucking loves me, eh?
That's what I'm saying.
She really wants to come over here.
She's gonna put flotation devices up on the bottom of the RV.
I'm not shitting you. I don't know if it's the accent or the fact that, like, I don't know, more extreme sort of thing, but I have a lot of American girls that hit on me all the time.
And
I tell them all to start swimming.
You know what happened, don't you? Like, freaking, she turned around and just freaking turned away from all of us hot stud dudes over here in the United States, and she did it so that she could go after freaking a buff surfer dude from freaking New Zealand.
I haven't surfed since I was a teenager.
Buff surfer dude, you.
All right, guys.
I prefer like rocker. I actually tried to get into like bands and shit, but
thank you for your compliment. But I'm gonna jump out.
All right, Nance. Catch you next week, and I'll get this up and out like always.
Sorry for annoying you.
No. I literally have a blistering headache. I've been up. I haven't slept since yesterday.
So shit.
I'm like.
I thought you were better now.
No, it's. I have literally with my injuries. I especially with the surgery, and I'm here by myself trying to keep it, the wound clean, trying to keep my blood pressure controlled. So I don't sleep.
Yeah, and we got to let her go because I'm not sure if I'm going to need to call her up for Sunday to help out with John again. But no, I'm kidding.
Just let me know.
No.
If he needs Mark, if he needs me, let me know.
Oh, they love you. I just wanted to pass on that John was so happy with the show that came out when we were done, and wanted me to tell you to pass it on along as well. So yeah,
you did excellent on there too. I listened to that actually, and I have to say another announcement too. I forgot. John Galt wants me to publicly apologize for soiling Mark Edworthy in public.
Soiling him?
How do you feel about that?
Soiling him, okay. I don't know how baby oil goes with soiling, but anyways.
We talked about that on John's show, and I said, poor Mark. Mark, I will tell you, I did defend you, my love. I was like, poor Mark, man. He gets kicked like a soccer ball.
John also sends his regards as well to you, Mark.
I obviously missed something completely.
Yeah, it was horrible. What happened is he said that Mark Edworthy has a reputation as a good man, and that I should come out publicly and apologize for soiling him in public.
How did you soil him in public?
You mean his reputation?
Hang on. Hey, let's go back. No, let's go back. How did you soil him in public?
I don't know. It sounds pretty interesting, though. It sounds.
Hey, Mark, can you elaborate on how he?
I have no clue. I will not get.
Not you, Mark.
No, I'm not getting involved with another host.
Not you.
Nope. That just causes discord and show drama, and we're not going to have that. No, DREAGUS Productions does not do that. There you go.
Hey, that's not what I was getting at.
The producer has spoken. And everybody said,
"Yay!"
Yay!
I was trying to ask Edworthy what it was that.
Oh, me and him.
That he was offended about.
No, he was
and
never.
trying to actually get to the point.
I wasn't offended.
Well, see, the thing is like
see, you weren't offended, so it was other people saying it. See, this is my point.
It's
all about other people saying things that you don't even care about, and it snowballs.
See, me
this
and
is
Mark.
What I was actually trying to talk about. Well,
we have like a pretty
other Mark was trying to tell me to stop.
See, DK, you need to slow down because a lot of people were telling me, "Hey, whose show is this? Don't sound like Nancy's show." I'm like, so.
Yeah, I know. I have a bad habit of this.
Yeah, you gotta.
I seriously do.
You know.
It's like I can talk on every subject. So it's like I do just start talking. I know I need to stop more and let other people speak. I understand. Just tell me. Just tell me to shut up, man.
But that's not good. But doing that's not good radio etiquette either, though. Saying to do that, you know. So.
Dude, shut up for a sec.
That's not cool.
Like just simple like that. It's like, dude, shut up for a sec.
But I have a code word.
A code word? Oh no!
Yeah, what's the code word?
The code word.
Code word. If he gets off the rails or something.
Yeah. What is it?
That is.
What's the word?
I don't know. You have to tell.
Oh, I thought you had the word. I thought you had the word. I thought you had the problem solved.
Oh, I'm sure I could come up with one.
All right, DK. All right, DK. If
we're about to do the after show, or is this?
I don't know if you've noticed this, DK, but when you do drops now, they double.
Yeah.
It went from one ice cream to 2.
Dude, ice cream. Nah, I screwed up. I actually feel bad about it. I'm going to see if I can find somewhere to donate some extra money.
Yeah, well, no. Well, I'll take half that. You know, since you took and did come back and take the and apologized.
Well, I apologize to Mark too, but nobody gave me any recognition for that. I mean,
yeah, but everyone knows what I like, what I'm like. I swear, in almost every sentence on my channel.
Just let
For me to tone myself down this much is already an extreme.
Let John know that like me and Mark Edworthy roll pretty hardcore. So like when we have our shows,
why don't you invite him in? Yeah. Invite him in on one of your shows.
He's too old. Like. He's got to be hip and cool with all of us new, cool, up to date.
Oh, you got nothing on me,
dudes. You know what I'm saying?
You got nothing on me.
John Galt is always welcome on there. We've never
younger than me and think you know shit. Nah, you're just playing, huh?
We've allowed everybody on there. I mean, we've even got Mr. Robot on there. You know.
Oh,
what I mean?
no,
So,
Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
Mr. Conspiracy Central.
Yeah.
He's so bad they won't even let him on not Rumble, but on frickin' Teams, dude. He has to go on Elements and hang out with losers on there. Me and
They include us.
Yeah, I know it does. It includes us, doesn't it?
Yeah, one.
Yeah.
That's better.
So.
See, I was on camera for too long.
That was where that yellow.
I need another smoke to mellow down.
Oh shit! That's what you mean. All you had to do was smoke a cigarette, and everything would have been cool.
Oh my god!
Cigarette? Yeah, that's what I meant.
The said cigarette. Okay.
I know. I said yep. That's why I use the word smoke.
Now that right there with your tobacco.
Because it means I'm never lying.
Hey, now that you got your tobacco in, is that what the one that Amos made for you?
Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah, cool.
The second one, actually.
Round table.
He made me another one. He made me another one that's the
so he can see. This is freaking handmade, dude. And he also made.
I made my own.
He makes pretty cool ones.
No, this is someone that we actually. This is someone who streams himself, and we know online.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually made this tobacco pouch for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty tight.
Yeah. It's made out of, I think this one's made out of cow skin. He made me another one out of kangaroo skin. But it's like a rectangle thing this size. And it's like solid because the leather's so hard. So it doesn't actually fit in most pants pockets. So he made me another one that's out of like soft leather.
All I gotta say is you've never met my dad, okay? My dad has like a wallet.
And then he came
got
over
a
to New
wallet
Zealand
that's
for
like
6
3
weeks.
inches thick, dude.
That sounds like mine, but it doesn't have a dime of money in it.
Just a bunch of papers and stuff that falls out every once in a while because it gets too freaking too thick. Pull it out of your pocket and everything just falls out on the table.
He made me a belt as well that has my name in it.
Who? Roger's dad?
No.
No, fucking Amos. Dick. Hang on, let me go.
Amos is a guy out of Australia. I don't know if you had a chance of meeting him yet.
Fine. Yeah.
But yeah,
he's been on WPRPN lot. Amos 777 or whatever. Yeah, man. I thought you had. But yeah. So he made me this belt. Like, he's in buckle and shit. Like,
yeah.
Fuck, this isn't cheap workmanship.
No.
This is fucking awesome as. And then, at the start, are you seeing it in reverse or the right way around?
No, I'm seeing it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Much love.
And fear. No fear.
Why is it not showing the end? Yeah.
There you
No
go.
fear. Yeah. Even ended off nicely.
How many notches?
Yeah.
1, 2,
That's
3,
important.
4, 5, 6, 7.
There
Hey,
you
to
go.
be honest, I'm skinny. I actually need one more.
Yep.
But
That's what I was
But then,
wondering for.
but then, here's the bit I didn't show you. Right in the middle across the back.
That's cool.
Okay. Yeah.
See, so it says much love, no fear, and DK Conspiracy is across the back of it.
Now, Vicky wanted to know if freaking the code word, if cork would be the good code word.
If what would be? Sorry?
Cork would be a good code word.
Cork. Cork it.
Cork.
Might work.
Cork. Yeah.
Cork.
Yeah, just say cork it.
Just
Cork it. There you go. That
Yeah,
way.
cork
Mark
it would work. Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like some English slang term for saying shut up.
Yeah. Probably is, I'd say.
Just cork it, mate.
No, I think it's. I think I've heard it in Cockney Wyman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that way it's not a blatant rudeness. You know.
Well, to be honest, I only screwed up twice, and that's the first time, and it's more than 3 shows because I was even on one with Roger.
Yeah.
Last week as well.
You're getting better.
So it's the first time in 4 shows that I've sworn.
You forgot about the one with me. It's like, you know, I don't understand why people do that. It's like everybody's like, yeah, whatever. Don't even remember being anywhere, Roger. He just worthless.
I sit with you.
Oh, really?
I actually sit with you. What are you on about?
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, you forgot that it was the 4th episode. You said 3 episodes, and then there was actually 4, but that was the one that I was on with you.
Oh, you know, that's why I said 3 episodes, and then another one with Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's still the 4. Oh, wait, is that still 3?
No, that's 3, and then another one.
That's what I'm saying.
Plus
You
another
forgot.
one, still only 3.
That's 4.
Come on. You can't sit there and try and prove me wrong all the time.
Oh,
it won't work.
I wasn't. Now, what I was trying to say about me and Mark, okay, when we have our shows, they're pretty interesting.